Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. President Donald Trump marks 100 days in office, saying, "I run the country and the world." In a historic turnaround, Mark Carney's Liberal Party has won the Canadian election. And as Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky accuses Putin of another attempt at manipulation over his latest ceasefire plans, we have a special interview with the advisor of President Zelensky's Chief of Staff. To our top story, today marks 100 days since Donald Trump was sworn in as President of the United States for the second time. The milestone has always been viewed as symbolic and a time to reflect on a president's progress. Over the last 3 months, Trump has continued to be a divisive leader. Critics argue he's overstepping his powers and damaging international relationships. But supporters insist he's delivering on his election promises by taking action. Here's a look back at some of his first 100 days at the White House.
I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. I think that we will make a deal with China. I think we've had some very good talks, but we will have some very good talks remaining. And, you know, I view it, and some people say, oh, rush. I think we have a lot of time. Let's be honest. The European Union was formed in order to screw the United States. That's the purpose of it. And they've done a good job of it, but now I'm president. We need Greenland for national security and even international security. And I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. Canada only works as a state, keeping "O Canada," the national anthem. I love it. I think it's great. Keep it. But it'll be for the state, one of our greatest states, maybe our greatest state.
To talk more about this, I'm now joined by former Trump state campaign chair Rob Artlett, who is in Washington. Rob, great to have you on the show. So Caroline Leavitt has insisted that American people trust in Trump as she hails the president's historic 100 days in the White House. But Rob, the polls do show a very different story. Pew Research today shows Trump has a 59 disapproval rating. What's happening? What's gone wrong? And what are people's concerns?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to be with you and your audience. I always appreciate the opportunity. So let's be very clear. 100 days cannot fix what Biden did in 4 years. So the reality is President Trump is very focused on bringing his agenda, his policies to the American people, exactly as he campaigned. And so that's what you're seeing. The concern comes from the lack of patience, and I would say the mainstream media here in America displays. So the reality is President Trump has been very focused on national security, on border security, on peace talks, economic equity, meaning the tariffs, deregulation, and of course also removing fraud and waste within our government. So I think he's had a very successful 100 days out of the gate. And I think the American people and the mainstream media here in America who don't like Trump, no matter what he does, they're not going to report any positive or successes. They have opinions that, well, they don't like. And we expect that here in America from majority of the mainstream media. So, but at the end of the day, it's all about patience and putting America first. And that's exactly what people voted for. And that's exactly what President Trump is delivering to the American people and, for that matter, to the world.
So the White House team has been discussing their economic achievements today, the price of eggs falling and more jobs created. But do you think Scott Bessent ignored the big questions, especially on tariffs, which is causing global economic uncertainty? And we've also seen the U.S. markets struggling through this period.
No, I think what he's focused on, again, and I personally call this economic equity. Here in in America, I should say, Democrats speak often of equity. Well, President Trump is delivering on equity when it comes to our economy. The question should be, why have so many foreign countries taking full advantage of the American consumer for years, if not decades, as it relates to their tariffs on American products? So to me, when President Trump came into office, this is kind of what he had, was it dealt with international countries on the tariffs that they were putting on American products, and the U.S. tariffs were here. President Trump is just bringing our tariffs to the same level playing field as the American consumer has been dealing with. Why is he doing this? Because ultimately the goal is to bring down the tariffs on all sides of the equation, to negotiate better opportunities and better deals for the American people and for the American worker. So for me, he's doing exactly what he said to do. And yes, there's a little, sometimes you got to take that step back in order to take two steps forward. And that's kind of where we are right now. We're kind of taking a step back to get the attention of many countries and many companies to bring back these companies and manufacturing to America. And in many ways, it is working because, well, we know hundreds of companies have already committed to investing billions of dollars, that is totaling well over $1 trillion of investment back into America, which helps our economy, which helps the American workers. So I think we're right on track as President Trump has planned.
So, Rob, it has been an extremely busy 100 days, I must say. There have been moments no one ever predicted, from the tariff chart to the spat in the White House with Vladimir Zelensky. But personally, what key issues do you think Donald Trump has delivered on when it comes to ending the war between Ukraine and Russia in 24 hours? That hasn't happened. Where do you think his foreign policy is getting him?
Well, I see, and I agree. His comment was just that, and ended on day one. Well, that really hasn't happened. But what has happened are conversations and discussions of peace. And we have to remember that in the context of the conflicts. And what I mean by that, when President Biden was in office, well, frankly, there was no public mention of peace talks really ever. It was more about more money to continue the ongoing wars. What President Trump has done is now all we're hearing from both conflicts, and I'm talking about Russia and Ukraine, and of course the one also in the Middle East between Israel and Palestine and Hamas. The conversations today are not about more money, but the conversations today are about peace. So for me, I think there is progress. I know President Trump is a little frustrated because all parties have not really stepped up to the plate to do what is required. But I think we are further ahead today than before President Trump because of the conversations of peace. And I think that's a first step that you've got to get to, is to get everybody on board, at least engage in conversations with a focus of peace and not more money to extend these wars. So I think there is progress, but certainly a lot more work is to be done by the Trump administration and the other countries to bring peace, not just short-term, but long-term peace for all of these conflicts.
So Donald Trump said he was saved by God to make America great again, but critics would argue he has harnessed a package of change that feels nothing short of a revolution, creating global uncertainty, chaos and fear for the U.S. economy and the Constitution. What do you think of those concerns that are making the headlines?
Well, I would say they're fabricated, and I don't think that they're real. What I mean by that is, again, President Trump is doing exactly what he said he would do when he ran for president this second time. So what he's doing is he's placing focus on America and making America first. And what does that mean? Well, you first start off by securing our border. You getting rid of the illegal criminals that are in this country, and that's what he's doing. He's deporting tens of thousands of them with a lot more to go. So he's safeguarding that. He's creating an equal playing field when it comes to our economy, meaning the tariffs. He's putting a focus back on American manufacturers and also back on the American consumer. So to me, he is doing exactly what he said he was going to do. And I think people should be concerned, well, because there is a new sheriff in town, there is a new president, whereas his focus is America first and not everybody else. And I think that is a welcome conversation and a welcome shift, if you would, here in America. And the American people voted for that. And I believe the majority of the American people are loving the fact that he's actually been doing just that. And I'll also add removing of the fraud and the waste within our federal government. We all knew it existed, but I think very few people believed it was to this level. So again, President Trump is delivering on that message and on that promise to getting rid of the waste and the fraud and the abuse within our federal government.
Former Trump state campaign chair Rob Artlett in Washington. Always great to get your insights. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
We can now go to Washington to join our correspondent Kate Fisher. Kate, great to have you on the show. So Trump's presidency is under the spotlight again today. What has he been saying to mark the milestone?
Well, as he likes to do, he's taken to his Truth Social platform, his social media platform that he owns. And I checked, his first message was around 8:20 local time this morning, where he put in full capitals, 100 very special days, make America great again. He then proceeded to post clips and comments from articles from members of his administration on the television, talking about all of his achievements. And I noted that over the next couple of hours, he posted 24 different ones of these. Lots of other people talking about all of his achievements. So clearly he is feeling proud today, and he wants to spread his pride, and he also wants to show other people what other people are saying about him, to say it's not all, me saying this, other people think it too. He will be on his way to Michigan, to Detroit in Michigan later today to hold a rally that's the heart, of course, of US manufacturing. It was one of the things that he campaigned on. And he will be there trying to sell once again his message that what he's doing is for the American worker and for the economy, even as his polling is slipping.
His critics are using today to point out where they think the president has actually gone wrong. What are they saying?
Yeah, they are saying that everything that he is touting on his social media is actually terrible for the country. They disagree with his foreign policy, his tariffs, what he's doing to the federal government. Democrats have been, will be and are giving speeches on Capitol Hill. They are intending to make this go on into the night, talking about all the problems they think that he's caused in his first 100 days. Some lawmakers and activists held a sit-in on the steps of the Capitol on Sunday to protest as well. They're also, for example, the senator from Maryland has personally reached out, a Democratic senator from Maryland, Chris Van Hollen, personally reached out to Donald Trump over the case of one of his constituents who was sent to that prison in El Salvador, and the courts here have said he was sent without due process and unjustly. And so, senators, Democratic senators also trying to get a reaction from the president today on his 100th day in office to try and get him to change some of the policies that they disagree with. Many Democrats, though, are concerned that their party is not doing enough to combat what Donald Trump is doing and not doing enough to protest it. And polls have suggested that Democrats and critics of Trump are frustrated by the Democratic Party not doing enough, in their opinion, to challenge what Donald Trump is doing.
Kate, but over the last 100 days, focus hasn't just been on Trump. It's been on the whole team around him too, hasn't it? We can't forget Signalgate.
Absolutely. Pete Hegseth, the Defence Secretary, has had a very rocky start. It was touch and go as to whether he'd even be confirmed by the Senate, because there were even some Republicans who had concerns about his lack of experience. And yes, then he sent sensitive military information on this commercial messaging app, which sent shockwaves across the world amongst the domestic defence sector, but also across the US's military allies. There was huge concern. You've also got Elon Musk, of course, President Trump's has been President Trump's right-hand man when it comes to gutting the federal government here in Washington, making lots of people losing their jobs, closing agencies. Donald Trump says to save money, but there has been a lot of anger here in the United States about what he's doing, saying he's going too far, too fast. And that has been reflected not just in Democrats, but also in some polls that show Republicans also think that's one area that he's taken things too far. And Elon Musk, of course, has been the face of that.
Correspondent Kate Fisher in Washington. We've had a very busy 100 days, us journalists, and I'm sure there's lots more to come. Thank you for joining us. Now, it's what's been described as a historic turnaround. Mark Carney's Liberal Party has won the Canadian election. That's despite his party looking like it was heading for collapse just months ago. But the former banker fell short of a majority government. He wanted to help him negotiate tariffs with US President Donald Trump. In his victory speech, he said the next few months would be challenging and require sacrifices. Let's take a listen.
Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade, anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. These are tragedies, but it's also our new reality.
For the latest on this, we can go live to Toronto to speak to journalist Sam Jabri Pickett. Sam, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us. This was a historic win and an unexpected comeback. Explain why.
Well, I mean, Pierre Poilievre's Conservatives collapsed. You said that Liberals were expecting collapse, and that's what happened. Pierre Poilievre's Conservatives had a 25-point lead going into the election campaign. They were coasting on grievance, on hatred of Trudeau, on really exhaustion with almost 10 years of Liberal Party leadership. But Mark Carney and the Liberals were just too much to handle for them. His record as governor of the Bank of Canada through the 2008, through the 2008 financial crisis, his governor of the Bank of England through Brexit, it left Canadians really wondering what the Conservatives were offering them. But more so than all of that, Canadians were offended and confused, and we very much felt this feeling of unity and this new wave of solidarity and almost nationalism among my fellow Canadians. And Mark Carney and the Liberals took advantage.
What issues does Carney need to address in the next few months, and how difficult will it be considering he doesn't have a majority government?
It won't be easy without a majority government. Justin Trudeau, while he had a minority government, was able to work with the New Democratic Party, the NDP, under Jagmeet Singh, who also lost his seat, like Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre in this past election. With only 5 to 7 seats, though, the NDP really has the opportunity to hold the balance of power over Mark Carney's minority government. They only have 168 seats is where they're leading right now. They only have 155 elected at the moment. He needs to build. He needs to focus on infrastructure. He needs to focus on driving down the cost of living. He has plans to lower the lowest marginal tax rate to sort of ease the rise of the cost of living increases brought about by inflation. He wants to boost domestic trade. He wants to boost defense spending in the face of these threats from the U.S. president. And, you know, the NDP may be to the Liberals' left, but it's possible to work with them. And with the Conservatives having lost, there may be some Conservatives who want to work with the Liberals too.
Let's talk a little bit about his comments about Donald Trump in his victory speech. He accused him of trying to break Canada. Do you think he will try and meet with the U.S. president?
Of course. And I think it would be against everything Mark Carney has showed himself to be if he were not to meet with President Trump. But here's the thing. 78%, almost 80% of Canada's trade goes to the U.S. The only reason there was a trade deficit was because we sell them a lot of energy. I think it would be really outside of what Canadians are expecting if he doesn't meet with Trump. You know, he ran one of the most anti-American campaigns in Canada's history. But we all want a good deal. You know, we all have friends and family that live in the U.S. Canada and the U.S. are and remain extremely economically integrated. And Mark Carney's idea of a good deal is really going to sort of push him over the line for a lot of Canadians. And advocating for Canada, Canadian businesses, the rights of Canadians, Canadian sovereignty are all going to be big things. And all those things need a deal. Mark Carney's going to be leading the G7 later this year. And when those meetings happen with other major world economies, which Mark Carney is familiar with, I think, of course, he's going to be able to meet with Donald Trump.
Sam, the Liberals, who have been in power for more than 9 years, have staged this comeback, as we've been talking about, kind of on the back of what Donald Trump has been saying about Canada, the 51st state, the big tariffs put on. I wonder right now, does Mark Carney differ from Justin Trudeau? Do you think Trump will be more prepared to do business with Carney?
I think you said it. They're extremely different, and their bona fides are different. Ideologically, they're different. In a lot of ways, Justin Trudeau's goal, just to give a little of history for your viewers who might not know, Justin Trudeau wanted to govern. He sort of came into power on the backs of a lot of failure. The Liberal Party had collapsed by their standards, and he was sort of swept into power. His goal was to govern, and he was a bit of an idealist, and the son of a former prime minister, of course. Mark Carney, he's coming into office with experience, with handling crises, with interfacing with all these world leaders. And far beyond being governor of Bank of England, governor of the Bank of Canada, you know, he was head of the Financial Stability Board, and he was mandated by the G20 to develop global regulatory standards for the financial system. All these things told Canadians that Mark Carney was the guy to meet the crisis, to meet the moment of this crisis. I don't know if he would have run or if he would have even won without these threats from Trump.
Sam, Jabri, Pickett, great to have you on. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has accused his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, of another attempt at manipulation. His warning comes after Putin announced he was planning to pause fighting in Ukraine for 3 days next month. Earlier, I spoke to the advisor of President Zelensky's chief of staff, Serhiy Leshchenko, to hear his thoughts on the latest developments. Advisor of President Zelensky's chief of staff, Serhiy Leshchenko, thanks so much for joining me. First of all, I would like to start by setting the tone. What is the mood like in Ukraine and in the capital, Kyiv, where you are?
You know, this war started by Russia. This was never our choice, and Ukraine resists our land from Russian aggression, and Ukraine is open for peace. Ukraine agreed for ceasefire on landmark since 45 and even more days ago, and this agreement was achieved between the American and the Ukrainian delegation in Saudi Arabia. And Ukraine is open to have this ceasefire on the land, but Russia doesn't want. So we have daily air raid alert here in Kyiv and elsewhere in Ukraine. We have bombing of civilians. We have bombing of multi-story apartment buildings. Today was bombing of Kyiv again. And last week, 9 people were killed in Kyiv during one bombing. Before it was killing of civilians in Kryvyi Rih and Sumy. and many more examples that Russia violates the proposal which Ukraine and US made together to have the ceasefire.
President Zelensky has said that Putin's latest ceasefire announcement is another attempt at manipulation. What exactly does he mean by this?
A Russian proposal is to have ceasefire for 3 days, when in Moscow they're going to celebrate their own holidays, and they're going to invite some international guests, and they want to celebrate it in peace. But Ukraine has no choice, has no right, has no opportunity to celebrate during 3 and almost half year because of Russian aggression. And we understand that it's just a trick. Russia is trying to fix 2 issues. The first issue, Russia wants to answer something on the American request, because America is calling for long-term ceasefire, at least for 30 days, with the opportunity to prolong it. So they're trying to answer on this by this 3-day ceasefire instead of 30 days, not to show the total lack of will, but it's really a trick. And second, they want to celebrate with no alerts in Moscow. They don't want to have problem with their guests, and that is why they propose this. But of course, Ukraine will make our own decision, because we think it's just a decision of Putin to play the game instead of implementation of the proposal.
There have actually been 20 failed attempts at ceasefires. Both Ukraine and Russia have accused each other of violating the terms. Why is Ukraine not holding its side of the deal and setting an example?
When we had this Easter ceasefire announced for Christian holidays, Ukraine answered that if Russia violates, we're going to defend our territory and do totally what they're doing. That is why when they declared this Easter ceasefire and then immediately violated, Ukraine used the same tools to influence on Russia, because we're not going to see how they just destroy our land. So if they violate what they propose, we answer on this.
Trump claims Zelensky could be ready to give up Crimea to Russia. Is this the right time for Zelensky to concede territory to stop the bloodshed?
I don't understand the pretext of this question. Ukraine is an independent nation. We have our legitimate leadership, and Ukraine defending our territory because we never provoked this war. We are just trying to stop Russia occupy our land. And Ukraine always declared openness for negotiation and for ceasefire. And the ball is on the Russian part of the territory, or Russian part of the football field. They have to decide what they want, because all what they want, they just want to kill Ukrainians. If they're ready to stop the war, they can make it within 25 minutes. During our interviews, they can do it. It's just to make one call and stop it. And if Russia is not ready, of course, Ukraine defending the territory which Russia is trying to occupy, and Ukraine is open for ceasefire on the land, as it was decided in Saudi Arabia 1.5 months ago.
Donald Trump and Zelensky's relationship has been in the spotlight, from the confrontation in the Oval Office to the picture in the Vatican Basilica. Was that picture a moment of hope for Ukraine, and did it mark a change in Trump's mindset towards Russia?
I'm not in the role to comment American perspectives on this. I just want to say that Ukraine is open and Ukraine is ready to stop this war immediately when Russia stops it. And in this case, all meetings Ukraine has on top level are very important. We're very thankful for American leadership in this negotiation process. We had a number of meetings with American leadership, and our team is led by our president, our presidential chief of staff, Andriy Yermak, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Defense. They are often in Saudi Arabia, and Ukraine is always declaring that this war can be stopped by Russia, because Russia started this war. So all negotiation Ukraine is holding is to have a peace on Ukrainian land, And we appreciate the role of all mediators in this.
Serhiy, I appreciate that you say that Ukraine wants peace and that's your main focus, but what is Ukraine prepared to give up to get a long-standing ceasefire agreement? You've said to me Crimea's not on the table, that's something that's not going to go away from Ukrainian hands, and also NATO, you know, it doesn't look like you'll be able to join NATO. So what is Ukraine prepared to take to the table to try and stop this war?
You know, we are in very, very small progress. We don't have even the on-land ceasefire. When we have on-land ceasefire, we're ready for further negotiation because we just don't want to be used by Russia when they dictate what they want, and Ukraine has to deal with this, has to accept or deny. We're ready for process, and this process has to start with ceasefire on the land. And only after this, as it was decided in Saudi Arabia with the American delegation 1.5 months ago, this process can go on. So that is why it's not the time to talk about this, because it's not the moment. It's not the moment when Russia demonstrates the will to stop the war. If Russia wants to stop the war, they have to finish the process of to stop this on-land aggression, and after this, negotiation can go on. It's very easy.
That was advisor of President Zelensky's chief of staff speaking to me earlier. We can now get the latest on the story from Moscow with our correspondent Dasha Chenishova. Dasha, thank you so much for joining us. There's growing speculation around the latest ceasefire announced by Vladimir Putin. What is the Kremlin saying?
Well, the Kremlin has been very clear about this proposed Victory Day ceasefire, suggesting that this is an invitation to start direct talks with Kiev without any preconditions. That's the warning that Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has used quite recently. We also have heard the Kremlin saying that they have not received any response from the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky on whether Kiev would be interested in joining this ceasefire during the celebration of a Victory Day. And Moscow says it is a manipulation by Kiev not providing the response to the Russian side. We also understand that in Moscow there has been also sort of frustration. Moscow says it has not received any response from the Ukrainian side on whether they would be interested in the direct negotiations with Moscow. But earlier, the Russian side has been saying that they would expect Ukraine to take some legal steps to provide for the possibility of the talks between the two countries. Because earlier, Kiev has adopted a law which prohibits any negotiations between Kiev and Moscow. But also in Moscow, they say that the legitimacy issues around Vladimir Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, are secondary to the wider idea of the negotiated settlement. And they do say that, first of all, they have to get to these negotiations track, and they are quite willing to do so. And then they will be figuring out all of those details that will need to be worked out for the signing of the document. So in Moscow, there has been some sort of response to the lack of response from the Ukrainian side, suggesting that Kiev should be given the answer, as Moscow is willing to continue the talks and to engage in direct talks with Kiev itself.
Dasha, Trump claims Zelensky could be ready to give up Crimea to Russia. Why is Crimea so important to Vladimir Putin?
Well, Moscow has been in control of the peninsula for more than a decade by now, and the whole effort that has been placed forward into the reconstruction of the peninsula is tremendous. But if you look at the map, you will definitely understand that having control over the peninsula, and particularly the port of Sevastopol, means having a large and important role in the whole operations in the Black Sea. So for the Russian Navy, for for the Russian might in this region, it is very important. But also we understand that this is the port that is not getting iced, and this is the warm weather port, one of the few that Russia actually owns. So for Moscow, it has a very strategic importance for the trade routes, for the military routes, for the Russian security as well, as Russia has been saying that it has a very important role for providing the security of Russia. And we also understand that Moscow has had the so-called understanding that this peninsula has been gifted to Ukraine by Nikita Khrushchev, the Soviet leader, but that has been Russian territory for centuries, and Moscow has been fighting for it for quite some time, and therefore there is lots of additional importance and value attached to this peninsula.
Correspondent Dasha Chenishova in Moscow, thank you so much for joining us. Now, travel disruption in Spain and Portugal has continued today after massive power cuts hit the region yesterday. Spain's King Felipe has chaired a national security meeting to discuss why the blackouts happened today. For more on this, I'm joined by journalist Mark Lomas, who is in Portugal. Mark, great to have you on the show. First of all, what was your experience of yesterday's blackouts?
Well, like a lot of people, I think it was around 11:48 yesterday, the power just went off everywhere. And thankfully, mobile internet was still available in a lot of places. It did kind of fade out throughout the course of the day, but people could keep on top of things and keep updated through social media and using their mobile internet, which was great. But yeah, just power out everywhere across Portugal, across Spain, across parts of southern France, and yeah, just a surprising incident that you'd never expect to happen, I guess.
Well, the lights look like they're back on, which is good. But do we have any idea, Mark, on what actually caused these? Because there seems to be a lot of speculation.
Definitely, it's very mixed. So on the Portuguese side, they're blaming extreme changes in temperature, and on the Spanish side, they're blaming interconnections between Spain and France. It's been quite galling, I think, for those in Portugal to realise how dependent they are on the Spanish electrical grid to serve them as well. And yeah, there was some issues yesterday because there was panic. You know, there was panic buying. I saw it at the shops, long queues for fuel, long queues in the supermarkets, because there wasn't great messaging coming out from the government. And in fact, the Portuguese national grid, REN, at one stage said they thought it was going to take 7 days for the grid to recover. Now, obviously, that is going to make people go out there and panic buy. But fortunately, the messaging got a little bit softer throughout the course of the day. And yeah, by the end of the day, people were a bit more hopeful. And then about 1 a.m. this morning, mostly in Portugal, is when the power was restored. And today, the government is saying it's at 100% capacity again.
Mark, passengers are still seeing hours of delays in the region. What advice are they being giving? Is that messaging a little bit clearer?
Yeah, it has. I feel like everything has been a little bit clearer today. We had some bad weather recently here, and you get alerts from the government on your phone, and that's happened again today with a little bit more kind of clarity. People are being urged, obviously, to check their travel. There were 500 flights cancelled yesterday across the Iberian Peninsula. There were 35,000 people who were trapped at various points in Spain on public transport. People are just being urged to check their flights before going to the airport. And to make sure that everything's okay before they visit the airport.
Journalist Mark Lomas, thank you so much for joining me. A reminder of our top stories. President Donald Trump marks 100 days in office, saying, "I run the country and the world." In a historic turnaround, Mark Carney's Liberal Party has won the Canadian election. And Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky accuses Putin of another attempt at manipulation over his latest ceasefire plans. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora is coming up next. Plus, of course, we'll be back in a couple of hours with a W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. The US President Donald Trump refers to the Chinese President Xi Jinping as my friend, and he describes him as one of the smartest people in the world, adding that they have a great relationship. But does China see it that way? Or does Beijing view Donald Trump's tariff war as an opportunity that may hasten China's replacement of the US as the world's dominant economic power? So what are the chances of the two leaders warmly embracing in China or the Oval Office over a cup of tea or Diet Coke anytime soon? Well, in this episode, we'll hear the perspectives of two eminent Chinese economists. Later in the show, I'll be joined from the US by Dr. Yan Liang. She believes that Donald Trump's actions have presented China with a strategic gift, an opportunity to reshape the global order in a more just and fair way.
Donald Trump has made it much harder for countries to trade, to export to the US, but it also kind of invite countries to rethink about what are the benefits of continue with the current trade relationships.
But first, let's hear from Keiyu Jin, who's a professor of economics at the London School of Economics. She was described as a brilliant thinker by the former British Prime Minister Tony Blair. Her best-selling book, The New China Playbook, Beyond Socialism and Capitalism, is a myth-busting guide to the Chinese economy and is considered by many to be a must-read for anyone doing business in China. Dr. Jin joins me now from the Chinese city of Hangzhou. Dr. Keiyu Jin, thank you for making some time for this important discussion. Now, looking at what seems to be the most chaotic economic ups and downs in recent history, how do you see this? Do you see what's at stake here? Political pride, economic justice, or a new world order?
I would say all of the above, but especially a new world order. I think it's the world is firmly now polarized, protectionist, and politicized, and where economics was driving politics, now it's completely the reverse. But really, I do see a bifurcation, inevitable and irreversible bifurcation between the US and China, really along the tech supply chain. It's very hard to go back to where we were because of all the uncertainty that has risen that will force companies to rethink, recalibrate, and regionalize production chains and so forth, and also countries to really focus on resilience. But I think all the global supply chain trend that has been completely reversed.
We'll go into some of those issues in a bit more detail. But when it comes to the tensions that we hear about constantly in the news, who do you think will blink first, the US or China?
These are the two largest economies with two strong men in power, one projecting more power than another. The tariffs is not just about making America great again from the U.S. perspective. It is widely believed that it is meant to hurt other countries more. So it's not just about absolute power, but relative power. So under those circumstances, given the domestic popular demands, domestic politics, I think that it's very difficult to say. Of course, China thinks at this time it's really the U.S. that has started this. It believes that making concessions to Trump would only demand more from him, and that only with equivalent force on U.S. companies to fuel the tariffs, just like Chinese suppliers are feeling, will it bring the U.S. back to rational discussion.
But Dr. Jin, do you think there is a route that lets both these two proud leaders save face?
Well, the off-ramp, it's very hard to imagine what that looks like. Now, I think that they were probably having discussions, hopefully side discussions. There are people who are familiar with both sides doing some of the work. I know that there's an intense political discussion within China on what to do, which signifies that there is scope for at least taking the temperature down and room for negotiation, which I believe is also in what China desires. But exactly who's going to blink first, that's really hard to predict.
Now, in your book, The New China Playbook, you argue that China's economic model is misunderstood. Why?
Well, first of all, people think that China is an extremely centralized country and everything, all the decisions are made on the top. The more accurate way to describe it is that it's political centralization, but coupled with an extreme form of economic decentralization. The mayor economy, which I describe in my book, really showcases how radical reforms were implemented, but also currently how the most important dominant strategic technologies arise in China. They're not just a centralized decision. For instance, EVs or solar panels, they're spread around 80 cities across China, and everybody's competing. Local governments are competing with each other like they are in a beauty contest to vie for the best private companies. So this kind of model is very difficult to replicate elsewhere. There's a political and economic incentive because local government officials want to be promoted, so it's in their interest to do a good job in the economy and in technology. But this is really what has driven China's growth model.
I wonder then, Dr. Jin, what Donald Trump's approach to tariffs tells you about his understanding of the Chinese economy.
Of course, very little. First of all, it's true that China has a trade surplus with the U.S. on goods, especially on basic manufacturing. But the U.S. has also always run a surplus with China on service exports. The things like, financial, tourism, medical, students, etc. But also it exports more high-tech components to China. That doesn't seem like such a bad deal. And in fact, if you really want to lock China into a low-tech, low-value-added, low-margin position, you want to lower the tariffs on China's basic manufacturing rather than make them higher, in which case, what do you think China's going to do? China's going to do more of the higher value added because it's going to tariffs adjust and reallocate resources toward these advanced components, which goes directly head-on-head with the U.S. But more broadly speaking, it is an absolute fact that China has exported deflation to U.S. and especially beneficial to U.S. consumers at the lower income household level. If you look at the data in the last 20 years, all the rise in the price increases in the U.S. come from services, not from manufacturing. And that has tamed inflation and allowed for more investment and obviously greater capacity to growth. All of that is under jeopardy.
From what you know, are there people in the Trump administration who do understand China better and are being ignored? Is it a case of, they're too scared to speak up or simply just not being heard?
Well, I think what this has proven is that no political system is immune to a one-man show and not immune to political loyalty trumping economic pragmatism. All the criticisms that America has around the world, I think it firmly applies to itself. Of course, those on Wall Street, in the financial sector, in technology, in business, find the irony of these tariffs. But very few people are really speaking up. I think that someone like the Treasury Secretary understands the implications of not just hurting China, but the huge volatility, uncertainty, and also just the injustice because all this information asymmetry benefits the financial elites who have access to these information. And it ultimately hurts the American people, especially regressive and also regressive on developing countries as well.
So if you were advising the current US policymakers, what would you tell them about the best way to engage constructively with China?
Well, first of all, I think the US should not be fearing a comfortable China. It should be fearing a more constrained China. And I'll give you an example of the semiconductors. American lobbyists in the 1990s went to China and lobbied for more imports of American chips. Guess what happened? The whole industry in China stalled. Why would you want to plow a huge amount of resources and spend on research and innovation when you can comfortably import it from America? The sector only accelerated and filled in major gaps and capacities after the export controls and bans, and now it's near domestic sufficiency. Even with gaps, China is now fine. So I would say make China comfortable is a starting point. You shouldn't fear it. Of course, there is national interest in the national security stuff, the technologies that are very critical for military capacity. I mean, both countries' national security and security interests have to be respected. That is fine, but compartmentalize. There are areas in which you would need China to collaborate, especially if we have a looming global financial crisis on the horizon, now more likely than ever, on climate change, on many collaborative efforts, especially if there's a global pandemic, and the two central banks are going to have to talk to each other. I cannot see that the dialogue is going to end right there.
With the way things are going, is a decoupling between the US and China inevitable? And if it does happen to any major degree, is it actually reversible?
I think decoupling is too strong of a word and it's too broad as a concept. I first of all argue that the tech supply chains, advanced manufacturing and semiconductor is on its way to bifurcation, one led by US, one led by China. Pivotal economies like Japan and South Korea want to have a foot in both. They don't want to just be in one camp, not only because of US unpredictability, but also because of opportunities that have arisen with greater tech autonomy in China. I think there will still be trade and degrees of normal investment in two countries. That is inevitable. But I think in certain areas, the bifurcation has already happened, especially in the parallel tech developments. There is no convergence to be seen there. But also, I want to just remind everyone that when China gained the most favored nation status in the 2000s, it wasn't about lowering tariffs. Tariffs are already very low. It was having eliminated all the possibility of a threat of a tariff war and from the US. And that has led to an expansion of capabilities, trade, and global innovation. Now that all of that is being reversed.
When you talked about unpredictability, can you recall any time in recent history where there was this level of unpredictability?
In fact, if we look at all statistical measures, whether it's coming from policy uncertainty or geopolitical uncertainty, at least in the last 20, 30 years, it's never been as high. So I think that companies are now factoring in these risk uncertainties, and that's going to be very costly. You know, it's not just about inflation. All the prices are going to rise. All the efficiency, all kinds of progress in the end is reflected in consumer prices. And they're all going to rise around the world. Knowing the US as you do, what do you think are the Chinese exports that Americans could not live without? Well, I hate to say this, but I don't really see America making its own textiles and apparels and toys. And even if some of that demand will be filled by Vietnam and Bangladesh, I mean, these are still small economies, and it would look like a pretty bleak Christmas. At the same time, China, it's true that the U.S. is no longer a great manufacturer, competence and capabilities. And the most important exports of China is not really just the final goods, the ones that I mentioned, but it's really inputs. If you look at the data again, China is the biggest exporter of auto parts to the U.S. But leaving that aside, all the inputs goes into firms' capacities and competencies. They raise productivity, they increase profits, and so this is going to lead to a profit squeeze for U.S. companies, and they will be passed on to consumers. So it's not so much one single thing that they can't live with. It's actually all the intermediate products which is a very complex portfolio of inputs, and they interact with each other, whether it's downstream or upstream, and all of this efficiency is going to be upended.
And Dr. Jin, you've probably seen the memes going around, videos obviously produced through AI, I guess, showing Americans, very large, overweight Americans in rows behind sewing machines with a tagline that says, "Make America Great Again." Is it that Americans don't want those kind of jobs? Is it that it's too expensive to have those kind of jobs in America?
No, I think the irony is that they haven't understood that all of this is just a cycle of renewal. Soon enough, Chinese people will not be wanting to make these things either. The Chinese new generation have no interest in manufacturing jobs. There's a gap of 25 million job openings in manufacturing while there's huge youth unemployment. Guess what? They don't want to do that stuff. So it's all about time, all about a country's cycle. And when they become richer and it's the new generation, do you know what they want to do? They probably look more like Americans, wanting to be influencers. Actually, they already are influencers. They want to open their local coffee shops and restaurants and do more services. Service is only 50% of GDP in China, but over time that will increase. That would be a good thing for China as well as reducing international tension. So you just got to let a country play out the natural cycle, and a lot of these manufacturing will be shifted to other countries, although, of course, AI and robotics will pose a very different kind of question on that trend as well.
Taking into account what you just said, that there are so many jobs in manufacturing that young Chinese people don't want, and their aspirations are perhaps more Western in stereotype, how effective in reality could the non-tariff measures that China has threatened be? For example, banning Hollywood movies.
I think it's very unfortunate that this has gone beyond narrow sense of trade and even finance, but it's permeated culturally. It's the person-to-person exchange that actually has bolstered and supported the deteriorating relationship between the two countries. That exchange has been so important with Chinese students going to American universities and vice versa. It's the still aspiration of many of these Hollywood scenes and movies in China that brings China closer to the West in a very harmonious way. All of that is also to be, made as chips in this trade war, and that is very unfortunate. So my fear is that the bifurcation goes beyond the tech splintering. If the Chinese companies are demanded to delist from the U.S. Stock markets, that's a bad thing for Chinese companies and Wall Street, although it's a very good thing for financial centers like Hong Kong. And the more you boost Hong Kong, the more you actually make China look good. So I'm not really sure that this is Washington's intention. But just coming back to your issue of culture, really, if you ask an American and Chinese who have been to the countries and who know both, nobody wants this. They are so frustrated. They think it's actually quite stupid because they're not really enemies, even if they are competitors. But I think with the rising sentiment, especially with these very prohibitive tariffs and the sentiment that actually the end game is against China, the rising consumerism will seek more local substitution, even away from companies like Apple and Tesla, which are still very much welcome in China.
The rhetoric that's come out of the Trump administration from the president and the people around him has been quite extreme compared with what people have heard in the past from the US government. And the vice president, J.D. Vance, used the term Chinese peasants when he talked about US-China trade policy. And I wonder how that would be received in China, how people would respond there.
Well, I think that, the concept of peasants, farmers, I don't think that really arouses such a huge emotional response. However, I found it quite shocking, as well as other people in China, that J.D. Vance's statement that globalization only worked when developing countries were stuck doing manufacturing, as if they were not supposed to be catching up. That was the only form of globalization that was acceptable. I found it really shocking that this came from the words of a vice president of the United States of America, with all the moral universalism and moral compass that it has paraded all these years, to say that it only works when the developing countries are stuck really brings a very, sore tone here in China, I'm sure in the rest of the world as well.
I almost hear universally from Americans who visit China for the first time how amazed they are with how developed and forward-thinking China is, and how the infrastructure is way beyond anything in the US, according to what they see. So it sounds like most Americans have absolutely no clue of what China is really like once you're actually inside and see how it has progressed and futuristic it is.
In almost all of the cases, when Americans actually visit China, their attitude towards China is much more positive. And I think that is a good thing. We do need more visits from Americans and vice versa. Look, I think China has done remarkably well, despite all the challenges that it is facing. Sure, economically, it's still fragile. It hasn't had necessarily the best policies in the last few years and have gone a little bit off course into other directions. Yeah, that's true. But for the large part, 800 million people, maybe even more out of poverty, the infrastructure that you mentioned, and it's not even just traditional infrastructure. It's infrastructure for the future. It's the most advanced and most broad and most mature, expansive in China, the digital infrastructure. They're also helping other developing countries build that out. Yes, the tariff war is going to have an negative economic impact on China. But, the Chinese companies are very adaptable. They're very resilient. It's not a great thing, obviously. But even since Trump 1.0, they have sought alternative markets. They have moved production lines, but they've also even changed business models to suit the new world. Regionalization, fragmentation, block economics, and all that. And on top of that, look at technology. China was seriously worried that it will be choked off of these critical technological components after the export bans and controls. What's happening right now? Not only near domestic sufficiency, but countries, the very pivotal countries, all at least having a foot in China's tech chain, goes to show that the danger is a lot less than what it was a few years ago. It is a resilient country. It is a country with many, many problems, just like other countries, but it is not really possible to say that you're going to stop China from advancing.
I think also people forget the remarkable history, centuries, millennia, that China has had, a remarkable culture and contributed so much to the world. And of course, Chinese are, like many people, very proud of their country. So I wonder, to what extent have the words of J.D. Vance and Donald Trump had in terms of making Chinese people more supportive of the retaliatory actions that the Chinese government is proposing against the U.S. in this tariff war?
Well, you're absolutely right that the country is quite united in its in the response, in a very strong stance against Trump. They know that the economy will suffer, many companies will suffer, but yet they still have that response, in part because they think that it's the problem that U.S. has triggered, that it's highly destructive, but also will be destructive to the U.S. as well. They believe that, the nation needs to fight. And I think the quote was fight until the end. So the Trump shock, the external threat, has really unified the Chinese people and even given more legitimacy to the leadership, even under certain this kind of economic weak situation. Again, I'm not sure that's what Washington, D.C. is striving to achieve, but also the unintended consequence of all of this, right? Nobody especially the good companies, they don't lie flat, to paraphrase a Chinese saying for giving up. They are more mobilized and more incentivized than ever. But I also believe that just realistically, without any kind of emotional reaction to the noise, they have been preparing for this for a long time. And yes, it is not ideal. And actually, it's really very not ideal for the rest of the world, but they will be fine.
So you, from what you know, China actually has been in fairly long-term preparations for the potential of this kind of tariff war.
Indeed. Since Trump 1.0, it has actually set off a globalization frenzy among Chinese companies. If you look at the surveys, about 80% of small and large businesses have already thought about or in the midst of implementing a globalization strategy. It really pushed the Chinese companies to think about opening other markets and to change their business models. And again, of course, one of the biggest effort has really been in technology. The Chinese government has launched what's called an AI Plus program, AI in every single possible sector. This tariff war has also given the government compelling justification to stimulate aggressively, to subsidize strategically, and to pivot into new directions. And it has given the whole nation a reason to sharpen their survival instinct. So it's been a long march. And as you know, the Chinese are very good at long-term planning. And what I find ironic is while Washington, D.C. leverages short-term interest, China is now seen to be an anchor of longer-term stability in the global arena. And of course, it's indirectly an opportunity. You see that now many countries are coming closer to China, including Europe. The trilateral discussion between South Korea, Japan, and China in March 2025 commits to closer engagement in all ways, especially amid the global uncertainties, not to mention the developing world, which sees China as a leader in investments, in trade, and in technology as well. And the DeepSeek moment, really, I want to raise this because a few years ago, we were still debating about peak China. Now it's all about the DeepSeek moment. That despite a gap, China's still at the very forefront of this technological race. And what matters in the end of the pervasiveness of the technology in the economy is affordability, accessibility, and adoptability. And here, China truly has an advantage.
Well, Dr. Chin, even if the trade war was resolved tomorrow, what would be the lasting impact on China?
I think that what's been done cannot be undone. And many things are path dependent. Once you've gone down one route, it's very hard to come back because all of the massive fixed cost involved in building new factories, relocating to new places, the businesses planning, and also planning for uncertainty. It's a very complex process, especially when it involves so many different inputs and the interaction between inputs. And also just that really degree of trust, right? Once that's lost and confidence, it's very, very hard to rebuild. And I think where the world has been going in the last 10 years, since the global financial crisis, it really does indicate a very, very different trend. And I see that it's not just an end of a U.S. hegemony or a rise of China, but that it really is the rise of many different powers, a distribution of economic opportunities and wealth and technology all around the world. So we are in a different world. The rise of geoeconomics is very real. The fusion of geopolitics and technology and economics all meshed together is a very real thing. It is no longer just about efficiency. It is a much more complicated process. China's going to factor that in, but every other country is going to factor that in. Any kind of business with a long-term view will factor that in. And just like Brexit being very pretty much irreversible, I think this bifurcation is also as well.
Well, after the US-China trade tensions from the previous Trump administration, when he was in office the first time, many Chinese companies moved their operations to other locations such as Cambodia and Vietnam to avoid tariffs. But of course, those countries have now been hit pretty heavily with tariffs. So does this signal the end of that particular strategy?
I think all companies are recalibrating, and it is impossible to make any decisions currently. Chinese businesses have at least a relative advantage of being quite quick on the feet and changing some of the business models and finding loopholes where there are. So I think that all of this is going to shift the model towards greater digital supply chains, much more flexibility supported by cloud industry. Look, the opportunity for China, at least, is really in the service trade. China only accounts for 6% of services, and service trade is exploding. It's rising much faster than goods trade. And if China is pushed away from one thing, again, it's going to go to another thing, and Chinese businesses will quickly adapt to that. But of course, kind of tightening their belts, working harder, working under constraint and stress, it's something that Chinese companies are used to.
Where things stand right now, Dr. Jim, what do you assess as the stronger economy, the US or China?
Well, unquestionably, the U.S. is the richest economy in the world. It is undeniable that it's the most technologically advanced country in the world. There is a fundamental difference, a very fundamental difference here, and that is, first of all, the U.S. tolerates to a much greater degree than China, or I'd argue most of other countries, financial volatility, inequality, outliers that range from the likes of Elon Musk and great geniuses to also psychopaths. And that's what, the outliers really push an economy forward. China's a little bit different. It emphasizes more on homogeneity, on the average. It's very low tolerance for volatility and instability. And if you look at the financial system, the U.S. dominates the financial system in the world. And the financial system is really, I think, one of those fundamental reasons why its technology is so dynamic, because all the activities, all the liquidity, all the incentives that are in place for these companies to strive. So in that sense, America is very strong. But even with pressure on the lower income households, it's not as if the U.S. economy is really going to buckle. It's going to lead to greater inequality, but that's something that a lot of other countries cannot tolerate.
That's actually what I was thinking, because when you said it's still the richest economy, it doesn't necessarily mean it's the most resilient, but you're saying that it does have the capacity to bounce back quicker.
Well, it is resilient in the sense that its greatest asset is still human capital, and talent tends to go to America, where it's still perceived to be a lot of opportunities, but also the dollar and the safe haven aspect. If the global economy really falls tomorrow, guess what? Capital is going to reallocate towards the U.S. At least in the short term, it is still resilient. And so I don't know what the whole kind of anguish really is about America. America has all the IP, it has the best technologies, it has the strongest financial services, its international banks rule the world. It doesn't do manufacturing. So what, right? And so on the other hand, China is also very resilient. It's very difficult to say which one is more resilient. It depends on the circumstances. It depends on the different political agendas. But, that cannot be said of all other countries.
What has this latest trade war done to where the dollar stands in terms of its significance? Is there any chance now, with countries seeing the unreliability of America, that the dollar could take a hit in terms of its significance globally?
President Trump has just accelerated the de-dollarization trend. Already, the dollar's popularity has been on the decline. The non-conventional currencies, even leaving the RMB aside, have risen from 2% to 11% in the last 10 years, which is actually quite remarkable given that kind of pace. And I think the West, and in the U.S. in particular, is completely underestimating the huge undercurrent that is happening around the world to build alternative systems, payment systems to SWIFT, like Bridge, like CIPS, and the BRICS currency and the common currency, and also digital currency, stable coins and blockchain, all these technologies that enable the greater facility to use non-dollars to make transactions and to invoice in trade and to make investments. I think the reigning superiority, or the reigning advantage the U.S. still has, is the deep liquid financial markets and the U.S. Treasury markets. You hold U.S., you have to have assets behind, and that's what the dollar has. But even that is put into question as the U.S. Treasuries is no longer be seen as a safe asset, given the circumstances. And look, a few years ago, everyone was talking about de-risking from China. Now everybody's talking about de-risking from the US as well. The point is to not be at the mercy of one single country in anything.
How important is economic superiority to China's foreign policy?
Well, that's a very interesting question. China always put economic pragmatism since Deng Xiaoping ahead of everything else until recently. You had a more confident China in the last 10 years, confident of its economy, confident of its growth, of its technology. And you saw that China swayed a little bit away, veered a little bit away from economic growth as a central agenda into more social programs, elevated state-led programs, even political control and so forth. But guess what? The Trump threat just shocked it back onto the normal course. Now it's front and center again. Growth is back. Innovation, it's all about innovation and productivity. It's all about pragmatic economic policies. So I think where foreign policy, national security really played an outsized role, actually, compared to the economy in the last few years, that has totally reversed.
We talked earlier about manufacturing jobs and how there's perhaps a bit of a disinclination for people, especially young people, to take them on. And China is often described as the world's factory, while Donald Trump says he wants to return manufacturing back to the US. Realistically, how possible is that?
I don't think any economists think that is really, that's very realistic or desirable. I think to give you one statistic, China has built more ships than the US since post-World War II. It's not just about basic manufacturing textiles. It's about the capacity, competence, and all of the investment that has taken place to make the supply chains most efficient. And also, even if it weren't for China, it's other countries that will gradually take its place. The Japan shock happened in the 1980s. Then it was the China shock. But then it would be passed on to other countries. So unless you have erect a wall against everyone and all lower labor cost countries, you're not going to bring back manufacturing as an optimal, economic strategy. And also, apart from national security, which is understandable, and basic competency, I'm not sure why that is so desired. U.S. is a knowledge economy. There's huge amount of benefits for being a knowledge economy. And let's just look at Apple. All the value added is in the U.S., not in the manufacturing segment. China would love to be in that position and climb up that knowledge and research intensive chain. And also U.S.'s financial services. It's really not a bad position to be. And also from the first Trump trade war, estimates have, studies have shown that for every steel job that was saved, that amounted to a cost burden of $900,000 for consumers.
Since all eyes are turned onto US-China relations, how important is this moment for China's place in the world?
Indirectly, this is China's opportunity. I'm not saying that for sure that China will utilize it well, but it certainly is a great opportunity, the best in years. First of all, you see that many countries are inching close to China, at least subtle changes in attitude, including Europe. There's going to be very, very high-level state-level visits from European countries to China, visiting China rather than the Chinese president going to Europe. Of course, even despite the geopolitical tensions between Japan and China, India and China, that has totally stalled. That's pushed the countries together. So what we're seeing is that the whole notion of traditional fixed alliance, that's completely upended. It's no longer just based on geopolitics. It's a very fluid, circumstantial thing. It could be based on economic pragmatism. It could be based on climate change. It could be an alliance to deal with a rupturing of the global system. China is now positioned as a more of an anchor of longer-term stability. China is open for business. Where Washington is erecting walls, Chinese premier has pronounced zero tariffs for the least developing countries. If you look at RCEP, it's pushing countries together as well. They announced 54 sectors, 0 tariffs. What does this mean? It's taking the complete opposite approach and strategy to Washington, D.C. And where the U.S. is isolating itself, China wants to be as open as it possibly can.
A final thought, Dr. Jin. What do you see as the biggest myth that people still believe about the war, Donald Trump's trade war with China?
The myth is that it would be so damaging for China that the Chinese leadership would capitulate, will concede, that the Chinese economy cannot afford a trade war. I think that is a misunderstanding not only of the political thinking, but also of the economic reality, where, as we have discussed, there's been a long preparation. The fact that the main challenges are still internal, the fact that China was already going on to a trend of producing more of its own domestic inputs and intermediate goods, looking a lot more like a closed economy, like the US and Europe. In fact, China is more closed than Japan and South Korea. So it's actually pushing China down a trend it was already on and shifting the focus to consumption. That's what really China needs. Big consumption. Now there's a reason to do it. There's a reason to have a huge stimulus to even force consumption if it's actually possible, and to move China up swiftly up the value chain and to get rid of the lower end manufacturing, which would have naturally gone, but it's just sped things up. And so I think China is prepared. And this is maybe why China's stance is so firm and so strong. Yes, it will be painful. Yes, it's going to hurt. It's going to bite everybody, but they'll suck it up and they'll continue to do what they were doing anyways, but with a more domestic focus.
Well, Dr. Kei Jin, thank you very much for sharing your very informed opinion on this very important issue. Much appreciated.
Great to be with you. Thanks again.
So, who will win the economic arm wrestle between Donald Trump and Xi Jinping? Can either leader afford to be seen as a loser? Or could both leaders somehow save face in this geopolitical face-off? For answers, we've lined up another renowned economist who has written extensively on the Chinese economy. Let's turn now to Portland, Oregon, where Dr. Yan Liang is based as a professor of economics at Willamette University. Dr. Liang, you wrote an article at the time of Donald Trump's inauguration saying that Trump's trade war 2.0 could be a strategic gift to China. Now, based on the past couple of weeks, have your predictions come true? And if so, in what way?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. You have to be held accountable for what you have written, right? So I think China's response has been very clear that they will have the tit for tat. They would not tolerate the aggressive moves by Donald Trump. They will stand up against bully, and they will protect their own economy with policy measures. So I think it is a strategic gift in the sense that this will allow China and enable China to really rethink how to structure its economy going forward, how to rely more on domestic demand, especially consumer demand. So I think that is a strategic gift in that direction. And then last but not the least, as some people put it, Trump is basically handing the world to China now on a silver plate, in the sense that, it completely uproot the previous very unfair, unjust global trading system and his alliance with the traditional, what he called friends, right? The Western European economies, Canada, Mexico, and so on and so forth. And so I think in the sense, it is a gift to China to rewrite and to reshape the global order in a better, a more just, more fair way. So I think in all these dimensions, I do think that this presents a great opportunity. The question is if China is able to really seize the opportunity and really do what would be necessary, right, and what would be effective. And I think, again, the the evidence suggests that I think China is moving towards the right direction.
Now, of course, things have gone up and down, and I know you obviously expected some kind of challenges coming from the U.S. administration's trade policy under the second round of Donald Trump's presidency. But how shocked were you by the revelations that came through on what Donald Trump called Liberation Day?
Right. So I think the economic impacts are definitely consequential, and we've seen this in the past, couple days or week. So for China, I think it's going to be a demand shock because the U.S. market does account for somewhat 14.6% of China's exports back in 2024. And the Chinese government has been preparing for this, right? They have been preparing since the first term of the Trump administration. So they have spent 8 years really trying to strategize how to diversify exports, how to bolster domestic market, how to build international partnerships. So I think all of this in some ways will help China to weather. Now, of course, the damages are not going to be only fell on the Chinese economy. The U.S. economy have also sustained a very large shock. And it's not just from the supply side, because they basically cut off, right, their own kind of access to the Chinese products, including consumer goods and also, intermediate and capital goods, which are very important to the U.S. manufacturing sector. So there is the supply side shock, but there are also the demand side, right? Because with all the policy uncertainties, businesses are not investing, consumers are also having a weaker confidence in the economy. The Michigan survey just showed that the consumer confidence now has gone down by 40% in the past 4 months, now is reaching a 45-year low. So I think the U.S. economy is also being really negatively affected, not to mention the global economy as well.
Looking at the structure of things, what Donald Trump called reciprocal tariffs seem to have been based on the trade deficit with various countries. But is trade deficit such a bad thing? Doesn't it just indicate that your goods and services are being consumed?
You're absolutely right. First of all, the tariff formula, right, that the White House used is essentially to say countries run a surplus with the United States because they had unfair trade practices. They set up the trade barriers. So we need to tariff them in order to lower the trade deficit. So the formula itself, if you ask any economist, right, it's based on a very false assumption that somehow the trade imbalance is because of a trade barrier. There are actually many, many reasons for why the U.S. has been running trade deficit, for the past 50 years, right, with over 100 countries. So this whole idea of trade barrier cannot really explain that. And as you can see, the tariff rate on various countries are really very arbitrary, right, including the Heard and McDonald's Islands, where no one actually lived on it, and still they're charged a 44% of tariff rate. Donald Trump said countries ripped off the U.S. So that gets to your question, right? What these countries have done, right, to be deserved to have the sort of accusation that they're ripping off the U.S. Trade deficit simply means you are enjoying more foreign goods and services than you send to the foreign country. So materially wise, right, when you think about real resources, this is actually a gain for the United States, right? And I think this is very interesting when you think about it. I think many countries in the world do not enjoy the same kinds of privilege as the United States, in the sense that if a country runs a trade deficit for years and decades, what happens is the countries will build up, trade imbalances, and the foreign debt is going to climb up. So eventually, this is going to bring adjustments either through the exchange rate devaluation or their domestic economy tanks, right, reduces the income and therefore help to adjust the balance of payment imbalances.
Well, this leads me to point out that China's right up there at the top of the list of nations that Donald Trump produced. And as much as, it's targeted based on the trade deficit, do you feel that there are some non-economic issues at play here in targeting China?
I think so. I think Donald Trump definitely has a wish list, and that's why he's been asking, actually, interestingly, right, requesting President Xi to call him to have a trade negotiations. So there are definitely some other economic related objectives that he wanted to get, or non-economic related objectives, such as he wants to acquire TikTok. He wants China to divest TikTok to US firms. So that's number one. Number two, he probably wants to really get President Xi Jinping's support to be able to get a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. He wants, President Xi to maybe exert certain pressures for Putin to, fast track some kinds of a deal, which he, as we all remember, on the campaign trail, he said, we'll end the war in 24 hours. And that has not been materialized. I think he is really, in a way, in a very timed timeline right now. He wants to get the deal done, but he was not able to. So I'm pretty sure that he wants China to help on that front. There are many other, even with Gaza situation, with North Korea. So all of these, I think, are some of the things that he would like to have China's support to achieve his goals. He's definitely also want to have broader Chinese markets. He wants to be able to, also have Chinese investments into U.S., even though that also is kind of inconsistent, right? On the one hand, he wants the Chinese companies to invest in the U.S. to create jobs, but at the same time, he has been really talking a lot of hostile kinds of policies towards Chinese companies, not allowing them to acquire certain companies or invest in certain fields and so on and so forth. But I think, long story short, yes, there are definitely other objectives that he wants to achieve with China. So he's using tariff as a leverage. But at the same time, I think he's also not sort of, he's not against the idea of a more sort of a long-term structural decoupling from China, given, Peter Navarro's consistent message or advice to Donald Trump.
And Dr. Liang, how does the synthetic opioid drug fentanyl fit into this whole US-China trade war? We hear about the fentanyl tariff, for example.
Yeah, excellent point. I think I forgot to mention that it's also another point that Donald Trump demands China to cooperate more on the fentanyl issues. And again, the accusation is basically China somehow not only not restrict these precursor to fentanyl to be exported, but China in some ways actually encourage it, right? The idea that Chinese government subsidize these producers and allow them basically to export these precursors to Mexico, to the drug cartels, and somehow then that gets into the United States. Well, I think China's position on this is very clear, right? China is willing to work with the United States for humanitarian causes. China does not believe this is really the fault of the Chinese. They don't believe that this is a justified accusation. These precursors could be used to manufacturing, drugs that are for cancer killing or for cancer patients. It could be used in a very legitimate way. And from China's point of view, is the U.S. government's own failure to stem, the demand for fentanyl, but also, the deals, right? The drug sort of transactions. So China's position is, yes, we're willing to help if you are coming from a respectful and sincere position. We're willing to help you, but this is not our fault. So I think China sees this as a very unjustified accusation, and also the tariff on top of that. So I think, in the recent days, they have been talking about if you continue to use this kind of a pressure campaign and, using such a hostile stance towards us, then we'll not cooperate going forward.
In a somewhat contradictory manner, Donald Trump also, as well as ramping up the tariffs against China, praises President Xi and describes him as a good friend. Do you feel that President Xi might see Donald Trump in the same way in any case?
Not at all. I think, fool me once, shame on me, right? Fool me twice, it's probably not going to happen. I think if you hear some of the policy advisors, at a higher level, you hear them talk about the takeaways that the Chinese leaders have since the first Trump administration. They believe that Donald Trump is not credible. They believe that he could easily renege on anything he said. His words do not match with his actions. So those are some of the lessons that these leaders have learned, I think, from the first term of Trump's administration. They also talk about other lessons, which is that Trump is going to continue to have a hostile stance with China. Trump is going to double down with the confrontations on economic front and possibly, other fronts against China. So China needs to be prepared. This is the second lesson that they learn, right? So the third lesson, according to them, is that China needs to compete from a position of strength. So what that means, it needs to bolster domestic economy. It needs to double down on its technological investments and advancements. And last but not least, trying to, again, work with international partners to, again, sort of build the kinds of cooperative relationships with the rest of the world. So I think those are the four lessons, according to some of the high-level policy advisors I've been talking about in Chinese social media, that, again, Donald Trump is not credible. We need to be ready for confrontations by bolstering domestic economy and by working with international partners.
Interesting you say that about Donald Trump not being credible from the advisors you speak to, with two such strong characters and so much pride at stake. Which of the two leaders do you expect to finally emerge with the most credibility?
Well, I think you're right. These two are both very strong men, right? They don't want to show any weakness. For Xi Jinping, I think in their calculation, if you show any weakness, then Donald Trump is going to step up. They're going to demand even more. There has been a phrase that has been, again, floating on the Chinese social media. It basically says, if you give Donald Trump 1 inch, he's gonna, take another foot, right? So I think, from China's point of view, it's not just that the leaders is worried about humiliation, but also really what are the parameters of these kinds of negotiations? Like what Donald Trump really wants, what would really make him back down?
Well, pretty soon after he announced the tariffs, he also then turned around and announced he would suspend tariffs for 90 days on most countries, and then said it was all part of his original plan, while others believe he was panicked because of the huge sell-off on treasury bonds. Now, when it comes down to it, does China view that decision made from a position of strength or weakness on the part of Donald Trump?
Well, first of all, it's very clear this was not the plan all along. There's so much evidence for that. So, for example, the USTR, the trade representative, Gira, he was actually testifying in front of the Congress for Donald Trump's tariff policy when the announcement came that the 90 days pause was, going to be implemented. So this trade representative was basically grilled by the congressman and saying that how, as a trade representative, that you have no idea that this 90-day pause was going to be in effect, right? So if Donald Trump really had this policy all along, his policy advisor would have known, his cabinet member would have known, right? His press secretary would have known, but none of these people seem to have this idea ahead of time. They all have been defending the policy and say, no, the pause was not in the consideration. And yet that was a pause, right? So it's clear this wasn't in the plan all along. Now, second, Donald Trump, he himself admitted people get yippee, right? So it's clear that he's responding, right, to these mounting pressures, not only from the stock market, right? The stock market fell by about 12% after the Liberation Day, before he announced the pause. The bonds market reacted in a very different way than in the past. The bond yields actually has been rising instead of falling, right? Because usually in times of uncertainty, when the economy is not doing well, when the stock market fell, investors will go for the more quality and safe assets, which is U.S. Treasuries, that usually bring down the yield. But now the yield actually was rising. And so that is very challenging for Donald Trump. He's worried about the federal, interest payment. He's worried about businesses' loans and consumer credits and so on and so forth. And then the dollar was actually weakening, right? And there was 3 million Americans protesting in the weekend after the Liberation Day announcements. So 3 million Americans out of 1,400 locations in the US, out of all 50 states and some other European, major cities. So there's so much mounting pressure from the economy that Donald Trump had to reconsider his position, right? Not to mention his billionaire friends, right? Jamie Dimon talked about how this tariff is a bad idea. Bill Ackman basically used the term, this is economic nuclear winter. And, his own cabinet member and billionaire Elon Musk is basically calling out his top trade advisor, Peter Navarro, as a moron. So again, all of these are the economic and political pressure for Donald Trump to back down. And this wasn't his strategy all along at all. He used the excuse that 75 countries had come to ask for negotiation as an off-ramp. But literally, he's responding, I think, in a very arbitrary and abrupt way to the reactions from the economy, from, again, political constituents and so on.
Well, Dr. Liang, just a quick thought on the dollar itself, as you indicated there, the position of it. There's always been the assumption that the US would never run out of dollars. Do you believe that supposition is still true today? Or could there be, in reality, in such uncertain times, a change in that circumstance?
Well, that's a great question. I think there are two parts to this. Very quickly, one is, yes, the U.S. will not run out of the dollars. The U.S. is a monopoly of the dollar issuance. The U.S. always had the way to create dollars, and that has been confirmed by multiple central bankers in the U.S. And also it's been discovered, right, by Elon Musk, this magic money computers, right? So the U.S. as a sovereign government, it's able to issue its own currency. That's for sure. But second is, I think the more relevant question here is that will the rest of the world continue to receive the dollar willingly in exchange for the real goods and services? Then I think that is a real question. I think, again, Donald Trump has made it much harder for countries to trade, to export to the U.S., but it also kind of invites countries to rethink about what are the benefits of continue with the current trade relationships where they receive the dollar, which again, the U.S. credibility is very low. The dollar value may not uphold given what is happening. And so there is a question of whether or not countries will continue to want to send their real goods and services to the U.S. in exchange for the dollar. So I think there will be interesting, I think, reset, right, when it comes to the global financial system, when it comes to dollar's hegemonic position, right, as a reserve currency.
On that note, the BRICS countries, including Brazil, Russia, India, and China, have talked about having an alternative currency to the dollar in order to be able to trade between themselves. Considering the current tariff war and the economic upheaval, how much is that still a reality?
Well, I think that goes back to the very beginning, right? The so-called strategic opportunity. I do think that countries have the intention and now heightened interest to build an alternative trading system. And of course, alternative payment system would be very helpful and necessary even to facilitate the kinds of alternative trading and investment system. I don't think that these countries will really come up with a alternative currency, so to speak, but I do think that they would come up with some kinds of a different clearing system. So then when countries trade with each other, they don't have to use the dollar. They could use their local currency, but have a clearing system that would allow them to trade in their local currencies, or they could have a common clearing unit that again would allow them to clear each other's trade balances to bypass the dollar. So I think this is a great opportunity. Indonesia has just joined as a new member, and there are many other major trading partners, trading countries in the world have been considering either joining or they're in a sort of a waiting in the queue. So I do think that this is a great opportunity for countries to build this alternative system with BRICS and even broaden it, right, to have even broader circles that include more global South countries. And I wouldn't be surprised as China now is negotiating with Spain and European unions. I believe many other countries, Xi Jinping is going to visit Cambodia, Vietnam, and Malaysia in the next few days. So I think there are a lot more sort of efforts, right, to be made, how to continue to trade with each other, even without, the participation of the United States.
On that point of China being getting closer to Europe, it seems, the European Union didn't react with the retaliatory moves to the tariffs. And I wonder if you think that that now looks like a smart move, or perhaps they were just a bit slow in being organized.
Well, I think there are a couple barriers, I think, for European unions to really think more strategically about how to deal with this, right? I mean, they have had this long, deep-seated alliance with the United States. And so it's a very difficult, I think, moment for them to realize the relationship is no longer the same as what it was in the past, 80 years. But I think it is at the point where they really need to rethink. I think J.D. Vance's speech at the Munich Security Summit is really a wake-up call for the Europeans, that the U.S. seems to be willing at this point to abandon the kind of traditional alliance with the European partners. And this tariff, I think, is also a clear indication of that the U.S. is going to upend the post-war, neoliberal economic system. So I think for Europe, it's a time-tested, I think, decision-making moment. Some European leaders seem to have that sort of reflective moment and understand it cannot continue to rely on the United States, not only as an economic partner, but also as a security partner. And so they actively seek for alternatives. But I think there are still some European leaders seem to still being sort of a nostalgia. They're still hoping that U.S. would return, right? And I think they're still seeing somehow China as a threat, not as a partner, which I think, again, at this point, it's a very absurd idea to see China as a threat, right? China is not a security threat. China is not an economic threat. China could be a fruitful partner as far as economic relationships are concerned.
And what do these tariffs and this tariff war mean for big U.S. companies like Apple and Tesla that have such a big stake in the Chinese economy?
You're absolutely right. These companies have been profiting really handsomely from the Chinese markets. They are also utilizing the Chinese supply chain to be able to produce their output in a very cost-effective way and sell to the global markets. I think, you hear Tim Cook, who has been talking about the reason that they have to stay in China is not because labor cost is cheap. It's because China is the only country that has the kinds of infrastructure and also kind of tooled engineers, the skilled workers that were able to support the large scale and very precision kind of production that Apple requires. So what that means are twofold. One is that with the recent rising hostility, right, especially you hear J.D. Vance said, we're borrowing from the Chinese peasants and to buy the products Chinese peasants made. I think, this really triggered a lot of reactions among the Chinese consumers in various Chinese social medias. You hear them push back and feel really offended about these kinds of rhetorics. So I think that Apple or any sort of the U.S. companies will have a harder time now to sell their products within China. Their competitive advantage has already been eroding, right? These days in China, there's so many good Chinese-made cell phones like Xiaomi, like Huawei. Apple has already, met with all these competitors, right? Now, I think this just adds more salt to the wound. It will be more difficult for them to sell at the Chinese market. So I think this will create very difficult scenario for the U.S. multinational corporations. Even if they move their production to other countries, as I mentioned earlier, other countries like India, like Vietnam, cannot be a complete substitute for China. The scale and the quality of the production is simply, unmatched, by these countries. So it will create a very difficult situation, I think, for these multinational corporations.
On the note of Tesla, there's been reputational damage as well, of course, as the risk in terms of its attachment to the Chinese economy, hasn't there?
Right. I think that's another very salient example, as you mentioned, right? It's not just the cell phones, not just Apple, but Tesla. They already had fierce competition from the Chinese-made EVs. Many of them are, in many ways more preferred by the Chinese consumers in terms of the price, in terms of the quality, in terms of the user features, and so on and so forth. So they already see their sales declining in China's market, and also I think global markets. Now I think with all these backlashes when it comes to the tariff and when it comes to Trump's administration's hostile stance towards China, and of course Elon Musk is one major cabinet member of Donald Trump. I do think there will a lot of sentiments, perverse sentiments against Elon Musk and also his products in China. So again, none of this is conducive to the businesses of these U.S. multinationals.
And a quick thought about TikTok. What has the so-called Liberation Day announcement done to the plans or proposal to have TikTok sold to an American buyer?
So I think at this point, China does not have appetite to really consider divesting TikTok, giving, again, the lack of trust, the lack of credibility, the lack of parameters of the negotiations with the United States. You also hear in the recent days, Scott Bessent talking about the possibility of delisting Chinese companies from the U.S. stock markets. So if this sort of trend continues, I would see less and less opportunity for the two parties to come together and have some kinds of negotiations. It seems that the tension keeps rising. And I think that's part of the, I think it's where the Trump administration is really trying to doubling down, right? It's really remarkable when it comes to Trump's sort of a plan. His plan A is let's exert maximum pressure and, get the negotiations done. But when this didn't materialize, instead of look for a plan B, all he does is to go back to plan A and try to double down. And this is not going to go anywhere, unfortunately. So at this point, I think it's very difficult to see how the TikTok plan or any of the trade negotiations will move the relationship towards a better direction.
Also, the Chinese economy has been somewhat hampered by issues and failures in the real estate market. And I wonder, how much does that impede President Xi's ability to stay strong in the battle?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. The housing market was a drag on the economy, both because it directly reduces investment, but also it reduces the consumers' confidence and their household wealth. So all of these, reduce the GDP growth. But there are signs that the market is stabilizing and the government is going to, provide more fiscal and monetary support to help to cushion, this market. And so I do have the confidence that, as we also mentioned earlier, the direct trade with the U.S. is actually not a huge contributor to the Chinese GDP. So what that means is that there will be hit on the Chinese economy, but there will be ways to at least cushion it, Even if China is not able to, let's say, grow at 5%, I don't think they will deviate very far from the target, giving all these policy toolkits that are still at the disposal of the Chinese government.
In a nutshell, how important is this moment for China's place on the world stage?
Right. So going back to what I said earlier, I think, again, there are many analysts say this is a golden opportunity for China, Donald Trump is exiting from the global system, be it climate change initiatives or World Health or aid or now trading system. So what that means is that, when the current, incumbent leader is exiting, vacating from this global system, it pretty much opened up the opportunity for China to play a major role, if not a leadership role. And so, again, as I mentioned earlier, you have seen China being very proactive these days, talking with European counterparts, visiting, Southeast Asia partners, and continue on with China's, 3 initiatives: global development initiative, civilization initiative, and security initiatives. So I think the direction that China has set for itself decades ago will only be accelerated because of Donald Trump's moves. So I think China will seize opportunity, and it will continue to assume positive and stable role in the global system. So I think that this will be a benefit for not only China but the rest of the world. I do think that in this kind of very turbulent, tumultuous time, it is helpful for China to play a more stabilizing role and build that alternative system to facilitate trade, investment, payment system, aid climate change initiatives, and so on and so forth.
A final thought, Dr. Liang. What chance is there in the coming weeks we might see Donald Trump and Xi Jinping having a cup of tea or perhaps a Diet Coke or something in the Oval Office with a warm embrace, having finally reached a deal?
Yeah, well, I mean, I wanted to be optimistic, but I think having a tea either in Zhongnanhai or in the Oval Office, it's very unlikely, according to my crystal ball. Of course, I have one, right? But I think I would not rule out the possibility that both sides pick up the phone and start talking. Right now, I think the most practical barrier is that Xi Jinping wants to have more lower level negotiations, and then he and Trump can, sort of seal the deal, because he wants to have certainty before, he appears to reach a deal with Trump, where Trump seemed to want to start with the very high level. He wants to have a direct phone call with Xi Jinping and talk through, this trade deal. So I think that now is probably the sort of barrier for both sides to reach any agreements in a very practical way. So we'll see. I think, again, for me, China has already made the position very clear. We open for negotiation, and we will ignore any further escalation of tariff because there's no point to do that. And when you look at Donald Trump, right, when China slapped back the 84% tariff, Trump already said, well, we will terminate any trade negotiations. But then he backed down and said, we are waiting for the call. So I do think that Trump is probably going to be the one who backed down first. But of course, he is going to find an excuse. He's going to find a pretext that would seem that he was the one who can claim victory, or at least not the one who lose first, right? Who blink first.
Dr. Yang Liang, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, no problem. Well, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate that.
And that's it for now. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments and thoughts. I'm Riz Khan. From me and the team, thanks for being with us. We'll see you next time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Donald Trump called it the worst deal in history, but can he strike a better one? Iran's nuclear program is back under the microscope, with the US threatening military action if a new deal isn't struck. So, could the region be heading for another war? And which countries are agitating from the sidelines? It's all coming up here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Maximum concessions using maximum pressure. That's the US strategy to force Iran into signing away its nuclear capabilities.
They're not going to have one. And if we have to do something very harsh, we'll do it. And I'm not doing it for us, I'm doing it for the world. And these are radicalized people, and they cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Does that include a potential strike on Iranian nuclear facilities?
Of course it does.
President Trump ripped up the 2015 nuclear deal during his first term in office. Now, in his second term, he wants a new one. But just how successful will his maximum pressure strategy be, especially when you have agitations like this from a US ally on the sidelines?
We agree that Iran will not have nuclear weapons. This can be done in an agreement, but only if this agreement is a Libya-style agreement. That we go in, blow up the facilities, dismantle all the equipment under American supervision and American execution.
On Counterpoints today, we'll debate if nuclear negotiations can prevent a regional war. Is the Netanyahu government trying to lure the US into another conflict? And if a nuclear deterrent is really a myth after all. Stay with us. To discuss the US-Iran nuclear talks and the prospects of another conflict in the Middle East, I'm joined by Syed Hussein Mousavian, who's a former senior nuclear negotiator for Iran and currently a Middle East security and nuclear policy specialist at Princeton University. Jonathan Conricus, a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defence of Democracies and a former international spokesperson for the Israeli Defence Forces. And rounding out our panel, Scott Horton, an American international affairs expert, author and host of The Scott Horton Show. Gentlemen, thank you and welcome to Counterpoints. President Trump has put a 2-month time limit on the nuclear talks. After that, he says, he's going to swap diplomacy for direct attacks on Iran. The sticking point appears to be whether Iran should be allowed to continue low-level enrichment activities in order to generate civilian power supply. But then that would mirror the 2015 nuclear deal, and Trump is adamant that he can strike a better one. So, Syed, Iran has previously agreed to a deal with the US, which was revoked by President Trump in his first administration. Why do you think he's trying to revive a deal now, at this current juncture of geopolitics?
I believe Iran always has been ready, regardless of who is president in the US. Iran has been ready to comply fully with non-proliferation treaty, which permits the member states to enjoy peaceful nuclear technology and abandon to have nuclear bomb. And Iran always has been ready to negotiate with the US, with Europe, with the world powers to have a deal based on non-proliferation treaty. It was the same during Obama. It was the same during President Biden, and it is the same during President Trump. It doesn't matter. I think more it matters, it depends to the United States, whether they want a deal with Iran based on international law, regulations, which is non-proliferation treaty, or they do not want, and they want to impose limits far beyond international rules and regulations.
Jonathan, what do you think? Do you think it's the same under any president, or are we seeing a revival of this deal now in President Trump's second term because he wants to be seen as a deal maker, because Israel is prompting him to? Why do you think it's happening now?
Yeah, what I fear is happening is that the cunning Iranians are going to fool a second American administration. They fooled the Obama administration into a very bad deal in 2015. And according to leaks to the media and interviews, currently what I am concerned with is that the cunning Iranians are fooling a second American administration, and they will, by negotiations, eventually pave their way towards having nuclear weapons. I think what has stayed the same are the sinister intentions of the Islamic Republic, their horrible behavior in the region, their imperialism and state sponsoring of terrorism, and of course, their nefarious intentions to try to achieve nuclear weapons, completely against what we hear them say officially. But I think it has been proven so many times that the Iranians, they speak, but they lie, and they are very good at deceiving. But at the end of the day, that hasn't changed. And I think that that is my main source of concern now, that they look set to sweet talk and outsmart a second American administration.
Sayed, I'm going to get you to respond to what Jonathan has said, but first of all, I want to bring Scott in so that all of our panellists have an equal say in this first round. What do you think, Scott? Is Iran fooling the US a second time round, as Jonathan says?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I wouldn't take the word of any politician, especially a theocrat, about anything. But the point here is whether we can have an agreement that can be verified. And the fact of the matter is the Iranians mastered the uranium enrichment fuel cycle 20 years ago. And for the most part, they've only enriched up to 3.6%. And they've gone up to higher percentages of purity of 235 in more recent years as part of their diplomacy, playing hardball and trying to get America to go back to the agreement. But essentially, ever since W. Bush declared Iran part of the axis of evil in 2002, their policy has been to open up their books and say, listen, we're not making nuclear weapons, and you can double extra verify that all day long, so you have no pretext for war here. Now, there's a catch, which is that it's really a latent nuclear weapons deterrent is what they have. It's the same as Brazil and Japan, where everybody knows they could make nuclear weapons, but right now they're not. And so it's sort of a standoff where if America doesn't attack them, they won't make nukes. And they won't make nukes if America doesn't attack them. And so if everything, in other words, if we had just stayed within the deal that Trump himself tore up in 2018, we would be right where we had been in 2018, which was a deal where they exported their stockpile of enriched uranium to France, and France would then give them the fuel rods for their electricity program. So they didn't even have a stockpile built up of enriched uranium in the country to even be able to make a nuclear weapon with. And this was the main purpose of the deal, was to lengthen the so-called breakout time so that if the Ayatollah did decide to make a nuke, it would take him more than a year to be able to get one together. And America, of course, would have time to launch a war against them before that. But I think it's not a matter of trusting anything that the Iranian regime says. It's a matter of trusting the IAEA inspectors who can verify the non-diversion of nuclear material to any military purpose.
OK, Sayed, let me throw it back to you to respond to what Jonathan was saying. Is Iran trying to fool the US administration and is trying to make a nuclear weapon? And also respond to what Scott was talking about. Do we need the IAEA to make sure that Iran is sticking to the deal?
What Jonathan says, Iran is trying to fool the US. I think it is easy to find out and to understand whether Israel is trying to fool the US or Iran. It was Israel who fooled the US in 2002. You remember Prime Minister Netanyahu came to US Congress and publicly, officially told every U.S. Congress members that Israel has weapons of mass destruction and the U.S. should attack Israel and Israel should attack Iraq because Saddam has weapons of mass destruction. And Israel pushed the U.S. The U.S. attacked Iraq under the umbrella of WMD, weapons of mass destruction, destroyed Iraq, and thousands of Americans, they were either killed or injured, trillions of dollars of damages. Ultimately, it became clear there was no weapons of mass destruction, and Israelis, they lied. And the second fact is that if you go to check Israeli official statements from 1990, you will find every year one Israeli official, at least one, has said Iran is going to have nuclear bomb in 1 or 2 years. for 30, 40 years, this is exactly what Israelis are saying, what Jonathan said. Iran is going to have nuclear bomb in 1 or 2 years. It is not something new. You can find in every newspaper, media. It is easily to find. It has been 40 years of lies to international community that Iran is going to have nuclear bomb in 1 or 2. About what also Israeli policy is very clear. Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday said the only nuclear deal would be accepted for Israel is based on Libya model. What was Libya model? Libya model was to dismantle a Libyan nuclear industry. The moment Libyan nuclear industry was dismantled, then Libya was attacked and Libya was destroyed. I mean, this is exactly what they did about Iraq. I mean, this is Israeli policy. It is clear, and they are following the same policy for Iran. They publicly say, they officially say, attack Iran to dismantle Iranian nuclear program. Exactly, they are open to say to international community like Libya. It means dismantle and then attack Iran.
Jonathan, you've been gesturing, Jonathan. I know you want to respond. Jump in. Please, feel free, guests, to, if you hear something that you don't agree with, feel free to interject. Jonathan, what do you have to say?
Yeah, I'll try to keep it civilized and not to interrupt, because we have a slow signal here and I don't think it would be very useful to interrupt. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to respond here. You know, it is, I'd like to first and foremost speak about verification and inspection. International agency was mentioned, and I think we should be on the record and be correct, sir. The Atomic Agency itself has indicated that it has absolutely no visibility over what Iran is doing, how much it is enriching, and how far the Iranians have gone in terms of weaponization. This is clear.
But that's a consequence of America leaving the deal.
No, please, sir. Please, sir, don't interrupt, because I didn't interrupt you, even though I think that you said incorrect things, and I think it'll be best if we don't interrupt each other. I waited for my turn. I think the Atomic Agency has been prevented and there has been sabotage by the Iranians to prevent the Atomic Agency from monitoring their centrifuges, and there have been cameras that have been cut and removed by the Iranian regime, and this has been going on for months. And today, the Atomic Agency acknowledges that there is zero visibility, and in fact, the Atomic Agency does not know the level of advancement of the advanced centrifuges and how much weapons-grade material the Iranians have enriched. That's number one. Number two, when it comes, you know, if a person from outer space was listening to this conversation, it might be confused and think that Israel is the source of instability here. And let's keep one thing clear. Iran is an imperialistic, theocratic, terror-supporting regime that spreads violence and chaos in the Middle East. Israel is in its homeland, defending itself against terror organizations and proxies that are funded by the theocratic, evil, imperialistic Iranian regime that is using money, petrodollars, against the U.S. sanctions, by the way, but that is using money to promote terrorism instead of investing in Iran. And we're
going to be focusing on Israel and international countries' sideline talks with both Iran and the US coming up in our next segment. But I want to go to you, Scott. You had something to say. Give us your statement, and then obviously, Sayed, we're going to come to you for reaction. Scott, go ahead.
Well, the gentleman from FDD is right that the Iranians have scaled back their cooperation with international inspectors. But if you look carefully at the agreement of 2018, they actually stipulated in the agreement that if America breaks the agreement and withdraws from the JCPOA, that Iran then has the right under the agreement to reduce their cooperation with the inspectors. That's actually in the deal. So Iran is still in the deal with all the rest of the members of the UN Security Council. The JCPOA is not completely dead, but just America has broken the deal. And it's actually part of the deal that says that they can respond if America breaks the deal, that they can then respond by curtailing their inspections. What we're talking about here is whether Trump and his government can get a new deal with the Ayatollah, in which case, obviously, just like in the case of the previous deal, they have to have openness and inspections, or else the old sanctions regime snaps back into place, as was the old deal under the JCPOA, and was agreed by China and Russia and the rest of America's allies on the UN Security Council as well. And so he's talking about in the dark days of America and Iran not getting along at all, and America under Donald Trump back in 2018 breaking the deal, and the consequences of that things aren't perfect. But that's the whole point of getting back in the deal. And the reality is the Ayatollah has shown, and look, the Director of National Intelligence just put out the new threat assessment in February, where American intelligence, as they have ever since 2007, have reaffirmed that Iran has not made the political decision to begin to try to make nuclear weapons. They are holding on to their latent deterrent, and that has been good enough for them so far. And we should seek to sign a new deal with them, similar to the JCPOA, that permanently ensconces that position, rather than what's the alternative? The alternative is no inspections and more threats and eventually war in the name of preempting a nuclear weapons program that right now does not exist.
So that's going to be my question to Syed before we move on to talk specifically about Israel, Russia, China and their involvement in this deal. I want to ask you, Syed, President Trump has given this a 2-month timeline. How close do you think the region is to a war if a deal can't be struck? Is the US serious? Are they really going to strike Iranian nuclear facilities?
It depends whether President Trump would follow Prime Minister Netanyahu's policy. If he follows, we will be close to war. If he follows the international community, we will have a nuclear deal soon, because there is only one country pushing the US to attack Iran. All other countries, China, Russia, Europe, even President Trump, Canada, all countries, they want peaceful nuclear agreement with Iran based on international rules and regulations, which would guarantee Iran with no nuclear bomb. This is international community. Internationally, all countries, they are united except one country, which is Israel, which is saying to attack Iran, attack Iran, attack Iran for many, many years. This is not something new. But the fact is that Iran is a member of NPT and Israel is not. Iran does not have nuclear bomb. And the only country in the Middle East with hundreds of nuclear bombs is Israel, not Iran. Iran is the most inspected country by the IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, compared to any other country member of IAEA. Israel has not given one permission to inspect its nuclear facilities. And more important, JCPOA was the most comprehensive agreement during the history of non-proliferation. This is a consensus by all nuclear scientists internationally. And Iran accepted the highest level of transparency measures, intrusive inspections, and even the most limits on its nuclear program, which no other member of NPT has ever accepted. And Iran fully complied for 3 years. It was the US withdrew, and it was Prime Minister Netanyahu who publicly said, I convinced President Trump to withdraw from the nuclear deal. Therefore, we should see where is the source of the problem.
Jonathan, I know you want to respond. That smile on your face tells me you've got a counterpoint.
Yeah, I think we need to keep in mind who we're talking about here, because the sweet-talking professor may confuse people into thinking that the Islamic Republic of Iran is a peace-loving, benign nation with no nefarious activities in the region. Far from it. There is a countdown clock in Palestine Square in eastern Tehran that is counting down from the year 2040. I've seen pictures of it, and maybe the professor has driven around that square as well. It is counting down from the year 2040 because that is when the Iranian regime intends to annihilate Israel, wipe Israel off the map. And as an Israeli who intends to continue to live in his ancestral homeland, I have no intention, and I don't think that any Israeli should have any willingness to see that vision, that Iranian dream turn into reality. Now, for the Iranian regime, the theocratic, oppressive, barbarian Iranian regime to achieve nuclear military capabilities, that would of course be an aspiration of the Iranian regime. And it is no surprise that Israel is the country that puts it front and center of its national security to prevent Iran from achieving such a thing, because we know that we would be the target. And that is why Israel is not waiting for the Iranians to sweet-talk their way into negotiations and out of negotiations. And that is why Israel wants to take strong, real measures against Iran. Regarding inspections, I wish that inspectors had been able to reach a certain warehouse in the outskirts of Tehran and uncover the illicit Iranian weapons program. Reportedly, Israeli Mossad agents did it, and they got there, and they discovered that the Iranians lied, continued to lie, and are still lying about the real intentions of the nuclear program. It is not benign, it is not peaceful, it is not in accordance with international law and stipulations, as the professor would have you believe. It is a weapons program that, if it is completed, would be in the hands of a theocratic, crazy, oppressive, and terror-supporting regime. And as long as Israel exists, whoever is the prime minister, I think that isn't something that Israel or Israelis or any other peace-loving country should allow to happen.
So we should remind our viewers that Iran denies that it is proliferating nuclear weapons. So far, the IAEA says that although they are enriching uranium to a much higher level that they did before the nuclear deal was torn up, they aren't at that stage yet. But let's move on to some international interventions here. Iran has accused Israel of seeking to undermine and disrupt the diplomatic process to open the way for military action. Israel's Prime Minister has openly spoken about wanting to destroy Iran's nuclear facilities and wants the US's help in that, something that the US obviously, if we listened to President Trump, seems very willing to do. So, Scott, as an outside perspective, I suppose, because we're obviously going to go to Jonathan and Syed with their very distinct views, but with more of a broader perspective, what's your take on it? Do you get the sense that Israel is trying to drag the US into a war with Iran? Is that a very real possibility?
Yes, it's been a very real possibility for a long time. And, I appreciate that the Foundation for Defense of Democracies is just going ahead and hiring outright Israeli nationals to represent them. I hope it's clear to the American people here that none of this has anything to do with America first. This is all Israel instead. This is Israel, a foreign nation that is of no use to the United States whatsoever. We get nothing of benefit out of our relationship with them whatsoever. This is their security concerns. And we're supposed to go to another massive Middle East war, another disastrous Middle East war, to protect a foreign country that we don't even have a treaty of alliance with in any way. And Jonathan says that Iran is a giant imperialist power in the Middle East. Well, the worst thing they've done in the 21st century was take Baghdad after George W. Bush handed it to them based on the lies of Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel's neoconservative fifth column in the United States that said that if we overthrew Saddam Hussein, that would get America dominance over the Iraqi Shia, and then they would dominate the Iranians. A free Iraq would be a nightmare for Iran, is what David Wormser said. So this was all about breaking Iran's ability to back Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. And then what happened instead? Instead, Iran's best friends now rule Baghdad. The guys from the Supreme Islamic Council and the Dawa Party, who had lived in Iran for 20 years before W. Bush came and invaded and ensconced them in power in that horrific 8-year war that America fought in the early part of this century. So the second worst thing they did, the thing that benefited Iranian power more than any other thing other than the Iraq war, was Obama's dirty war in Syria, which just forced the Syrian regime to be more dependent on Hezbollah and Iran, and for 15 years became even more dependent on Iran until al-Qaeda finally overthrew the government in Damascus and sacked Damascus last December. So supporting Israel's interests in trying to stick it to the Iranians has done nothing but backfire and, one, strengthen Iran at Israel's expense, but also just waste nothing but American lives and money this whole time for nothing. And listen, there's a real reason why the Pentagon told W. Bush back in 2007 that they don't want to attack Iran. It's because Iran is 4 times bigger than Iraq. It's got 3 times the population, massive mountain ranges and so forth, and unlike Iraq, had not been bombed and blockaded for a decade leading up to the war. And so they have the ability to defend themselves in a way that would be extraordinarily costly for the United States if we start this war. We have troops in Kuwait, in Bahrain, in Qatar, and in Saudi Arabia, all within Iranian missile range. And they're all supposed to die for Israel? No. America first.
Sayed, I'm going to come to you, but before I do, I just want to give right of reply to Jonathan. Is it less America first, Israel instead?
There are so many inaccuracies, fallacies, and lies in what the gentleman said. I struggle to start, but I'll just say this. Israel has never asked for anybody to do its fighting for it. On the contrary, what we ask for and what we need is weapons, but we never ask anybody to fight for us. We never asked anybody to take out the Iraqi nuclear reactor in 1982. By the way, it was condemned at the time, and afterwards many countries thanked us. We never asked anybody to take action against the Syrian nuclear reactor in 2007, and we did so by ourselves. We have never asked anybody to defend us in the almost countless wars that have been waged against Israel by our Arab neighbors. And we haven't asked U.S. troops to defend us against Hezbollah, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, or the Iranian Revolutionary Guard that have been attacking Israel since October 7 and, of course, before that. So to say that Israel is dragging anybody is, I would say, intellectually dishonest. Israel is defending itself, and I think Israel is doing a tremendous job of being a staunch and loyal American ally in the Middle East, being a steadfast ally that doesn't waver and stays committed to the U.S. and continues to support U.S. interest in the region. There are many countries that have second thoughts, that are perhaps flirting with the Chinese or flirting with the Russians. Israel does not do that. And Israel, I think, if anything, only does good to the foreign interest and the national security of the state of the United States. Now, last point that I think is very important to keep in mind here, for the gentleman sitting in the U.S. or wherever it is, and for people watching it from other places, this could be an academic exercise. For Israelis, it is not. We are living in an existential threat that is generated by the Islamic Republic of Iran. We are fighting Iranian proxies. We're fighting, dismantling, and we will soon be defeating Iranian proxies every day. Everywhere we look, whether it's south, north, and northeast, we see Iranian flags, we see the Revolutionary Guard, we see Hezbollah, we see Islamic Jihad, and we see Hamas, and we see Iranian advisors trying to kill Israelis or to use Arabs in order to do so. So to claim that we are the aggressors is very much far from the truth. And I think that it should be clear here that the Iranians are trying to buy time in order to shield themselves from an Israeli retaliation against their aggression. After the Iranians attacked Israel twice, Israel responded. And I think the Iranians know very well that now is not a good time for the Iranians to be tough. Now now is a good time for the Iranians to use their diplomatic skills, and hands down, I think they are the best negotiators in the world. I give them credit sincerely for being that, and perhaps the professor should be given respect for that as well. But at the end of the day, I think we're coming to a close, and I will complete. I think we're coming to really money time here. The Iranians are trying to buy time, and that window of opportunity is closing. And just to be clear, Israel isn't asking for anybody to do its dirty work for it. We will continue to defend ourselves by ourselves.
Okay. Syed, I want to bring you in. Scott, just really briefly. Go ahead.
Yeah, very briefly. The huge New York Times story from a week and a half ago was about how Israel was shocked and dismayed that Donald Trump had told them, no, we're not going to bomb Iran for you. We're going to seek negotiations instead. He says that Israel isn't trying to get America to attack Iran for them. Why don't you read the newspaper record, man? It's the giant story right there from a week and a half ago. Adam Entus helped write it.
Wow. So if it was written in the New York Times,
Ronan Bergman, the Israeli journalist, helped write it.
Yes, so what? So if it was written in the New York Times, I have to believe it's truth. You want me to give a list of falsehoods and lies that have later been corrected that were published front and center of the New York Times? I could speak for hours about the inaccuracies and fallacies of the New York Times. So excuse me if I'm not impressed at whatever is written.
Okay, the rest of the audience can read it for themselves.
Especially... Yeah, they can read for themselves and everybody will judge. And I think more and more people read and they decide that it is not credible, especially when it comes to Israel.
Okay, Syed, let me bring you in here.
Bergman helped write it, and he's very close to Israeli intelligence. Everyone knows that.
Syed, let me ask you, what is your take on this? Give me the sense of what's being debated, but also I want to ask you this. On the flip side of all the criticism or discussion perhaps of whether or not Israel is trying to play the US, there has also been criticism from the US and Israel about Iran talking with Russia and China before each new round of negotiation, that it's not negotiating in good faith and it's making the negotiators nervous about perhaps they are also being played by some of the other big superpowers. So react to what some of our guests have said, but also respond to that question for me.
First of all, China and Russia, they are member of United Nations Security Council. They are member of Iran nuclear deal, and Iran is negotiating with the US, with Europe, with Russia, with China, with all members of United Nations Security Council based on the nuclear deal JCPOA. Second, in addition to 5 permanent members of United Nations Security Council, Iran is in permanent and very active consultation, dialogue, and cooperation with the regional countries, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain, Emirates, keeping them posted on the nuclear talks. They are negotiating, discussing the nuclear issue with the neighboring countries. Therefore, it has nothing to do with whether Iran is going to do something separate with Russia and China against the West, because the recent statement by Iranian foreign minister, he invited Europe to have dialogue with Europe also. This is number one. Number two, Iranian nuclear crisis started in 2003. Since then, in every season, the IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, has issued a statement or a report on Iran. You would see in every report since 2003 saying that there is no evidence of diversion toward weaponization in the Iranian nuclear program. Every report without exception. If this is IAEA, I mean, if we are committed to international rules, regulations, organization, this is the IAEA statement. This is number one. Number two, almost each 2-3 years, the United States security organizations, they have publicly, officially said there is no evidence of diversion toward weaponization in Iranian nuclear program. It is only Israel who is repeating this claim since 1990, non-stop. This is number one. Number two, whether Iran is really the source of instability in the region. I mean, we have seen during last 2 years, Israel destroyed Gaza. Over 200,000 people either killed, injured, Palestinians, 2 million people displaced. Israel every day is attacking Lebanon, Syria, Iraq. And before, frankly speaking, it was the US who launched war on Iraq and Afghanistan, NATO on Libya. The source of instability in the region, we should accept these wars has been the source of instability. Now, the US has come to conclusion.
That is rich to come from
another war
official.
in the Middle East
really
is
rich.
not in the national interest of United States. Americans, they do not want to go to another war in this region.
That is super rich.
I'm talking, Jonathan, I'm talking. You were supposed not to talk, and I'm
just
talking.
Preposterous. That
Americans, they have reached to the conclusion war is not in the interest of...
Jonathan, just let Syed finish, and then we'll come to you for reaction.
Countries in the region, they do not want war. Nobody wants war. Ultimately, whether we want to have a peaceful deal or war, if we are going to have peaceful deal, the criteria should be non-proliferation treaty. The criteria should be International Atomic Energy Agency, and Iran has proved during JCPOA that they are ready to give the highest level of transparency measures to IAEA to have open nuclear program. They proved in 3 years, and now they are ready. That's why I think everybody should push. And at the end, I should also mention, I have always opposed calls either by Iranians to destroy Israel or Israelis to destroy Iran. I have always been supportive of two-state solution, and calling for destroy Iranians, Israelis, or Israelis, Iranians is against United Nations Security Charter. And it is Israel who has opposed two-state solution. If Israelis, they would have accepted two-state solution, we could have Israel-Palestine 8 years ago. The source of the mother of crisis in the Middle East is the Palestinian-Israeli crisis, and it is because Israel has denied every United Nations Security Council since 8 years ago, hundreds of United Nations Security Council resolutions on two-state resolution, and now again Israel is saying no Palestinian state. This is the source of the problem. Destroying Gaza, 2 million people, really has nothing to do with Iran.
Jonathan, is that the source of the problem? Could this have all been avoided?
Yeah, of course, it could have been avoided if those pesky Jews would have agreed to die or to be killed by jihadis.
Not what Syed is saying, though, is it?
Well, I will get to it. It is extremely rich to hear from a former Iranian official now enjoying pasture at an American university, to be hearing lectures about what the source of instability in the region is, and to blame Israel for it. Israel, unfortunately, is facing attacks by various terror organizations, almost all of them funded by the Islamic Republic of Iran. To make one thing very clear, even the most extreme Israeli politicians, I do not remember a single one saying, we want to destroy Iran. On the contrary, I can give you a long list of elected and appointed officials in Iran, members of parliament, members of the Revolutionary Guard, commanders of the army, and of course the head of state, the supreme leader himself, who not only speak about that they want to destroy the state of Israel, but actively engage in it and call on others to do so. And I think that if we are, tethered by reality and truth here, at least you should acknowledge that it is Iran that is the aggressor. It is Iran that is supplying weapons and money and political guidance to terror organizations in the Middle East, wreaking havoc in Syria, in Lebanon, in Gaza, in Yemen, in Iraq. and partially in Afghanistan as well.
Okay, we're almost out of time, so let me turn it over to Scott for a final comment. Scott, what do you think about what Jonathan's just said? Is Iran the aggressor?
Well, I mean, first of all, Israel's not a state in the Union. So I don't care about Israel or Israel's national security concerns whatsoever. I'm from Texas. I'm from the United States of America, and I'm an American patriot. And Israel has their own problems. America could have normalized relations with Iran back in 1993, which, by the way, after the revolution, Israel kept getting along with Iran. Remember when Ronald Reagan sold the missiles? It was through Israel during Iran-Contra. And right when America was finally ready to start getting along with Iran in 1993 was when Yitzhak Rabin, the Israeli prime minister, turned their policy around and started demonizing them instead. America, in fact, even Ronald Reagan's Secretary of State, Alexander Haig, wanted to work on a deal to build an oil pipeline across Iran in the early 90s to begin to warm up American relations. That was 35 years ago. We could have normalized relations with Iran. Zbigniew Brzezinski, who had egg all over his face from the Iranian Revolution, took place on his watch, the hostage crisis and the rest, when he worked for Jimmy Carter. By the early 90s, he said it's time to get along with the Iranians, build an oil pipeline across Iran, and open up relations. And it was the Israel lobby who absolutely insisted that this could not happen and insisted instead on this ridiculous dual containment policy, which meant Bill Clinton had to keep the bases in Saudi Arabia for his entire presidency, which was the leading cause of the September 11th attack against the United States in turning America's al-Qaeda mercenaries against our own country.
Jonathan, have a quick response to that before we give it to Syed for a final comment.
Yeah, I wish you the best, and I wish that you never have to face what we are facing here. It's okay to sit in remote Texas and talk tough about fighting in the Middle East. I can assure you that that is what we're doing. What you say is full of inaccuracies.
Talking tough about it.
Yeah, I know you sound like you're talking tough, but I'm not very impressed by it, and not by your liveful rhetoric against my country.
I'm talking peace here, man. You're the one who's talking tough.
To do. We aren't telling anybody what to do. Last time I remember, it was Shiite Hezbollah that killed, I think it was almost 300 U.S. Marines in Beirut. But maybe the lives of those Marines are important for you. Yeah, maybe they weren't important
Ronald Reagan
for you.
sold
Maybe
the missiles 3 years after that.
Maybe they were not important for you. Maybe you've forgotten. But I'm happy to refresh your memory.
Israel knew about that attack before it happened. Didn't warn America.
Extremist Islam.
Israel knew about the Beirut attack, and they kept it secret.
It comes in various shapes and sizes. Sometimes it's Shiite, sometimes it's Sunni. But at the end of the day, when they chant death to America and that America is Satan, you can hear that's being said by Shiites and by Sunnis. They do it with different dialects and they do it with different chants. But at the end of the day, I can assure you, Israel is not looking for anybody to fight its war. What Israel wants to do is to live here peacefully in our ancestral homeland. The sooner our neighbors understand, the sooner, no, it isn't. It is Israel is the nation state and the homeland of the Jewish people.
I'm going to hand it over to Syed to wrap it up for us. From what we've heard, from what this debate has brought to the surface, Syed, do you have any confidence that a deal can be struck, that Israel will allow US to do a deal, that the US is interested in doing a deal if it goes against what Israel may want? How confident or otherwise are you?
I really don't know, because there is clear Israel has a huge influence in Washington, no doubt about it, on the Congress, on the White House, and we all heard in Trump 1 era that Prime Minister Netanyahu publicly said he convinced President Trump to withdraw from JCPOA, to impose a maximum pressure policy. He publicly said, I convinced President Trump to designate IRGC as terrorist organization. Whether he would have the same policy, the same influence, whether President Trump would follow the same Israeli policy policy. I'm very optimistic we will have a deal. But if it's going to be a deal based on verification, based on no nuclear weapon, based on international rules, regulations, I believe the U.S. will be able to have a peaceful nuclear deal with Iran with every objective guarantees that Iran will remain non-nuclear weapon state like last 40, 50 years. And I hope if there is a peaceful nuclear deal between Iran and the U.S. will play a role to stop this Israeli-Iranian military security confrontation, because always I have been saying this is neither in the interest of Israel, nor Iran, nor the U.S., nor the region if Israel and Iran are going to continue fighting each other.
Gentlemen, we'll have to leave it there, but we appreciate all your analysis here on Counterpoints. Former senior Iranian nuclear negotiator Syed Hussein Mousavian, Jonathan Conricus, Senior Fellow at the Foundation of Defence of Democracies, and American International Affairs expert, author and radio host Scott Horton. Thank you for your time here on Counterpoints. And to you at home, thanks for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. You can catch all our debates by subscribing to Al Arabiya's English YouTube channel and follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. President Donald Trump marks 100 days in office as he prepares to celebrate at a state rally in Michigan. In a historic turnaround, Mark Carney's Liberal Party wins a Canadian election. And as Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky accuses Putin of another attempt at manipulation over his latest ceasefire plans, we have a special interview with the advisor of President Zelensky's chief of staff. To our top story, today marks 100 days since Donald Trump was sworn in as President of the United States for a second time. The 100-day milestone has always been viewed as symbolic and a time to reflect on a president's progress. Over the last 3 months, Trump has continued to be a divisive leader. Critics argue he's overstepping his powers and damaging international relationships. But supporters insist he's delivering on his election promises by taking action. Here's a look back at some of his first 100 days at the White House.
Be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
I'm not
cards.
playing cards.
Right now, you don't.
You're
playing cards.
Mr. President.
You're playing cards.
Serious.
You're gambling with the lives of
war.
millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. I think that we will make a deal with China. I think we've had some very good talks, but we will have some very good talks remaining. And, you know, I view it, and some people say, oh, rush. I think we have a lot of time. Let's be honest. The European Union was formed in order to screw the United States. That's the purpose of it. And they've done a good job of it, but now I'm president. We need Greenland for national security and even international security. And I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. Canada only works as a state, keeping "O Canada," the national anthem. I love it. I think it's great. Keep it. But it'll be for the state, one of our greatest states, maybe our greatest state.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I am joined by Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hays and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Great to have you both on the show on what a day, Trump 100 days in office. So, Jono, it's been memorable. We just had a look at that montage there. A lot has happened, but which moment stands out for you the most?
I think it's been memorable, but it's also been memeable. I think it's the most memeable presidency in first 100 days that we've seen in living history. There's certainly been a lot of sound bites just from the clips that we've just seen that really stand out from the Trump administration so far. I think probably the moment he had the conference where he said, "I'm back and I'm better than ever," was probably a classic Trump moment that we witnessed. Big J.D. Vance and Zelensky and Trump in the Oval Office in somewhat of a UFC moment where that came to blows as well was one of the other moments. But honestly, for me, it's how quickly he rolled back on the environmental regulations. It signalled a very sharp change from what we'd seen with the last administration. And the priorities in his first few days, including one that I have to admit, it's probably one of my favourite policies that's been revoked, was the change in plastic straws. And so Trump had said that paper straws are gone, we're no longer going to do that anymore, and instead we're going to go back to paper straws. That, for me, was one of the most standout, mainly because it was almost unbelievable to watch him sign that and see that that was his most impressive first couple of days and weeks in the administration.
And do you know what? We've actually got a clip of that, so I want everyone to just take a moment and watch this clip.
Going back to plastic straws, these things don't work. I've had them many times, and on occasion they break, they explode. If something's hot, they don't last very long, like a matter of minutes, sometimes a matter of seconds. It's a ridiculous situation. And I don't think that plastic's going to affect a shark very much as they're munching their way through the ocean. Okay.
So, Gemma, I would agree that sometimes paper straws can be a little bit annoying. I'm not sure if they can explode. But for you, what has been the stand-up moments in Trump's first 100 days so far?
I think for me, obviously, there's threatening to take Greenland by force, which was kind of came out of nowhere, I think. And along with annexing Canada, you know, there was a lot of empire building kind of rhetoric around that. But for me, it was the firing of over 120,000 federal workers. For your first 100 days, you know, decimating the workforce and increasing unemployment just seemed like a really foolhardy way to begin. Also, the dismantling of the Department of Education. Now, obviously, each state sets their own curriculum, so the Department of Education doesn't oversee the curriculum, but they do oversee things like grants for low-income families, people, students with disabilities, and so there'll be so much anxiety for those families hearing that the department's going to be dismantled, and they're going to be wondering, well, how are we going to get our Pell Grants? Where are we going to get the special dispensations for our children from? So a lot of anxiety created in 100 days.
Absolutely, and we've seen a lot of pressure in the way of protests being put on Donald Trump. That's one of the things that people have been talking out about. So in the next 100 days, moving the conversation on slightly, what do you think that we would like to see from Donald Trump? You know, obviously, this has been a bombastic 100 days. He's come out with all guns blazing, doing everything he said he would on the campaign trail. But would you like things to become a little bit more relaxed moving forward, maybe?
Well, I think we've seen a lot of executive orders, and we now know that he's signed in 142 executive orders in 100 days. That compares to Joe Biden in 4 years, 162 executive orders. So it has been the administration of exec orders that have been signed into place. Of course, signing them into place doesn't mean that they come into effect immediately, so we'll now see the trickle down in the next 100 days of those becoming the real, the realism of those will set into place. So I imagine that we will see all of those come to the fore as well. And there is the one matter that's outstanding, which he did say he would tackle, the Ukraine-Russia conflict. He would have that done within his first 100 days. We are now 100 days in, and although we are on the verge of a ceasefire, it is a short-lived one, and that has not been achieved yet. So I imagine in the next 100 days, the shift in politics will go somewhat towards that. I would like to see that been addressed slightly more, but certainly more executive orders on the way, I'm sure, as well, and hopefully more that are akin to the one from plastic straws, which is the only one that I've seen so far that I thought, yes, I'm going to get behind this one.
How about you, Gemma? What would you like to see from Trump going forward?
I'd like to see more calmness, more stability. I would like to see less anxiety. There's a very famous saying, which is, when America sneezes, Britain catches a cold. And I think we don't just apply that to Britain anymore, we apply it to the world. So I would like fewer metaphorical sneezes from the US. I think more nose to the grindstone. As you said, there's been all these executive orders, and now it's time to sort of put your money where your mouth is, which Trump loves doing. You know, it's the art of the deal. It's here's the words, now I'm going to do the deal. So I would thought he would relish the chance then to back up all of his orders with, well, here's the evidence, here's the receipts, you know, this is what I've done.
And I think that today, maybe in the White House, we saw Caroline Leavitt come out and she was saying it's been 100 days. It's been absolutely historic. Trump's done everything he said he would do. They were very resolute on the tariffs, saying that loads of countries are ringing them. They're going to get deals. So I think from the White House, their point of view right now is that they are definitely on the right path. And earlier, I actually spoke to the former Trump state campaign chair, Rob Artlett, who addressed concerns that people have had towards President Donald Trump. Take a listen.
Well, I would say they're fabricated, and I don't think that they're real. What I mean by that is, again, President Trump is doing exactly what he said he would do when he ran for president this second time. So what he's doing is he's placing focus on America and making America first. And what does that mean? Well, you first start off by securing our border. You getting rid of the illegal criminals that are in this country, and that's what he's doing. He's deporting tens of thousands of them with a lot more to go. So he's safeguarding that. He's creating an equal playing field when it comes to our economy, meaning the tariffs. He's putting a focus back on American manufacturers and also back on the American consumer. So to me, he is doing exactly what he said he was going to do. And I think people should be concerned, well, because there is a new sheriff in town, there is a new president, whereas his focus is America first and not everybody else. And I think that is a welcome conversation and a welcome shift, if you would, here in America. And the American people voted for that. And I believe the majority of the American people are loving the fact that he's actually been doing just that. And I'll also add removing of the fraud and the waste within our federal government. We all knew it existed, but I think very few people believed it was to this level. So again, President Trump is delivering on that message and on that promise to getting rid of the waste and the fraud and the abuse within our federal government.
There we go. So that was Rob speaking to me earlier. And as I said to you, know, he's completely behind the president with everything that he's doing. Trump also, interestingly, gave an interview to The Atlantic, which was something that obviously caused chaos when the Signal Gate came out. But he said, the first time I had two things to do, run the country and survive. I had all these crooked guys. And he said, the second time I run the country and the world. Jono, do you think that's how Donald Trump sees himself right now?
It's a bold statement, but we are seeing how big an impact the US has. And I've said this before, the US, when it speaks, the entire world listens, and very much that is the case in this administration as well. What I will say is that although he's sticking to what he said, there's a few loose ends that need to be tied up that I would like him to see him tie up in the next couple of weeks. He's still been viewed very favourably. He is a businessman. He has tightened the belt of the company that is the United States of America. So when we see this massive layoff of many, many staff and many cost-cutting measures that have been put into place, and certainly, as you mentioned, with the education as well, he is viewing the entire country as a business, which is what he's been elected to do. Run it exactly how he sees fit. And it seems that in the next 100 days, we're going to have more of that. I wouldn't be surprised if more cuts are on the horizon. We've heard rumours and echoes through the Trump administration and externally. So I would imagine that the next 100 days we'll see further cost-cutting measures so that that belt can be as tight as possible so that Trump can have as much free cash to play around with so he can run the administration how he sees fit.
Would you agree with that?
I mean, Time magazine called it among the most destabilising in American history when talking about the first 100 days. So, yeah, for the next 100 days, as you say, it could really, I'm hoping for calm and stability. I don't believe that's going to happen. I think it's going to get more and more. I think they're going to go faster and faster, bigger statements. I don't think the rhetoric on Greenland is going to come down. I think the rhetoric around Canada, that's kind of played out now. And now we have Trump 2028 as well, which is a new, air quotes, joke that apparently he made. But a lot of his supporters have really clung on to that. They're getting hats made. They're feeling very strongly that he could go for a third term, which is obviously against the Constitution. So I'm wondering if we're going to see any more of that, joke or otherwise.
Well, there is a way around it, and he has figured out the way to do this already. And cleverly or not, he's discovered that if J.D. Vance runs and gets elected and takes to the White House, and then J.D. Vance steps down, whereas Donald Trump has been serving as VP for the time, he can take the position of president once again. And that may be the workaround that he'll see in 2028. But that is a time-will-tell situation.
It's like season 4 of Succession.
Absolutely. I think we've all subscribed on, even if we want to or not. We've got the subscription. We have to watch the series out to the very end.
No, absolutely fascinating. And Donald Trump spent, I think it was 24 days on the golf course. So he spent just a quarter of his time right now playing golf. Good for him. You should always stick with your hobbies. But let's move on to another story now. And we have just discussed Canada, actually, and Gemma, in what's been described as a historic turnaround. Mark Carney's Liberal Party has won the election. That's despite his party looking like it was heading for collapse just months ago. But the former banker fell short of the majority government he wanted to help him negotiate tariffs with US President Donald Trump. In his victory speech, he said the next few months would be challenging and require sacrifices. Let's take a listen.
Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade, anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. These are tragedies, but it's also our new reality.
So there we are. Gemma, I can't believe that it's Mark Carney. I don't think a lot of the world can. Who would have thought this? When Justin Trudeau stood down, it looked like pretty much the party had been completely decimated. But Carney's just turned around a sinking ship, really.
I mean, to the layperson, he has come out of nowhere. But obviously the people in finance, they know that he's been governor of Bank of Canada, governor of the Bank of England, seeing them through Brexit. I think what people like about him is he is a political outsider. And obviously Trudeau was part of a political dynasty. And so there is this freshness and newness about him. I think what's very interesting, as you said, the Liberals were going to lose the election. Poilievre and the Conservatives were on track to win. Poilievre put all his eggs in he was called Donald Trump light, and he very much leaned into that. When Donald Trump started talking about making Canada the 51st state, sentiment in the country absolutely turned on a sixpence. And so Poilievre found himself with the wrong message, and Carney stepped in, looking like the strong man of Canada. We're going to stand up to our neighbours. And I think that was a massive factor for voters.
Yeah, absolutely. John, I don't know what your thoughts are.
So with Poilievre, he obviously was a front runner on this. Everyone was convinced. But the rhetoric of him being similar enough, or his policies aligning too closely to Donald Trump for Canadians, who are the nicest people in the world, was far too risky for the Canadian public to take on board. So the shift in sentiment was very dramatic, and it seems nobody expected this to happen. And Mark Carney will now take the reins, and it seems that your background in politics is no longer required in order to be able to have a career in politics.
Well, I guess we can see that with Donald Trump, can't we? Obviously, we were talking about that earlier, businessman, and now he's running the USA, and of course, Mark Carney. I feel like a lot of people maybe also thought that he was a reliable hand because he's been in the public eye for so long, Mark Carney. But earlier, I actually spoke to a Toronto-based journalist, Sam Jabri Pickett, who told me Mark Carney will actually meet with President Trump in the not-so-distant future.
I think it would be against everything Mark Carney has showed himself to be if he were not to meet with President Trump. But here's the thing. 78%, almost 80% of Canada's trade goes to the U.S. The only reason there was a trade deficit was because we sell them a lot of energy. I think it would be really outside of what Canadians are expecting if he doesn't meet with Trump. You know, he ran one of the most anti-American campaigns in Canada's history. But we all want a good deal. You know, we all have friends and family that live in the U.S. Canada and the U.S. are and remain extremely economically integrated. And Mark Carney's idea of a good deal is really going to sort of push him over the line for a lot of Canadians. And advocating for Canada, Canadian businesses, the rights of Canadians, Canadian sovereignty are all going to be big things. And all those things need a deal. Mark Carney's going to be leading the G7 later this year. And when those meetings happen with other major world economies, which Mark Carney is familiar with, I think, of course, he's going to be able to meet with Donald Trump.
I thought that was quite interesting how he spoke about Canada and America being so interlinked. And I feel like the rhetoric of late has made Canada almost more national, stand together.
We rarely hear about Canadians in general kicking up a fuss about things. So it's nice to see them be passionate about something and something that is political. However, it is bad news for Pierre, because unfortunately now he's lost not just this race, but he's also lost his seat, a seat which he's held since 2004. And that is now something that's also gone. So although he will be allowed to be involved somewhat in politics, he will not be on the benches. He will be from the sideline, and he will not really have a voice anymore in politics. So this is a defeat on a magnitude unlike one that we've seen in Canadian politics. And again, the world's eyes rarely turn to Canadian politics until there's a situation whereby they may be the 51st state. And so I believe for Poilievre, this is going to be a disaster, politically speaking, for him. And this takes a complete turn and takes him out of the game completely. So he may have to stand down entirely from the world of politics, or may just look on from the sideline. Unfortunately for him, this has not been a very good outcome. And obviously Mark Carney's promises of housing shortage to tackle that, a cut to tax for the lower tax bracket as well, and also to raise the defence spending for Canada, which has up until now not really been such a massive concern. That has all resonated with the Canadian people and led to a huge success for Mark Carney, who will now work to make up a government with the minority which he has as part of Labour.
I must admit, I watched Pierre Poilievre's speech today when he obviously said that he had lost the election. And I did think it was actually gracious. He said, you know, we'll stand and hold the government to account. And I actually thought, fair enough, you know, you've come out and you've held your head up high, looking for the shining light. But Gemma, do you think that Carney is the man to negotiate with Trump? I think this is what everyone is asking, because obviously Trump is such a strong man. He likes to see a strong leader. Do you think maybe we've got that in Carney now?
What I'm going to find very interesting is Trump has a lot of bluster and blarney when he talks. He makes big declarations. And when you've got someone like Carney who's very calm, and he actually knows money, he knows financial institutions, he knows business. I'm wondering, a lot of Trump's businesses haven't done very well. You know, we see him, or he likes to show himself as this big businessman, but his history of business, you know, there's a lot of failures in there. So I'm very interested in what happens when someone who likes to make big dramatic statements comes up against someone who is very calm and thoughtful and considered. And I can't see Carney getting dragged into all these, you know, big declarations and conversations. I see him holding back and definitely being the calmer of the two when it comes to their meetings and conversations.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that is very accurate. But thank you so much for all of that talk on Canada's election, a pretty historic moment for the country today. Moving on to another story today, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has accused his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin of another attempt at manipulation. His warning comes after Putin announced he was planning to pause fighting in Ukraine for 3 days next month. The planned ceasefire will take place around Russia's 80th anniversary celebrations, marking the end of the Second World War. Earlier, I spoke exclusively to the advisor of President Zelensky's chief of staff, Serhiy Leshchenko, to hear his thoughts on the latest developments. Serhiy, it's Donald Trump's 100th day in office. This is a key milestone. He said he could end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. What has been the major sticking points here for Donald Trump in getting a deal over the line?
Again, this is not my role to commend American president elected by American citizens. It's up to Americans to decide and to comment. I can just repeat that Ukraine is very much appreciate what has been done by our partners from US, from Europe, to stop this war, because Ukraine is victim of this war. Ukraine never provoked this war, and Ukraine wants just to live our own life without aggression on our land and without killing of Ukrainian people.
Let's move on, because reports suggest the US and Ukraine are close to signing a framework to a minerals deal, which we've been hearing about a lot, as soon as this week. How significant is this minerals deal for Ukraine?
For Ukraine, it's very important to have partners with good expertise, with good technologies, to have our mineral sources be used for the interest of the whole world, of course, because it's minerals which are very important in modern world. And we welcome American investors to make the business with Ukraine. We believe that presence of American money on Ukrainian land will help Ukraine to defend the territory, because it will violate not only Ukrainian law and Ukrainian territorial integrity, but also American presence of financial interest on Ukrainian territory if Russia continues the war. That is why we always welcome to have partners, reliable partners, to have business together and to have financial interest together.
Do you have any idea when that minerals deal might actually be signed?
It's a process, it started a few months ago. We have our own Ukrainian expertise to have the document which will not violate Ukrainian law and which will not cross the European integration of Ukraine. Ukraine is a candidate to European Union, and all our legislation goes through this expertise to be in the frame of European Union legislation.
In an interview with The Atlantic that's been published today, Trump has said he's saving Ukraine. What does he need to do over the next few weeks to help Ukraine as a country?
I can just repeat what I said before. I'm not in the role to comment American president, American administration, but only to say thank you for American people, American leadership, American presidents supporting Ukraine in this bloody war started by Russia against us.
Serhiy, I just want to ask you, right now in Ukraine, what is the feeling on the ground, and what do citizens living there want to see achieved when it comes to negotiations and a possible ceasefire deal?
Ukrainian citizens want to stop this war, because this war is destroying our territory, our cities, our infrastructure, and killing Ukrainian citizens. That is why Ukrainians are very eager to stop this war. But Ukraine wants to live our own sovereign life without anyone who can dictate what to do. And the current status quo in Ukraine, that Ukraine has to defend our territory and to have a peace as soon as possible.
Advisor of President Zelensky's Chief of Staff, Serhiy Leshchenko, thank you so much for joining me. It was a pleasure to have your insights. Now, travel disruption in Spain and Portugal has continued today after massive power cuts hit the region yesterday. Spain's King Felipe has chaired a national security meeting to discuss why the blackouts happened. Earlier, I spoke to Lisbon-based journalist Mark Lomas, who told me what he experienced.
Yesterday, the power just went off everywhere.
And thankfully, mobile internet was still available in a lot of places. It did kind of fade out throughout the course of the day, but people could keep on top of things and keep updated through social media and using their mobile internet, which was great. And yeah, there was some issues yesterday because there was panic. You know, there was panic buying. I saw it at the shops, long queues for fuel, long queues in the supermarkets, because there wasn't great messaging coming out from the government.
So, Jono, the government has come out and responded, claiming it was not a cyber attack. What more do we know?
So we now know some more detail about what it was. Initially, obviously, the tabloids jumped to the cyber attack conclusion. I got to be honest, I think I did as well. I initially thought, having recently watched Robert De Niro in Zero Day, that this was happening and we were going to be without power for the next 2 weeks and nobody knew what was going on.
And you went to the cash machine.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say that, but okay.
I'm going to say it for you.
I took cash out because I had the panic of, if there's no phones or internet or power and we have no cash, then I can't buy anything and then I'll starve. So that was my initial reaction. And I think a lot of the world has that initial panic phase because you don't know what's going on. We now know a little bit more about the story behind it. Spain and Portugal have significantly in the last couple of years, and maybe for the best, increased their reliance on renewable energy. So solar and wind power is what's been used there quite a lot. In fact, on the 21st of this month of April, they had an entire day where they powered the entire country over all renewable energy sources, which is amazing when it works. When there's a peak, or if there's a lull or a trough in the power's demand, it also means that there is no inertia built up, because traditional power supplies will build up something called inertia. A grid's low inertia means that solar, wind, all those which make up for 80% of the Iberian Peninsula's power supply can no longer function. And what you have then is a huge power outage, much like what we've seen. The initial reports had said it would take up to a week to get everything back. The latest reports indicate that 99% of the country is now back and operating once again. So although what it seems on the surface was a great thing to do for the environment, it turns out may not have been that great, because the grid was simply not built to withstand having low inertia at any given point had there been a surge in the demand. So we've now ruled out the initial issue, which was that there would have been a solar storm, and we've ruled out the initial cyber attack concern as well.
Gemma, what I found fascinating is yesterday the lights went out. People were obviously really panicked. They didn't know what was going on. As Jono said, 7 days they were predicting it could be to get everything back up and running. And there was panic, wasn't there? We saw people in the supermarkets, flights, travel, everything's been affected in many ways.
Yeah, I mean, you referenced Zero Day, is it called?
0 Day,
right,
yeah.
I haven't watched it yet, but my mind went to Die Hard 4, where there's a big cyber attack and the first thing they do is shut down the electricity. So I'm glad we've sort of gone straight for Hollywood when it comes.
Conspiracy theories will say otherwise, but it would appear that it's
I'm
not
glad
that.
you're both dramatic.
We are, immediately. I did not go to an ATM though, so I was not that dramatic.
No.
But, yeah, there were flights cancelled, both arrivals and departures into Portugal, but no airports actually closed down. There were no full closures, so they had backup generators. 35,000 train passengers had to be rescued, though, which I thought was like a huge number, not making as big a headlines as flights, obviously. But now very much back to normal. I think for me, what I remembered power cuts when I was a child, and we found it very exciting. You got to get the candles out or the torches from the garage, which you had to find in the dark. And it was super exciting. So the fact that now we immediately go to panic, I think speaks to how the world has changed, and also how we can't deal with just a few hours of discomfort.
No, I think that is such a good point, because when Jono said he went to the cash machine, I was thinking I have no idea where my card is, I wouldn't know my PIN number, and I completely rely on my mobile phone to pay for everything. So, yes, maybe we are uncomfortable, but at the same time, that's the way we live now.
Yeah. But I think it's creature comforts. We're used to it. And the initial phase of, and as you say, when the power went out, and it would happen a lot when I was younger, same. But the initial excitement is 2 or 3 hours, I think. And then the excitement of, I don't have TV, I don't have any hot water for a cup of tea. That is now the reality. And you just discover that life without electricity is a little bit dull. So I was concerned. And I think that would have been the panic buying. We did see shelves empty of everything. The usual
absolutely.
toilet roll and bread was empty across Spain and Portugal. So the usual panic buying. But this happens with anything, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Anything that's a minor glitch in the society fabric indicates that we have to go out and stock up on as much pot noodle, toilet paper and bread as we possibly can.
But you
Otherwise,
can't
it's not a
boil
panic.
the kettle for your pot noodle.
Doesn't matter. You have them in the house.
You have them in there anyway.
You future-proofed yourself if you figured out a way to make fire.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you think the pandemic has fundamentally changed how we respond to like a crisis, even something that was quite short like this?
I was actually thinking that earlier because, you know, when we saw the panic in the shops, I thought,
it was
gosh,
the shops
that is not far from what the pandemic happened. And it was so interesting that time, wasn't it? Because I think maybe this has just made us feel more uncertain about what the future holds. Because you remember, before the pandemic and the lockdowns actually hit, we heard about COVID and like a flu that was circulating. And then all of a sudden, it just seemed to be like the world made this massive decision to lock down. And maybe it's a little bit that uncertainty is still within us somewhere.
Yeah, it's a panic that you always have. And I think, and it's certainly, I'm guilty of this, this generation are not as prepared as the generation that went before.
I buy food day to day.
100%. I'll go daily to a grocery store, whereas my mum and dad will go once a week. They also will have a generator that can power not just their house, but also several neighbours as well. They could live off-grid if they wished. So we don't have that ability. If for one simple minute a switch trips in my house, there's a panic. I mean, I'm not going to go and buy everything off the shelves, but there's a panic.
Yeah.
So I think we're not built, we're not set up for panic stations.
I would like to say I didn't panic and I didn't buy toilet roll when they said there was going to be a lockdown, and I didn't have any for a really long time. So now I'm going to believe the panic when it comes.
You've learnt your pandemic lesson.
Yeah.
Yes.
Buy toilet roll when they tell you to. And then, and finally, we've reached that point in the show where Jono and Gemma, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. And Gemma, let's start with you. Apparently, we should take some life lessons from the Germans.
Yeah, we should all be speaking like Germans. It's a new self-help book. It's been a big seller in Germany, over 800,000 copies sold. It's by a German life coach called Karin Krischik, and it's called 50 Sentences That Make Life Easier. Now, I'm going to dispute the word easier. I would change it to make you have no friends for the rest of your life. So some of the sentences, and it really plays on sort of stereotypical German bluntness. My favourite is, I've just realised this topic doesn't really interest me. You're at a dinner party. Someone's talking and you're bored, you're not interested. So instead of listening politely, which I would do as a British person, perhaps I might be doing a mental, shopping list in my head, but I'm still there. But according to Karin, we should say, I've just realised this topic doesn't interest me. And then we were talking earlier about how you react to that. What's your reaction at the dinner table?
And I think, and you're, and rightly so, a very proper British person in that you will just be polite about it. And I think, why not embrace the Germanness of it all? It's wonderful. And there's a lot of time when I was younger, there would have been, I would have had FOMO. Not going to an event or a night out or someone's birthday party, I would have had FOMO. I don't know when it happened, but a switch went off somewhere, and now I have JOMO. I have the joy of missing out for everything.
No, I agree. I'm exactly the same. But I'm like you. I don't have FOMO. I don't really care what anyone else is doing. And also, I'm quite direct. I think if someone's having a conversation I don't really want to listen to, I'll probably just be like, I don't know anything about this. It's not really my wheelhouse, if that makes sense.
I think it's better. And again, we're built from a very young age to be polite, to respect our elders. But if I'm bored in a conversation, and the Germans have said it's okay to do this, I think we should embrace it a little bit. And I know that's going to go against I know Gemma's going, that's going to clench every bone in my body.
I feel like I need to join a queue or something. That's how my Britishness is coming out. But then, is it up to you to then come up with a new conversation? What if they think that doesn't interest them? Do you leave dramatically after you've made this big statement? Or do you sit in the awkwardness? It would turn into like a comedy sketch, I think, if everyone's like, okay, so what do we talk about? What happens after?
Well, I guess that's how you would take it, because I wouldn't be offended if I was having a conversation with you and Jono and you were like, Leigh Ann, this doesn't interest me. I wouldn't be offended by it. I'll be like, thanks for being honest. moving on.
Yeah.
I don't know. It depends how you would take that. I don't think, maybe some people would be really offended, but I don't think it would be something that would offend me.
It depends, and you have to, again, you play your cards close to your chest on this one. If somebody's talking to you about their children, and then you go, that's really nice, but I honestly don't give a hula hoop about this, I don't care. That seems a bit harsh. But if it's something that is political, or maybe you feel like it's not relevant to you, or it's something that you just want to move the conversation on, the onus should be on you to move the conversation as well as, that's amazing, but let's move it to, what about this, or what about a different angle? Come up with a different angle on it. Because the Germans...
a more polite way of saying it, as you said.
I guess, yeah, that's better. And I think
this is very blunt, I think, very blunt.
But I don't want to go down just the 9, we're moving on. That's not the route I want to take. I understand what they're saying, but I think the Germans have got a word for everything. I'm sure there's a word for this being directless.
They do have
direct as well. Yeah, Schmetterling, one of my favourite. It's wonderful. But they have words for everything, and I think they've just come up with something that we needed in our lives that we didn't really know we required.
Interesting.
And I must admit something, that sometimes when people post all the pictures up of their kids on the first day of school, it really annoys me, like on Facebook, and sometimes I'm just like, I just want to block
go in the comment section and say, this does not interest me.
Hate me, but it really doesn't interest me. I must say something.
You're losing friends.
Yeah.
We're definitely going to lose friends.
Okay, let's pull it back, because everyone post your kids, thank you. And just one thing, and Jono, your story, it's a British lad is Europe's best gull screecher. Gull? Have I said it right?
He's a seagull.
Seagull. Yeah.
What a great title to have on board. Yeah, a 10-year-old from Derbyshire in England has just retained his title of the Gull Screeching Championship crown. His name is Conor Wallace. He won the gold in the junior competition at the rather unusual competition in Belgium. He came up against 21 other people, went on to play this as well and to try and take him on. His little sister was involved, and his mum could not be more proud. She came in 4th place as well. And he's won an incredible prize, a gold medal, and a hamper with sweets, biscuits, crisps, and fizzy drinks as well.
I feel like we definitely couldn't do this without hearing it, so let's take a listen.
I mean, he's good. He's good. The kid is good. He knows how to be a seagull. And ironically, and you mentioned this earlier, Gemma, he's won prizes that the seagulls will now probably steal off him.
Exactly. You need a bag of chips.
A bag of chips would be perfect. And I just think, what a great skill. At what point do you discover that this is the skill that I have, this is a talent that I have, and at what point do you go, this hidden talent could be something I can make money off of or win awards in? And I know that we've mentioned before that you, Leigh Ann, are looking for a Guinness World Record. So maybe there's an ability in there that we don't know about. Maybe there's another animal noise that you can make and dig into your African roots and say there's an animal noise that I can make.
I used to think I was quite good at making a chicken noise, but it's probably not something I'm going to do right now. But I don't have any hidden talents. What about you, Gemma? Any hidden talents?
I can make a bra out of a napkin.
That's something everyone needs.
Absolutely. Do you know when I would need it? If I'm on a cruise ship and it goes down.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I get onto the desert island and the linens wash ashore, because I would need that to happen. I could open a bra shop and start my own kind of small industry.
You've thought about this. Are the powers down and you're in Spain or Portugal and they can't accept cash, you're making them out of your napkin.
And I have to say, this topic does interest me.
See?
So I'm very happy to talk about this.
I think when people find it's a party trick more than anything else. You need to dig into that and be like, I can do a good party trick. Do that for people. And who knows, you might stumble upon winning a gold medal. Mine is I'm double jointed. I don't think there's gold medals for being double jointed, to be honest.
Well, we can always invent one.
I mean, I don't know what the record would be.
I don't know. I can't get over the seagull. Like, who dressed him up?
The
dressing up was a great.
The proud
part.
mum. Lauren said she's unbelievably proud of both of her kids, who did absolutely brilliantly on the stage. And I just think, aim high.
Yeah,
don't mind getting them into Mensa, seagulls.
And I must say, Mum, well done. You get a gold medal for the outfit. But they were great stories. Thanks so much to today's guests, Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hays and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Here's a reminder of our top stories. President Donald Trump marks 100 days in office as he prepares to celebrate at a state rally in Michigan. In a historic turnaround, Mark Carney's Liberal Party wins the Canadian election. And as Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky accuses Putin of another attempt at manipulation over his latest ceasefire plans. And that's all from us on W News Extra. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya News. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and in today's special programme, we take a look back at some of the best interviews during the last couple of days. Let's get more now. We can speak to Carla Sands, the former US ambassador to Denmark under President Trump. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure talking to you, Ambassador. Not quite 100 days, we're nearly there. What would you single out as being the most important achievements of this new Trump administration when it comes to foreign policy?
It's extremely exciting to talk about because President Trump is working so hard and so fast, and his whole team is as well. So I think if my highlights would be that, it's the promises made, promises kept. He promised to make us wealthy again, to make us healthy again, to make us safe again. And you can see that he's working on getting more reciprocal trade deals and reindustrializing the U.S. He's working to with RFK Jr. to make us healthy again, finding the cause of autism, like what a concept that you would actually do a scientific study and find out what's causing this terrible attack on our children, and getting things like unsafe dyes out of our food. But then he's also secured the border. It's making us safe again, stopping the flow of fentanyl, the #1 killer of young Americans, and also the the bad hombres that have been coming over our border and that are not welcome.
Okay, but specifically on the world stage, looking at these 100 days through the prism of foreign policy, what's been achieved, would you say?
Okay, I think that in my opinion, so my personal opinion is that what's been achieved is our friends know they're our friends. And the people that are not treating us well know it. We've put them on notice. You can see how he's pulling in so many countries, getting a good trade deal done that doesn't hurt American manufacturers, for instance. I think that looking at how President Trump views the world, he doesn't want to start new wars and he wants to end current wars. We can all be appreciative that he's using his influence and his position to end the Hamas-Israel war and also the war between Russia and Ukraine.
Indeed. I mean, he did promise that would happen rather quicker than at day 99. And we haven't quite got there yet, have we? We're not over the line.
No, he did. Actually, what he said was he thought that the Hamas-Israel war would be pretty quick. And he said it's going to be harder and take longer to get the war between Ukraine and Russia settled. And you can see, I mean, Putin's suggesting this 72-hour pause, but Putin's also bombing, continuing to attack Ukraine. And both sides have been a little hard to really get to the table and understand that nobody gets everything that they want. But certainly he's working very hard and his team to get this done. You saw the iconic photo, perhaps, of President Trump and Zelensky there at the Vatican meeting and working out a deal.
Yeah, I mean, that photograph in stark contrast to the scenes in the Oval Office 6 or 7 weeks previously, which perhaps were the other big standout scene when it comes to foreign policy from these last 99/100 days. This keenness to appease Russia is that's how it's seen internationally, that President Trump is making concessions to the Russians and occasionally throwing, good old friend Ukraine under the bus every now and then with the occasional European ally. That is the perception out there from some countries, from some news outlets. How do you respond to that, and why do you think President Trump is so keen to patch ties up with President Putin? What's in it for America?
Well, first of all, a lot of that is fake news. You can see that there's this narrative. They even talked about how they hid Joe Biden's mental diminishment in the coverage of the last administration, and how people in the United States have actually lost faith with legacy media. Maybe not around the world, but here in the US, we've seen the lies, whether it was COVID lies, the lockdown lies, the Russia hoax lies over the first Trump administration. So people don't believe the news media when they talk about these things. We know that they're making stuff up to hurt the opposition. Most U.S. media is working for the left and the leftist Democrats. But I'm excited that President Trump is reasserting America's place in the world, and that he knows we need to have better relations with Russia, because we don't want Russia to be the closest of friends with China. And certainly that was a very bad plan from the beginning. Biden let that happen. Every president before knew that that was a bad idea and that we should not encourage or push Russia into China's arms. I mean, Russia's now, it's almost like they work for China in the things that they do, and China's helping them finance and helping them in many ways in this Ukraine war. So we want to have a better relationship with Russia. Certainly we need to cooperate with Russia in the Arctic. They're the biggest player in the Arctic as far as their landmass and their power in that region, and we need to reassert Western power in that region, just as one example.
Yeah, I want to get on to Greenland in just a moment, because, of course, that's where you served, and that's a hot topic, and we've talked about it before, Ambassador. But there are some analysts saying that these foreign policies of this new Trump administration are conversely pushing traditional allies towards China, not only as a market for their goods because of the tariffs, but also because of the void that has been created by the withdrawal of U.S. aid projects all over the world. And the Chinese are only too happy to fill that void. I mean, isn't this going to cost the United States soft power?
Well, I think that could be an issue. And so I think that we want to make sure that we continue a good dialogue with all of our friends, our allies, our trading partners, and that we certainly remind them of the dangers of being tied in trade to China, which uses trade and uses all relations that countries have with China as a cudgel, and how unfair the trade is. I know Secretary of Scott Bessent is working on these issues and talking to our allies because, for instance, the abuses that China has weighed in at the WTO, at the IMF. China is the biggest abuser in every way of using our laws and our open societies against us, stealing and bribing and using propaganda in ways that have enriched their country, and their national law requires every Chinese citizen, and they say even people with Chinese descent, to steal and to bring back information that benefits the CCP. So it's a rogue regime. It's run by gangsters, and that's a bad group to get involved with.
Let's go back to the part of the world that perhaps you know best. I don't know, perhaps outside the United States, Denmark, where you served as ambassador. How many years were you there?
I was there from 2017 to 2021.
Right. So you know that area well. I don't know if you still go back there, but do you see a day that you go back to Greenland, which is, of course, under Danish sovereignty, and find it one day is actually part of the United States of America? Is that a scenario you envisage?
Well, I think that Greenland wants to go independent, and I think that because they've said it. So I believe what people say, and they've said it publicly. So if they're going to go independent, they're going to need a trade partner and a security partner. And Denmark, even today, with them being part of the Danish kingdom, can't defend Greenland and has never bothered to develop Greenland. There's not a road between two towns in Greenland. They lack infrastructure to benefit the Greenlanders when it comes to their mining. They need more development for their tourism. And I was able, when I was ambassador, to get them funds to help them grow their economy in the ways they wanted to. But it was just a beginning.
Do people in Greenland tell you they want to be American?
They want to be Greenlandic. They say we are open for business, but they don't want to be taken over. And there are ways to associate with the United States and be independent, like a free association agreement. It's called a COFA. And other countries like Micronesia and Palau do have those kinds of relationships with the United States, where they're sovereign nations, but we have trade and we have defense agreements. And Greenland would benefit from American trade, where U.S. companies can go in and invest, and they have the backstop of the U.S. government. We have mechanisms to do that, like Exim Bank and also DFC, Development Finance Corporation, that are arms of the U.S. government, but they guarantee investments when it's a tough place to invest. And Greenland's a tough place to invest.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like quite harsh terrain in some parts of that territory as well. But when we saw J.D. Vance arriving there with his wife, and originally it was going to be there's going to be quite a bit more fanfare than there ultimately was, because he just limited his visit to a US base. Do you think he went about that in the right way? I mean, there's a certain sensitivity, isn't there, to arriving in a country having insinuated previously that you might sort of absorb it into your own country. Do you think he went about it in the way you'd like to have seen him go about it?
Well, I think that Greenlanders missed an amazing opportunity, because the second lady, Usha Vance, was supposed to go and wave the flag at it's the equivalent of the Super Bowl for Greenland. It's their big dog sled race. And the U.S. government had given assets to help them have a successful race. And she was part of this. And so this was a diplomatic visit. Every country wants a diplomatic visit in the world from the U.S. And she's a very high-level official, being the wife of the vice president. But the Danish government, their media, and their sort of apparatus poisoned the water for that visit and really scuttled the whole thing. They did it because they don't want the Greenlanders to have a good relationship with the United States. They want no relationship at this point. They're so upset about what President Trump has been saying. But the fact is, they're not looking at the facts. The fact is, Greenland wants to go independent. They want to be independent. They don't want to be part of Greenland. Sorry, part of Denmark. Denmark oppressed the Greenlanders. They treated them very cruelly. And they did not allow them to develop. They did not allow them to live like people in Denmark live years ago. And so they send about $600 million a year as welfare to Greenland, but then they get so many benefits. The shipping goes through Denmark. The flights go through Denmark. Then they have the benefits of business investments. And so net, I'm sure Denmark comes out ahead in this relationship.
Okay, so that's Greenland, but there are other countries and bits of infrastructure around the world that President Trump has expressed a keen interest in, shall we say. One is Canada. Will that be the 51st state of the United States? And another is the Panama Canal. I mean, is there an expansionist agenda in the White House, in your view?
I'm not sure why President Trump said what he did about Canada. I've been very saddened to see the loss of free speech in Canada and how the Canadian government has treated the citizens over the past about a decade, but it really ramped up during COVID and after COVID. It's been shocking to see. And also, they've opened their borders to unbridled immigration, which really, you lose the culture of a place when you don't have control of who comes in. And they now have a fentanyl problem because of those open borders. They actually have a fentanyl problem, I'm told. When I was at the Canadian Embassy just about a week ago, they informed me of this, and it's tragic. But Panama Canal is a different subject. We have to have the ability to move our military equipment and shipping through the Panama Canal. The United States paid for the Panama Canal. We built the Panama Canal. Most Americans don't agree with Jimmy Carter. We should never have ceded that back to Panama. And when I went down to the Panama Canal, I saw how much Chinese activity was there. I went to the canal, viewed it, saw the signs in Chinese. I went to their touristic video to see what they were showing people. And a lot of it was China, China, China. I think probably Chinese propaganda had produced the video that I saw at that time. It's about a year and a half ago that I was there. So China has an outsized influence in Panama. The United States cannot allow that right in our hemisphere. But we've got bigger problems. Even in Lima, Peru, Chancay Port is the biggest Chinese investment in the Western Hemisphere. That port is only 1/4 finished. It's going to be gigantic. The United States had the opportunity to build that port, but China stepped up. So there are so many missed opportunities. President Trump is looking at our hemisphere and saying, we need to make sure we secure it. Americans agree with him.
All right, I'm so sorry to cut you short, but we're actually out of time. It's been a real pleasure talking to you. Carla Sands, former US ambassador to Denmark.
Great to be with you, Tom. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Thanks.
In other news, we have all turned at some point to Wikipedia. For many, it's a go-to for quick, summarized information. Well, Wikipedia has become one of the internet's most influential platforms, so much so that people with a wealth of knowledge are often dubbed walking Wikipedias, just like walking encyclopedias. Well, to find out more, we're joined now by the founder of Wikipedia to talk about its evolution, impact, and his latest exchanges with the US tech mogul Elon Musk. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Jimmy Wales. Really great to have you with us from London. I want to start by talking about some headlines that we've been seeing in the last couple of days and weeks. Elon Musk calling Wiki a left-wing propaganda tool. He's even called it Wokepedia. Why is he so angry?
Well, I can't really speak for what goes through Elon's mind. You know, his concern is a perceived left-wing bias of Wikipedia, and that we've gone somehow crazy woke. But every time I try to get examples from people who agree with him, they're very, very hard-pressed to come up with examples that actually make any sense. Obviously, Wikipedia isn't perfect. You can find entries that are, for a short period of time anyway, biased and so forth. But, you know, within our community, we have a really strong commitment to neutrality, to objectivity. And what I've been saying to Elon is, look, if you're not happy about Wikipedia, the thing to do is encourage thoughtful, kind people who are conservatives to come and join us, come and participate. We're really looking for any examples of bias.
So how do you respond to the accusation, for example, from the Manhattan Institute? It's a think tank which has reported concerns that Wiki is more hard on right-leaning public figures than it is on left-leaning public figures. How do you respond to that?
Well, I mean, when I look at the actual paper there, it's just not persuasive to me. They don't really marshal all the right kinds of evidence and so forth. I mean, one of the issues is obviously Wikipedia will reflect the media, and so to the extent that we are quoting from major media and so forth, if there's certain language like far right that appear more often than far left, well, that actually can reflect bias in the media, but it also can reflect sort of a current state of the affairs. And in other words, the far left exists, and they're talked about quite a lot, and the far right as well. So, I don't really see that as a massive problem, other than sort of more broadly to say, gee, like the media should probably rein in the way they talk about things and really strive hard for neutrality.
Now, Mr. Musk, but first of all, do you know Elon Musk? Do you ever have any exchanges with him directly, or is this all being played out in the public arena?
No, yeah, I know him, and he's very friendly. Friendlier privately than publicly, let's just say.
All right, well, he, of course, paid $44 billion US for Twitter, which he renamed X. And then back in October 2023, he offered to buy Wikipedia for $1 billion, I think it was, with various conditions. You rejected that offer. What would it take to make you reconsider?
No, I mean, so Wikipedia is a charity, so we're like the Red Cross, say. So the idea of selling Wikipedia doesn't actually make any sense. But also, I think it's really important, culturally important, that we have a place where people come together to try and understand the world, to have civil discourse, really looking into the facts, really trying to write things in a fair and neutral way. It's never going to be perfect, of course, but if we don't have that space, it becomes really hard to make progress in the world, because instead we just get people screaming at each other. You get all the kinds of misinformation and disinformation, which Elon Musk is notorious for spreading things that aren't true. And we really need to say, okay, slow down. Let's think. There are a lot of problems in the world. Let's chew on all the sides of the issue and make sure we understand each other before we act, because the alternative is violence and basically making bad decisions.
Yeah, so you could argue, couldn't you, that the guardrails and the importance of guardrails are perhaps more important now than at any point in Wikipedia's 25-year history, given the times we live in?
I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, one of the things that I believe we've seen, not across the board, but in many places, is a media landscape that has become more fragmented and more divided, more polarizing, more polarized. Certainly in the United States, you can say politics is extremely polarized there, both the public's view of politics, but also in Congress, the instances of people working together in a civil way to find compromises that work for more people are very hard to find these days. It's really like whoever's in charge pushes as hard as they can, rather than saying, okay, let's try and work together and govern effectively. So, yeah, I think definitely these ideas of building trust in each other, building trust in the knowledge that we have, is more important than ever before.
So just to be clear, before we move on, Wikipedia is not and cannot be for sale.
It is not and cannot be for sale, no. No interest whatsoever.
Elon Musk, of course, very upset about accusations that he made a Nazi salute, and he went on to demand a boycott of Wikipedia until his entry, or the entry on Nazi salutes in general, was changed. Have people heeded that call to stop funding Wikipedia?
No, I mean, actually, we normally get a nice surge in donations every time he says don't give money to Wikipedia. It's sort of like he's kind of seeing fewer car sales with his behavior. People don't do what Elon says. They respond to Elon in certain ways. And I think he's doing himself far more harm than he's doing to us, that's for sure. But we do worry about it, of course.
Okay, he wants that defunding to continue until balance is restored, he said. So you're saying that his declarations of this kind have absolutely no impact on Wiki's finances?
No, not that we've seen so far, but and I think it's unlikely that it would. I mean, I think people can look at things and say, gee, actually, the piece he was complaining about the salute, Wikipedia didn't say it was a Nazi salute. Wikipedia reported that he made a gesture, reported that lots of people said it looked like a Nazi salute, reported that he denied it. And those are just the facts. Like, there's nothing controversial about saying that's what happened. If Wikipedia said Elon made a Nazi salute, and we don't care if he said he didn't, we say it is anyway, then we would be biased. Then that wouldn't be fair. But to say, look, here's some facts, here's some things that happened, learn about it and make up your own mind.
It is, of course, a very unusual model. It must have sounded extremely revolutionary, when it was launched 25 years ago, being a participatory encyclopedia. I mean, no one had ever heard of one until 25 years ago. But how do you go about making sure that it's got neither a left-wing nor a right-wing bias?
Well, I think there's no real magic to that. I mean, it really depends on us having a healthy community, on having an openness to dialogue, openness to discourse. We have rules about neutrality, rules about quality sourcing. It really, it could go in a really bad and a really dark direction. I mean, people used to be concerned to be taken over by trolls or whatever it might be. Instead, we just have to, it's like, how can a journalistic organization make sure that they're adhering to proper journalistic principles and really reporting fairly on all sides? Well, there's no magic button. You just have to do it. It's hard work, and you have to really think about it and be passionate about it.
Do you have any role in the sort of the day-to-day entry writing of Wikipedia entries? Do you ever see something and call it out?
Rarely. My role is really more about coaching, really about reminding people of our values, of helping people think through how can we resolve certain issues and things like that. It's not for me. I'm not the final arbiter of what goes into a Wikipedia entry, and nor should I be.
Okay, of course, nobody in the world is politically neutral, and that goes for you as well, I'm sure, sir. I mean, do you make it public how you identify politically?
I mean, a little bit. I'm very centrist. My politics are very boring. When I see certain things going on in the world, there's certain things like if you think back on something like Obamacare in the U.S., sort of a big restructuring of how the healthcare system works. I was like, I'm not an expert on healthcare, so nobody wants to know my opinion, or if they do want to know it, they shouldn't, because what do I know? Very little. At the same time, I do have views on things that I am an expert on, things about internet freedom, about freedom of expression, about the importance of dialogue and discourse and thoughtfulness and kindness online. So in that sense, yes, I do occasionally express opinions. But, generally, I don't like people on the far left and I don't like people on the far right. I don't think those are ever going to be the right answers. We need lots of thoughtful, kind people in the center saying, okay, look, we're not going to agree about everything, but let's work through things. Let's find policies that tend to lead to a better life on Earth.
Okay, I won't probe you too much on this one, but just one last attempt here. Were you cheering or perhaps not during the inauguration of President Trump 2 weeks ago?
I mean, definitely not. But I think I should hasten to add, I really dislike Donald Trump's style. I don't like the way he behaves. I think he's arrogant, disrespectful, the opposite of the kind of thoughtful discourse that I would like to see. And all of that is about him personally, not about any particular policies, although, to be fair, I disagree with a lot of his policies, too. I agree with a few of them. Elon's working very hard to cut waste in government, and that's obviously a huge amount of noise right now about that. Well, what does that mean? I'm not sure, but I certainly would like to see less waste in government. So, to some extent, I think it's good if the government is taking a hard look at everything in a much more business-like way to say, where are we just wasting money doing things that we shouldn't be doing in the first place? Great, I'm all for that. I might agree or disagree with 1,000 different cuts in various places. But, I would prefer if we were doing all of this in a less combative and less hostile environment.
Okay, now we all use Wikipedia. I have to confess I quite often look up stats and factoids on Wikipedia. The people who contribute are known as Wikipedians. Tell us a bit about who they are and how they're chosen.
Yeah, so, I mean, Wikipedians tend to be very nice, geeky people. That's kind of the core personality type. They're very nerdy and they really want to get the facts right. They care more about Wikipedia than do any of these kind of social debates and things like that. At least the best Wikipedians try to not show bias and so forth. You know, it's a hobby that people are very passionate about, and I think it's kind of cool.
Okay, and they're anonymous and they're not paid. So what's the incentive? What drives a Wikipedian, do you think?
So they're anonymous only in the sense that, you know, they're not becoming famous. They're not social media influencers, and they're not bloggers, and they're not tweeting. Some of them might tweet, but they know each other. I mean, we know them, and they know each other, and they're just sort of normal geeky people. The main things people get out of it are two, I would say. One, it's fun. Like if you're really, really into, I don't know, trains, you can come to Wikipedia and find other people who are super geeky about trains, and you can help, you know, write about all the different history of the train system and individual train cars and all of that kind of stuff that train geeks like. So it's fun in that sense, but also I think you can spend time online and sort of, I think a lot of people have had this experience. You accidentally got sucked into TikTok for 2 hours and you think, oh my God, I'm wasting my life. This is not good. I shouldn't be doing this. This isn't great. Whereas if you spend 2 hours improving the Wikipedia entry, you can go to bed thinking, you know what? I made the world a little bit better. Somebody's going to read this and they're going to learn from what I've written. And that's a great thing. So that's one of the big motivations.
A long time ago, I worked for an American TV channel, and I had a boss who forbade us from using Wikipedia. She kept saying to us that Wikipedia is not a source, she used to say to us. What would you say to her?
Say, that's right. You're exactly right. Yeah. Wikipedia is not a source. You shouldn't use it. The same reason you shouldn't really look something up in an encyclopedia, particularly in a journalistic context. What I would say is you shouldn't say don't read Wikipedia. You should say read Wikipedia, get yourself oriented, and then go to the talk page of the article and see what are the Wikipedians struggling with? What are the questions that people have that haven't really been answered? That's your good questions as a journalist. That's where you go and you go actually talk to the real sources, which is, you know, the people, the companies, the organizations that you're reporting on.
Yeah, another example of how we use Wikipedia in the workplace, and I think a lot of TV anchors will identify with this. You know, when someone dies, you know, you get breaking news, and you suddenly have to do, you know, a fact check on who someone was and get their bio in front of you. And what always amazes me is if the wires have only just announced that the person has died, Wikipedia seems to have already been updated. How on earth do you manage to update a page that quickly and even have a little section entitled Death to talk about the person who's just departed?
Yeah, well, we've got a lot of volunteers, and they like to do that. I mean, I don't think I've ever done that because I'm not fast enough. But my little fun hobby is at every recent royal wedding, I changed the name to the new title. I try to do it before anybody else. So far, I'm successful. So just people enjoy doing it, you know, and sometimes it's people who are fans of that person. Sometimes it's people who are just happen to see the thing come across the news and they just quickly go and edit and make a change. So, yeah, it's a very busy, active community.
And how many sort of layers of checking occur to make sure that you haven't accidentally killed someone off that isn't in fact dead?
Yeah, I mean, there's a great story, actually. When Michael Jackson died, it was for several hours only reported in a well-known gossip blog, which is not really considered to be a fantastic source. I mean, it's a blog and may or may not have fact-checking. But there was a big debate in Wikipedia, like, should we cover it? And people said, no, let's wait until any sort of standard news outlet reports it. And so we were actually kind of late on that one because of the way that it came into the public eye. So the community is always thinking about these issues. They're always discussing, debating, and so forth. And in that case, if you went back and looked at the history, I suspect it was changed and changed back a couple of times as somebody was like, no, look, it says it here, he's dead. And then people are like, hold on, that's not really confirmed yet. Let's not put that in.
Wikipedia is coming up for its first quarter of a century. There's a big birthday coming up fairly soon. Very hard to imagine the world without Wikipedia, I'll hand you that.
That's for sure.
And it calls itself the world's free encyclopedia. Will it always be free?
Oh, yeah. That is something that there's no question about. So Wikipedia is a charity. Our mission is to give away a free encyclopedia to everyone in the world. It's really at the heart of what we do. We don't have any advertising on the site. That's also very important because it would raise all kinds of incentive problems. You know, we would be tempted to go down the path of clickbait and all of that sort of thing. So we do rely on donations, and the vast majority of the money that funds Wikipedia is from small donors, giving in, $25, that sort of thing. So that's all really important to us, and we won't change anything about that.
How did you come up with the idea?
Well, I was watching the growth of free software, most people call it open source software, and seeing programmers coming together to collaborate in new ways, using free licensing as a model to deal with incentive issues. And I realized that kind of collaboration could extend beyond software into all kinds of cultural works, and the encyclopedia was the obvious place to start. And it turns out that was an idea a lot of people liked.
Yeah, and it was in 2001, long before social media started really having the impact that it has in the area we live in now. I mean, did you imagine at the time that we'd find ourselves a quarter of a century later in a situation where truth and facts were sort of up for debate?
I mean, it's a little frustrating because, sort of my vision and my role is to say, look, let's put together a very calm, neutral body of facts. We try to address all the major points of view and explain them fairly, and people can learn from that and decide and so forth. And, now we're in this really chaotic and noisy place where algorithms are driving anger and misinformation flies around like crazy, and the richest man in the world posts complete nonsense on a regular basis. I wish it were different, but the only thing I know to do is just keep plugging away.
You recently said that the decline of trust in journalism and politics, quote, sometimes translates into people feeling more angry and lost. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I've misquoted you. Were you talking specifically about the United States, or do you think that's something, do you think the same can be said of lots of other countries as well?
Yeah, I'm not sure that was an exact quote, but it's close enough. It sounds like me. Yeah, I think it's a problem not just in the United States. I think it's felt particularly acutely in the United States, but I think all around the world we've seen a decline in local newspapers, a rise in sort of fractured publics. Some places are better than others. Some smaller countries are more harmonious societies to start with. They don't have the same divisions. But I think it's globally, it's definitely we've seen a rise in it, and we're beginning to see, the rise of things like tariffs and trade wars, which is very bad for everybody. And, I think we're going to sort of feel the consequences for a while until people come to their senses. So.
Sure, and I'm just wondering as well, sort of looking at the global wiki in the global context, you presumably get complaints, lots of complaints in the United States. Well, we know that because we were talking about it earlier on. Do you get complaints from other countries? People saying you've unfairly characterized our head of state, or unfairly described our history, the history of our country?
Yeah, I mean, certainly just because the whole world is a big and noisy place. There's a complaint about almost anything you can think of. So, of course we do. We don't really experience that many places that are trying to threaten us legally, certainly not at the state level. We do occasionally have to deal with things. We were blocked in Turkey for about 3 years, and we won a case in the Supreme Court in Turkey to be unblocked, and we're very proud of that. But, there's always something going on. But what we do is just stick to our principles. We say, look, we want to make Wikipedia as good as it possibly can be. If there's something negative about your leader, your country, or whatever, we are going to report on that. But we're going to report on the debate, not, take a side on that debate.
Now, new evidence suggests we may not be alone in the universe. Well, scientists have discovered what they're calling the strongest evidence yet of life beyond Earth on a distant planet named K2-18b. Well, roughly 2.5 times the size of planet Earth, K2-18b lies about 124 light years away or around 700 trillion miles away. That's well beyond the reach of human travel. Well, the discovery comes from a team at Cambridge University which detected molecules in the planet's atmosphere that on Earth are only produced by simple living organisms. All the signs were spotted using NASA's James Webb Telescope. Well, let's get more on this discovery, and we can speak now to Dr. David Whitehouse, who is a space expert and the author of biographies on the Moon and the Sun. We can also speak to Nick Pope, former chief UFO investigator for the British Ministry of Defence. Thank you both very much indeed for joining us. Dr. Whitehouse, let me start with you. Are you excited?
I'm moderately excited. This is a very interesting hint, the first step on the ladder of finding out if there's life in space. This is a very different planet, as you've said, a much larger planet, a planet that could be gaseous like Uranus and Neptune, or perhaps even have an ocean. And it orbits a very different type of star, a red dwarf star, which is much fainter than the Sun, but it orbits closer in than the Earth does of our star, and it receives about as much radiation and heat, and therefore you could have liquid water on the surface of this planet. And what James Webb has done, it's able to exquisitely look at the atmosphere of exoplanets, of these planets around nearby stars, and tell you something about their chemical structure. And there is a molecule, we think, in this atmosphere, which is, on the Earth at least, is only produced by life. And therefore it is a hint. And the question now is it the case that this is only produced by life, or are there other ways to produce it, which could be a possibility, this could be what it's telling us, or is this indicative of perhaps an ecology of some sort down there on the surface of the planet or down there in the ocean of the planet? This is very early days. It is only a hint. It may well go away, but we may have to wait for other observatories like the forthcoming Habitable Worlds observatories to make a closer look at this to find out for sure.
OK, Nick, let me turn to you. What went through your mind when you heard this news?
Well, I'm very excited about this. I think it's great news, and I think it's going to kickstart a very interesting global conversation about the implications of all this. I mean, it's important to say, of course, that this has not yet been confirmed. We need more validation, we need more data, and that's going to happen. And even if it is confirmed, of course, this is likely to be microbial life, and certainly not something more advanced. I mean, this is a biosignature, not a technosignature. A technosignature would be very exciting because it would indicate an industrial, perhaps spacefaring civilization. But whatever the truth of this is, as I say, an opportunity to have a very interesting global conversation, because the implications of our not being alone are going to be deep and profound, and they're going to affect everything from religious belief to personal philosophy as we think about who we are and what our place is in the cosmos.
Yeah, I want to ask you, Dr. Whitehouse, what you think it would mean for humankind to know and to have proof of life on another planet.
Well, if it does turn out that this is an ecology of some sort, then that is highly significant, because the gap between no life and a bacterium is much greater between a bacterium and ourselves. It is the major step in the formation of life. So if we find ecologies on nearby planets, then yes, it does confirm what is a growing feeling among astronomers, that the universe could be well teeming with life, and that the universe has, on the planets and perhaps in other areas as well throughout the cosmos, a fertile ground for life to develop in whatever form it could develop. So this is extremely interesting. It's pointing the right way to life in space, but this is far from the evidence of intelligence, which many people want, which would only come with, say, a signal, an arrival, or an artifact. And that would enable us to put ourselves in a cosmic context, to ask the important questions of ourselves as to whether or not, as a species, we are unusual, whether or not we are common, whether or not our type of species is widespread, or whether or not other species out there which are bound to be older than ourselves are fundamentally different. We will not understand ourselves, our religion, our philosophy, our history, our science, unless we have another species born under the light of a different star, possibly much older than ourselves, to compare ourselves with.
Nick, when you were at the Ministry of Defence investigating UFOs, I mean, did you think that perhaps in your lifetime the day would come when, I know we're not there yet, and I'm not getting ahead of myself, but did you think perhaps the day would come in your lifetime that we would see and discover life forms on another planet?
I thought so, yes. I mean, unless we thought there was something almost literally magical in a sort of Harry Potter way about planet Earth, you know, and life was unique, it seemed to me that the laws of physics were going to be the same in the observable universe and chemistry and such like. And the fact that even though this planet, I mean, 124 light years is an unimaginable distance for us, but yet in cosmic terms, it's right on our doorstep. And so the implication would be if life exists here on Earth and just 124 light years away, then yeah, there should be other life out there. And given the age of the universe and the rate of star formation, it's intriguing to speculate that there could be, if that life has evolved into something more complex like us, there could be civilizations out there that might be 1 billion more years ahead of us. And that's a really interesting thought, and perhaps a little bit of a scary one too. But again, time to have this conversation about the potential societal impact of finding out that we're not alone in the universe, and maybe one day having some sort of contact.
Yeah, I mean, it raises a lot of questions, and as we've been saying, it challenges pretty much every norm every human that's ever lived has had established in their brain. I just want to ask you, Dr. Whitehouse, I mean, this was found by the James Webb Space Telescope, launched about 4 years ago. I mean, there are other space telescopes in production, and presumably they're constantly being upgraded and new ones are coming out. NASA's got one. Europe has something called the Extremely Large Telescope, which I gather will be rolled out at some point in the near future. Can we expect, therefore, do you think, more and more of these types of discovery, the better our abilities get in terms of the technology?
Well, the technology of observing the sky is increasing all the time. In terms of what we can detect, the precision we can measure is actually quite remarkable, even over a few years ago. And it is interesting that in the search for signals from intelligent life in space, we have so far had about 70 searches, and we have detected nothing that is unusual or extraordinary. And that actually tells us something very interesting about searching for life in space, because searching for microbes on a nearby star is the ancillary to searching for intelligences such as our own. And as it was said, they could be, it's unlikely they would be as young or as dumb as we are. They could be much older than us. And the question is, and the question should be engaged with more often, because this could happen tomorrow, is will they be billion-year-old cosmic princes of peace who would look on us benevolently? Or could they have had 1 billion years to build up a nasty attitude and not just like our form of life? No human knows the answer to those questions. And since we could find intelligent life in space tomorrow, this is something that we should talk about, because until we find them, we will not be ready. And even when we find them, it may be too late for us to do anything about it.
Yeah, and with this amazing technology out there, these telescopes that are incredibly powerful and getting more powerful as the years go by, plus the advent of artificial intelligence, which presumably will be somehow incorporated into this technology. And I just wondered how astronomers and people looking for life beyond this planet, how they know where to point the telescope and which direction to look. Is there a process of elimination where they'd say, definitely not over there, let's try over here? Nick, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think that's actually more a question for David with his area of expertise. But I think, it's the old adage, if what you're doing isn't working, try something else.
Okay, Dr. Whitehouse, how do you think astronomers decide where they're going to go on a hunt for? How do you think they made this discovery? What was the thinking behind it?
There have been various strategies to search for life, and they've been looking at nearby stars, particularly sun-like stars, and more recently red dwarf stars, which I think could be very good for a habitable place. More civilizations could develop around long-lived red dwarf stars and perhaps around our own yellow star. So individual stars sweeping the skies for beacons. there have been lots of strategies carried out because the thing is you can't presume what an alien is like or how they would communicate with you. It's no human can think the way an alien thinks. But certainly over the next few years, with things like the Rubin telescope coming online soon, which are going to scan the sky several times a night very quickly, looking for anything that moves, this is going to be a new paradigm in astronomy. We're going to get so much data about the things which change in space and the things which change seen in various wavelengths and in various ways that we are going to actually set ground zero for the assumptions of life in space. And it may well be that when we do find life in space, be it intelligent or otherwise, it will not be through a targeted search of we are looking for this. It will be through the old adage of an astronomer looking at data and saying, that's strange, that's unusual, let's look a bit further at that. When I was a radio astronomer at Jodrell Bank, we looked at all sorts of objects, and each one of us had, in the back of our mind, in the back of our drawers, a little program which looked for intelligent signals or evidence of artificiality, because we knew it could come from anywhere. So that's what makes the search for aliens, for intelligences, so exciting these days, because the technology is now growing up at such a rate that we are probing the universe in such great detail that we have hope that we may find intelligent life somewhere soon. And if we don't, well, that's telling us something significant as well.
I'll come back to Nick in just a moment, because while we were talking, Dr. Whitehouse, I just wanted to ask you, I mean, that subject about artificial intelligence, and I want to ask you whether you've seen or heard any suggestions that AI is going to do a better job of locating life outside this planet than we have done. I mean, after all, the potential is huge, isn't it?
Oh, certainly. I mean, space probes that are scanning the sky with looking for incredible amounts of data, like Euclid, like the Rubin telescope, like future telescopes, they produce a prodigious amount of data, which is impossible for a human to analyze. Therefore, AI intelligent programs are looking through these things for, initially, what we know. But what we've learned from AI and ChatGPT and stuff like that, large language models, is that AI can adapt and understand, and it can find things that we hadn't asked it to look for. So it may well be that we find in this vast amount of data coming from future space probes something strange that only AI would be able to pick up. If I was a young astronomer at this time, looking forward to these wonderful instruments over the next few decades, I'd be very hopeful about finding evidence for intelligent life in space.
Nick, let me turn back to you, and I'd like to sort of ask you to recall your time investigating UFOs for the British Ministry of Defence. First of all, I mean, are you aware, without giving away any British government state secrets, of any contingency plans or any comms plans? Is there a strategy in place on how to break news of this magnitude to the public, if indeed a massive and significant discovery is made like this?
No, there isn't. And rather sadly, a while ago, the British government was having a look at, just as a sort of fun, almost as a thought experiment, how it might be announced. I think that plan might be dusted off now. And I think governments all around the world need to start thinking about this, because whatever we might find, if we do find any definitive evidence of the existence of extraterrestrial life, and particularly if it is a civilization and not just microbes, this will touch almost every aspect of our society, I would think. Politics, religion, science, technology, the economy, philosophy, and much more besides. So why wouldn't we want to have that conversation? I should just pick up on the point about artificial intelligence. I mean, there was mention earlier of the search for extraterrestrial intelligence program, the radio astronomers looking for signals. That's a very good example of where AI can go back through the vast amounts of data that the SETI scientists have amassed over the years and look for patterns which, as David says, human analysts might miss.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the scope for marrying these two types of technologies is incredible. I'm just staying with you, Nick, for a moment. I'll ask you to draw on your memories working with the British Ministry of Defence. I mean, have you got any anecdotes to share with us, or any stories from your time there where you thought perhaps this really was, you'd fallen upon some pretty convincing evidence that you'd found evidence of a UFO or some sort of alien life form?
Well, we didn't have a smoking gun, but we did have some very interesting cases. And the ones that interested us were, of course, the ones where you had something detected across multiple platforms, multiple sensor platforms. And we've seen this recently, for example, with some of the US Navy videos and some of the other statements coming out that these things are being seen by pilots, tracked on radar, filmed on forward-looking infrared cameras, and sometimes detected on satellite. And when that happens, and when these things perform speeds, maneuvers, and accelerations that seem to go beyond the cutting edge of anything that we have or allies or adversaries have, then that at least makes us pay attention and say, look, we don't have an answer to the UFO mystery, but we should be looking at it through the lens of a potential defense and national security issue. And that, of course, is exactly why the US government now has congressional hearings on this. And we see this in both the Senate and the House, in the Armed Services Committees, the Intelligence Committees, the Oversight Committees. And this subject has come from fringe to mainstream, and rightly so.
I'd like to ask you both, perhaps starting with Dr. Whitehouse. I mean, do you genuinely believe that alien life exists?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, I'm sure it does, but I have absolutely no proof whatsoever. And the recent spate of objects seen in space is no proof of anything. They are certainly, if you analyse them carefully and scientifically, not breaking any laws of physics. They're not doing anything unusual. And in most cases, as far as you can identify them, they are pretty ordinary objects. So we are seeing a spate of the mundane be interpreted as the extraordinary. And there has always been a plan to break this news to the public. When I was a journalist at the BBC, we were always talking with ministers and secretaries of states, and one of the things we used to break the ice with was talking about aliens. And we had ideas and plans as to what to do, as you would expect that if we had to break news about wars or conflicts, we had ideas to do that. And there are scientists currently, and for instance at the St Andrews Post-Detection SETI Hub, who are talking to governments of all around the world and politicians about how this should be done. So there are ideas and plans about what this means. But at the moment, we have nothing to talk about. There is no evidence whatsoever of alien incursion into the Earth, nothing unusual, nothing that cannot be explained when you look at it scientifically. I wish there were. I was in the UFO encyclopedia in 1985 saying that I would believe it if they landed on the White House lawn. And I didn't mind if it was the one in America or the one in Hampshire where I live. I wait for the evidence. So many people have got fuzzy blobs. So many people have got stories. Nobody has got evidence.
Let me ask you, Nick. I mean, is your hunch that we are not alone in this universe?
Yes. Life out there, I'm absolutely sure. Life visiting us down here, I don't know, but I hope so, because I think the world would be more interesting with aliens in than not, as I think we've seen with the buzz of this discovery just in the last few hours. And as for how it might be announced, I just have this wonderful vision in my head. And I know this is a very US-centric thought, but I imagine the President of the United States going live on television and saying, my fellow Americans, people of the world, we are not alone. And I think we might be the generation that sees that. I certainly hope so.
David, Dr. Whitehouse, I think you wanted to come in and make a point there.
It might happen in the future with a discovery, but the idea that cover-ups, conspiracies, that we have the evidence that we are being visited is delusional. I would hope the American president, whoever he or she is, would say we have evidence that we are not alone in the universe because of science, not because of fantasy.
Okay, well, indeed.
Well, I hope that science is the key to this. And, that's not to say that we shouldn't look at the other data too. And I'm pleased to say that the newly formed task force on the declassification of federal secrets will be looking at this subject too. So I think we've got everyone working on this, whether it's the government officials or the scientists. But I think a multidisciplinary approach to this is the way forward. But it's certainly an interesting time to be having this conversation.
Yeah, and what do you think is the enduring appeal of this search for life beyond our solar system? I mean, help us get to the bottom of it. Nick, your thoughts first.
Well, I think it's one of the biggest and most profound questions we can ask ourselves as humans. There are, I suppose, a certain number of big philosophical questions. What if anything happens to us after we die? But the question of whether or not we're alone in the universe, that's one of those big questions. And it's also, if we are talking about a civilization and not just microbes, it's a potentially very impactful question, because as I said earlier, the idea that there might be civilizations out there with a billion-year head start on us, what might their knowledge of science be? What might their engineering skills have brought up? Arthur C. Clarke once said that any sufficiently advanced technology would be indistinguishable from magic, and that excites me.
Okay, Dr. Whitehouse, what do you think is the reason for this perpetual appeal of the search for life beyond our solar system?
Well, I think most people want to find out if we're alone in the universe, if there are beings born under the light of different stars that have grown up and share our wonder of the universe and see it the same way we do. And they may have knowledge, they may have information and technology that we don't. And we should be very careful about interacting with them, because knowledge, particularly over such a long period of hundreds, billions of years, could actually be very dangerous to us. So it is a dangerous enterprise. But fundamentally, it is a search for our place in the universe, our understanding of how we fit into everything. Do they see the universe the same way we do? I'm not so much interested in an alien's science, because they would understand hydrogen molecules, they would understand electronics and planets and stars and like that. What I would like to hear is their art, their literature, their philosophy. That would really tell us about how different we are from them and how they see the universe differently from us. That would tell us a great deal about ourselves. It was once said, I think, by the philosopher Lauren Isley, we will never understand ourselves until we look at ourselves through the eye of an alien. I hope one day that we will have that point of view, but I hope we will have the discussion leading up to that, because we need to talk about this. The idea that we could encounter the adjacent possible is something that could happen tomorrow, and we need to be ready, and we're not.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Carlos Ghosn, thank you so much for joining me on Al Arabiya.
Good morning, Hadley.
Walk me through how you see the global economy today.
Look, I think we are in a situation of high uncertainty, it's obvious. I don't think the end game is obvious. I think everybody is assessing the different opportunities. And as a former CEO, I would say I would have not taken any decision so far, waiting for where the ball is going to end up, falling. Because any very premature decision can cost you much more than staying still until you see what's going on. Because a lot of companies have a supply chain which is a global supply chain. As head of Nissan and Renault, we used to have plants in Mexico, in the United States, obviously in Europe, in Brazil, in Korea, in Japan. So if you change anything now, not knowing what's going to happen, it would be very dangerous.
Do you see that there may be some buyer's remorse on President Trump as a result of what's happening?
I don't know. I think it's still too early to say. I think people want to see a little bit what's going to be the outcome of all of this. Obviously, when something surprising happens, even though it's not a surprise because he announced it during his program, some people are going to say, look, it's a good thing. Other people are going to say, no, it's a bad thing. And you're just in the middle and trying to assess how the situation is going to hit you as a company or as an industry or as a country. I think it's too early to say.
Tell me about the dollar. How worried are you about the destruction of the dollar? Are we going to see it replaced as the world's reserve currency?
I don't think personally that there would be a currency that's going to replace the dollar. I think what may happen is that if there is a persistent weakness of the dollar, there may be a flight towards gold and toward cryptocurrency and other kind of, I would say...
We're already seeing that movement.
Yeah, exactly. We're seeing this movement, but it can be much more massive if the fear start to grow onto the market. But I don't see that any other currency could replace the dollar for the moment.
Are you having that feeling that you wish you'd bought some gold?
I bought gold, but it was a long time ago. I'm very happy I did that. Yeah. I did that. Yeah, I was lucky.
Yeah. Tell me this, when you take a step back and look at the car industry today, there's a lot of fear in the United States about what this means, not just for imports, but also for domestic vehicles, because so many of the parts in domestically made vehicles in the United States are made abroad. How do you see that playing out?
Again, I think it's too early to say. I understand from the beginning what's the intention. And again, I'm going to give you two examples. In China, which is the largest market in the world, more than 90% of the cars sold in China are made in China. In the United States, which is the second largest market in the world, less than 50% of the cars sold in the United States are made in the United States. So obviously, there is temptation to say, you know, why? That means you guys should can afford to build more cars in the United States because this is your main market. And the president has already sent the signal by saying, I want you to build more cars in the United States. So no matter where the tariffs will end, I think this is a signal for a lot of car manufacturers to build more cars in the United States. And it's happening. You know, some announcement made by car manufacturers saying they're going to, load more the plants that they have in the United States on detriment of the plant at origin. Nissan, for example, announced that Smyrna in Tennessee will be more loaded on detriment of production coming from Kyushu in Japan. So there is already an effect, indirect effect of this intent to say, I cannot accept that to have such a small share of the production when I'm such a big player in the game.
If you were in the chair at Nissan right now, what would be your first move?
If I was in the chair of Nissan right now, first I would not have waited until the situation comes to this. I would have already loaded the plants in the United States a long time ago. Nissan has one of the largest North American plant in Smyrna, Tennessee. It's a huge plant, it's a modern plant, it's very efficient, and they didn't use it fully. It didn't use it fully because it wanted, the management wanted to privilege some of the production coming from Japan. Terrible mistake. Obviously, economically, short term, they want to benefit from the fact that the yen was weak. It weakens a lot. But this has backlash, political backlash. I mean, it's difficult for people in Tennessee to see such a plant not being loaded for cars sold in the United States while you continue to ship a lot of cars from Japan.
Is this an opportunity for economic diplomacy in your mind? Because oftentimes it seems as if the president listens more to the business and financial community than perhaps he does to those in government.
No, and obviously we're going to see a lot of diplomacy around this. And I am sure that a lot of wins are going to be scored, particularly in situations where there is a total unfairness and unbalance into this. But again, we're going to wait until the end game unfolds. But there are a lot of situations, for example, where you wonder why there is this completely uneven situation, because you're not talking about developing countries here. You're not talking about countries which are in need. You're talking about large economy already benefiting from a very strong stronghold. I think the president will have some wins without any doubts.
Talk to me about EVs, Tesla in particular. What happens to that company?
Look, if you take the history of EV in 2008, 2009, there were probably two guys believing in EVs. Tesla, that means Elon Musk was one of them. I was the other guy because we launched the first mass-marketed car, which was the Leaf of Nissan. But Tesla was a startup, and they struggled a lot to begin, while we were able to be supported by the huge business of Nissan and Renault on the side. There is no doubt in my mind that the future going towards electric cars. And the people who understood this quickly were the Chinese. That means on top of Elon Musk and some people in the industry like myself and very few other people, the government of China understood that if they want to build a car industry, they're going to have to build it on a technology where they don't have a handicap toward the European or toward the Americans or toward the Japanese. And it was electric car, because electric car were received into this country with some kind of, maybe it's work, maybe it's not work, maybe we're going to hybrid, maybe hydrogen. Well, they said, okay, this is our opportunity, let's go for it. BYD, which is today one of the most challenging worldwide auto company, they didn't do cars. The first car they did was in 2006 or 2007. They were battery makers. So they just started to do cars, electric cars and other cars, but mainly electric cars in 2006. Today, BYD is worth 4 times more than Renault, which has been on the market for more than 80 years. It's unbelievable. It worth 6 or 7 times more than Nissan, which has been here for 80 years. It means that this industry, if you do not understand what's coming and you do not execute and adapt to what's coming, you're going to lose in the game very quickly. And the people who are betting on the right technology or on the right segments will be big winner. BYD will be one of them.
The backlash on Tesla, and do you see that brand evolving? Does it need a rebrand? Should it be bought out? I mean, what's the future there?
No, I think, frankly, Tesla is going through maybe a rough patch now, but first, Elon has announced that he's going to go back to his business, so we're going to pay more attention to Tesla, number one. Second, it's a very innovative company, and it's not going to stop there. So I think they're going to be bringing back new innovation with new technology into the car. So I trust they will do the job in order to get out of this patch. But they're going to have, particularly when it comes to electric cars and autonomous cars, they're going to have a tough competition, particularly coming from the Chinese.
Yeah. Would you buy a BYD?
Oh, without any doubt. Yeah, I'm here. I'm testing a lot of cars because all the distributors tell me, when there is a new one, please, can you give us an opinion? Yeah, they are fine. They are competitive. I think the head of Nissan or the head of Renault should be very scared when they see this kind of cars coming, and particularly at the price where they are present. And BYD today is practically at the same level of sales than Tesla, without selling, I understand, any single cars in the United States, which is unbelievable.
Tell me about Europe. Are we going to see a war in Europe, in your mind?
Well, Europe, in Europe, when we talk about Europe, in Europe you have different realities. You have, in my opinion, the Europe of the future, the one which is challenging the outdated ideas and the old-fashioned stuff. And then you have the old Europe who tries to always to do a little bit more of what they've done and which put them into the situation where they are. Unfortunately, as you know, I'm a French citizen and I'm very sad to see the situation of France today, which is still struggling with the problem, which is a classical problem of a high debt and deficits that they don't know how to manage. That means we have a lot of words, you have a lot of verbiage, you want to protect this, you want to protect that, etc. But at the end of the day, the whole boat is sinking. In a certain way, what's happening now is probably going to force a lot of countries to get out of the comfort zone and to take finally the necessary decision they need to take in order to shape up, to shape up their economy. Because ignoring the problem and pushing the problem for the next generation or pushing the problem for the next government or next administration is not going to work. The policy of en même temps, I'm going to do this and that, and I'm going to do this and that, and so it doesn't work anymore. You're going to have to choose one specific camp, have the courage to assume it, and change the situation once for all, and tackle the problem which is a threat for you.
President Trump has made no secret of the fact that he's pretty much done with Europe, and not just with NATO spending towards the war in Ukraine, but also with the tariffs that he's been suggesting. In your mind, does that leave Europe very vulnerable?
I think it's an opportunity for Europe. That when the President of the United States said, look, Europe is not relevant anymore, it's an opportunity for Europe to say, well, is it justified? In this case, you just, bend the knee and it's over. Or do you reshape yourself? Or do you revamp yourself? And there are forces in Europe fighting for revamping Europe, but to revamp Europe, you need to get rid of the old stuff that is leading you nowhere. There are going to be a lot of struggle inside Europe for that. It's going to be interesting to see what's going to prevail.
Is it going to be France? Is it going to be Italy?
Well, Italy is probably one of the new challengers who wants a new Europe. You have Eastern European countries also are new blood in Europe. They want something completely new. And then you have the old-timers, like France in a certain way, unfortunately. Well, Germany is changing. It used to be like this. Well, it's changing very fast. Fascinating to see how things are going to change in Europe and what's going to prevail. But I think the position of President Trump ignoring, in a certain way, Europe or saying, you're not relevant anymore, it's an opportunity for Europe to say,
to galvanize Europe.
We really matter. We are one of the largest economy, and we want to do what is necessary in order to get back on track.
Tell me what you think of Lebanon today. What's happening in this country?
Well, what I can say is Lebanon today is better than what Lebanon was a few months ago, because the people of Lebanon gained trust into the new leadership that has been nominated. Now, I think there is a lot of expectation of concrete realizations, And when you go on the street in Lebanon, you know what people want. I mean, they don't care about the big speeches, What they care is about electricity. They want to be able to pay for the school. They want to be able to have security. They want to be able to have a port which is working, an airport where they can fly. That's what they want. They want some basic stuff. So I think if some concrete, visible realization come on these fields, this trust will grow. If people will continue to listen to bickering and delaying and discussions about nominations and plans and in 3 years it's going to be much better.
Materialize.
Yeah, it doesn't materialize. Then I'm expecting a backlash.
Is Hezbollah over?
Well, it looks like, I'm sure as a party, certainly not. I think they represent a portion of the population, and in a democracy, they should be playing a role. But I think it looks like as a military force, everything I'm hearing and I'm seeing, it's over.
Do you think they'll be able to disarm them without conflict?
This is the big question. This is a big the big question. Will this generate a conflict, or can it be done peacefully? Well, everything I'm seeing from the people who are really leading the country today is trying to do it as peacefully as possible without another disruption that the country doesn't need.
Tell me what you think of the banking secrecy laws. Do you anticipate we're going to see names? Is there going to be naming and shaming of who sent money out of the country?
Well, if there is enough pressure from the public opinion, particularly on the politician, yes. If there is not enough pressure, or if you're lost in the discussion, I think obviously all the people who benefited from it are going to try everything to avoid it. So future will tell what's going to prevail.
Do you think that there's enough time for this technocrat government to really get much done?
You know, if I was in a position like this, I would start with quick wins.
Yeah.
Very important quick wins. You know very well, when you have to turn around the situation, people have no patience for what's going to come in 2 years or 3 years or 4 years. You need to feed them first with quick wins. Things that they are expecting, concrete, that they see a modification, something for the better. The quick wins allow you to sustain and feed the patience of people for some bigger wins to come. What you cannot do is feed people with words and promises until the big wins come. People never wait for the...
What are some quick wins today, do you think?
Well, obviously, electricity is a big win. Traffic is a big win. Environment is a big win. You know, establishing some rules. For example, you know that there is a lot of corruption in the administration. You have to, even today, even though there is a lot of speech, lack of corruption, if you go do certain formalities today, corruption is still going on. So people can see a discrepancy between what people, the intention from one side and the reality. So when these realities start to change, people will start to get hope. So these are the quick wins I'm talking about. Obviously, you're not going to establish a new infrastructure in 6 months. It's going to take some time. But for example, signing a contract with a company which is going to build, I don't know, a power plant that was going to deliver for you in 18 months electricity, this is a quick win, because this is something where you are promising you're going to get out of trouble in a certain point in time, and it's going to be to your benefit. Quick wins are extremely important.
If you were sitting in the central bank governor's chair and you were trying to decide how you were going to structure things going forward, who of the small depositors would get their money back? How would you do that?
You know, I think what they're doing now, which is privileging the small depositors and moving up, is very fair. It's very fair, because small depositor has no. I mean, he puts his money in the bank because he has no other way to do it. Bigger depositors have options. You know, they can put them in the bank in Lebanon, put them somewhere else. So, in a certain way, you couldn't say that all the depositors in Lebanon benefited from the very generous high level of rates that the central bank have fed the public for a while. Some people didn't have a choice. I mean the teacher and the officers in the army and the retirees, well, whatever they want, they had the opportunity to get X%. They are, and now everything is blocked. So starting with the small depositor and moving up is the right approach. It's a fair approach. It's a just approach. Even economically, it makes a lot of sense. And moving up. So we'll see what's going to be the end game, but the first measures taken, saying we're going to privilege smaller depositor, makes a lot of sense.
What happens next in your mind when you think about the future here, beyond getting some money back into the system? Are we going to see consolidation of the banking sector? Are we going to see new players coming into the market? How do you recapitalize the banks?
Well, today, if you ask a shareholder in a bank to put more money in the bank without knowing exactly what's going to be the game, nobody's going to put money. That means the people are reluctantly putting money to preserve their former capital, but if they are persuaded that their former capital is not preserved, they're not going to continue. You know, nobody throw good money to save bad money. It's too early to say what's going to happen, but I think to reestablish the trust into financial institutions is going to take more than a few words and a few promises, or even a few laws, because the system is frozen now. That means most of the banks are zombies. They're just working, but they are alive, but they are not alive. So we're waiting for the decisions to be taken to see exactly how this will play.
Tell me about the future of Carlos. I know you're teaching.
Yeah. No, I do a lot of things in Lebanon. That means obviously I'm
You're testing cars.
Yeah. I test cars, yes. Yeah. I mean, this is a hobby more than anything else. I test cars, motorcycle, bicycle, you know, the new electric bicycle. I love mobility. I follow mobility. I continue to do that. I dedicate some time at university. We have a seminar on crisis management and strategic.
I'm told that that's booked out for years.
Yeah, it is. It is booked out. It's very successful because obviously young people like they don't like academia so much. They like experience. They like people who have been through this, done things, so they can hear from somebody who are doers and not somebody who just juggling with some ideas. And I'm very happy to do that. On top of this, it maintains you young. On top, I help some startups also here. Not only help them with advice, but from time to time I participate with them. You know, books, movies, I read a lot. I do a lot of things that I didn't have time to do. And you know, I spent also a lot of time fighting for my rights, and particularly for the rights of my wife, because as you know, I've been the object of, frankly, an incredibly unfair and unjust accusation, particularly from Japan, followed by the French after. And the most obvious for me is the wrath of the Japanese prosecutor against my wife, because she had the red notice on her for a so-called perjury. And the perjury is she did not remember something that she should remember. They decided that she should have remembered something that she said in front of the judge she didn't remember. And this event happened 6 months before they put the red notice. And when it happened, when I escaped to Lebanon, and I came to Lebanon, and I announced that I'm going to talk to the press, they struck her with the red notice. We have been fighting this for 5 years. Lawyers, Interpol, and this is where I discovered how ruthless this world is, and that justice has nothing to do with the reality that I'm dealing with, where the hostage justice system in Japan is being exported to other countries through Interpol. So, you know, they have anything against you, you know, they just sent to Interpol red notice. Interpol, they told us they don't look at the merit of the accusation, and they just implement it because obviously Japan is a big donor.
Yeah.
So my only hope is obviously in front of the Japanese inequity and in a certain way kind of difficult to understand how they're going after my wife. They're going after me. This I can solve it with them, but after my wife is there is only the only possibility. She's a U.S. citizen and she's a hostage.
And what are the Americans doing?
Yeah. Well, we try. I mean, unfortunately, with the previous administration, we tried everything. I mean, they didn't seem to care. I know that President Trump and the new administration care a lot about hostages, and particularly American hostages. And my wife is a typical American hostage held in Lebanon. She has been held for 5 years, and our only hope is a signal from their administration to the Japanese. They're not pleased with this, and I'm sure this will solve everything.
And she's a citizen of New York.
Yes.
A resident of New York.
Resident of New York.
So
yes.
she should be hearing from those who are in government. Talking about senators, talking about those who have access to the White House.
Well, frankly, she tried the senator of New York. They didn't care too much about the case.
No response.
No response, not at all. They even, you know, we asked for meetings to explain the case. The senator didn't pay a lot of attention. In fact, the only senator that are really paying attention are the Republican senators today, and we're trying to reach the White House to say, please, during the negotiations with Japanese, if you mention this, it will be a long way to stop this. I mean, somebody cannot stay all his life hostage for such a, it's not even a crime in many countries. You know, perjury when it's a case of your husband doesn't even exist in many countries. They don't take in consideration the testimony of your wife. Japan decided that this is a perjury, and they have told us many times the only way to solve this is she comes back to Japan, she will be put in prison, and she will be waiting a couple of years for her to be tried, and then we'll see.
How would you describe your life in Lebanon?
Peaceful.
Good life?
Yeah, peaceful. Peaceful. I mean, obviously, you cannot have a good life in Lebanon with so much misery and poverty developing around you. I mean, you're affected by that, and we're trying as much as possible with Carol to help. But it's peaceful. It's peaceful because, I mean, in a certain way, I lost part of my geographical freedom, but I gained my freedom in terms of time. You know, when you're CEO of many companies, you're not free of your time. You have a board meeting, and you have an executive committee meeting, and you have an investment meeting, and you have this, and it's dictated on you. And the time where you do whatever you want to do is very limited. Now it's the contrary. I do whatever I want, and this is a new freedom for me.
Would you want to join the government in any future administration here in Lebanon?
No, I'm a non-political person. I'm absolutely not attracted by that.
Why?
But a lot of people told me, you know, why? Yeah, but you know, you have a lot of experience. It can be helpful. I say, I'm fine. I'm ready to help. I'm ready to advise. I'm ready to consult. If my experience can be helpful, I will do it, but not as a political player.
Why?
Well, you know, I think in order to play in politics and to be successful, you need to like politics. You know, and one of the reasons I don't like politics is, again, I'm an engineer, and for me, the best road between two different points is a straight line. And you know that in politics it's never the best road. It's always you have to turn around and go by and say things and play games. And this is absolutely not my forte. I don't like that. I like people who are very straightforward. I like people who go to the point. I like to make a complex situation simple for people to act. And you know, often in politics, is you make a simple situation more complicated, so nothing is get done, or you can get benefit of it. So these kind of strategies.
You find it frustrating.
I find it frustrating. Yeah. Well, and again, I have nothing against politicians who like to do that, and we need politicians.
Yeah.
But that's not my game.
So it hasn't stopped Elon Musk from working with the Trump administration. He's getting a lot of pushback for that. Do you think it's surprising?
Frankly, when I look at Elon is not a politician, frankly.
The chainsaw.
No. I mean, he's not a politician, obviously.
Yeah.
He's not. And I don't think, and he said, by the way, that in a few weeks, he's going to stop playing this role. He may be an advisor, no problem. He can give advice, etc. And he's going to go to his businesses, yes. Yeah, some characters are incompatible with politics.
Do you think that was a mistake for him to get involved early on?
It's his choice. You know, you make choices in life. Is this a mistake or not?
Given the impact on the business.
I think Steve Jobs said one day, whatever happens to you, you never know it's good or bad until 10 years later.
Yeah.
You know? so you never know. So we're going to have to wait 10 years to be able to assess if this was good or bad.
Carlos, it's great to see you.
Thank
you so much for joining me.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Our allies in many cases, worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya News headquarters. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. These are our headlines. The White House announces that President Trump will indeed be visiting Saudi Arabia in mid-May. We'll be asking what deals might emerge from his visit. Well, it's not just world leaders, but more and more business leaders are frequent visitors to the kingdom. In just a moment, we'll be speaking to Bob Diamond, the former Barclays Bank CEO, to find out why he was in Riyadh last week. And tourism at the heart of Vision 2030. We ask the CEO of one of Saudi Arabia's leading travel companies what's behind the record-breaking growth in the sector as the national aviation sector finds lift under its wings. Welcome to the program. We begin by looking at the US President Donald Trump's visit to Saudi Arabia in just 2 weeks from now. Well, this official trip comes almost exactly 8 years after what was President Trump's inaugural foreign trip to the kingdom at the start of his first term in 2017. Well, the dates for his visit were announced by the White House press secretary, Caroline Levitt.
I can also confirm the dates of the president's trip to the Middle East. He will travel to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates from May 13th until May 16th.
Well, I am joined now, as we are every week, by Ali Raza, the Chief Investment Officer at the Saudi Arabia Holding Company. Ali, great to see you. Thanks for being with us again. Can you just tell us a bit more about this visit to Saudi Arabia by President Trump? What can we expect?
Well, Tom, earlier this year, His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman said on a call to President Trump that it was expected Saudi Arabia would work to invest up to $600 billion over a couple of years, 4 years or more, in the US. And some of us may have also seen the headlines from President Trump stating that he would call for that to be raised to $1 trillion. There have been other commitments, similar commitments in the region, in the Middle East region as well, towards investing in the US. If we look at the nature of discussions and all the tariff mania that's been taking place last couple of weeks, I think it's very clear that the name of the game is trade and trade relationships. The US seems to be particularly interested in developing the trade relationships. And Saudi Arabia, as we all know, under the Vision 2030 Economic Diversification Program, of course, trade is one of the biggest items on the agenda. Now, the National Investment Strategy, which was established a few years ago, subsequently to the Vision 2030 initiative, aims to grow the foreign direct investment 20-fold by 2030, so north of 300 billion Saudi Riyal. I would not be surprised if this trip sees a lot of these relationships come together and a strengthening of ties, particularly in arms, as we saw on Trump's first visit to Saudi Arabia, in artificial intelligence, in cross-border investments across a range of sectors. We're hearing from our friends on the ground at professional services outfits, at law firms that are involved in M&A transactions that there seems to be a growing sentiment towards inbound transactions towards Saudi Arabia. So I would not be surprised if we see a lot of this crystallize on this visit, but certainly the after effect of the visit.
OK, so that's the US president's visit, which we'll be covering extensively here on Al Arabiya News. Let's move on to the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who paid an official visit to Saudi Arabia on Tuesday and Wednesday. And during that visit, the two nations inked quite a number of agreements. They aim to boost cooperation in sectors like energy, tech, investment and defence. Just tell us a bit more about that.
So India is the second largest trading partner to Saudi Arabia as it stands, and Saudi Arabia is the fifth largest trading partner. Now, a lot of this is focused on energy historically, but the latest trade investments partnerships that were inked seek to expand that scope somewhat. So 50 billion is expected to go towards energy development, and this would be in the way of refineries to enable India to have its own capabilities and reduce reliance on third-party imports. 15 billion is earmarked for defense collaborations. Some portion of this will be for cultural initiatives, even some investment in the Bollywood film industry. Up to 20 billion is expected to go into manufacturing and infrastructure. So it's quite you could say it's a broadening exercise. The trade relationship is being broadened to exchange capabilities in both sides, to develop competencies within each respective region, and to deepen that tie that is already sees the two nations as some of the most significant partners to each other.
OK, Ali, thank you very much indeed for that. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Well, it's not just politicians who are visiting the kingdom. Hardly a week goes by when there isn't a top international figure in the investment world who's in Saudi Arabia and making some big announcements. Well, Richard Branson last week, Kevin O'Leary, to whom we spoke a couple of weeks ago, Larry Fink. These are just some of the regular visitors. Well, Saudi Arabia is increasingly a hub for international investors and big names in the world of investment, finance and business. Well, we're going to speak now to the CEO of Atlas Merchant Capital, Bob Diamond. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Diamond, from New York. You have been on the board of a number of big companies alongside some big-name Saudi investors like His Royal Highness Prince Alawid bin Talal, to name one, the late Saudi business legend Suleiman Olian, to name another one. You've just got back from Saudi Arabia, and that's a place that I gather you've been visiting for decades. First of all, how have you seen the country change?
No, from a physical comfort, lifestyle point of view, but also from, the quality of life point of view for people that live there. Tom, I think it's been remarkable. And certainly it has been on a changed trajectory for 2 decades that I've been going there. But I would say in the last 5 years, maybe the last 10 years, the change has accelerated. I think the quality of office buildings, the quality and number of restaurants that are really top end, not just a place to get a meal, but a place to really kind of have an afternoon or have an evening. I point to the VA Riyadh Center next to the Ritz Carlton where I was staying when I was there. That wasn't there a couple of years ago in terms of the quality of shops, the quality of restaurants, the quality work that was done to do it. So I think, for the people who live in Riyadh, certainly, and I've spent a fair amount of time in Jeddah as well. Clearly, the quality of life has changed immensely.
OK, do you actually remember your first visit to Saudi Arabia? What can you tell us about what's different between then and now?
I think the two I remember most were in my Barclays days when I was going more as a banker, meeting with the government and the larger institutions, around bond financing and banking and Barclays' ability to do consumer banking there. And it was very official. I think more interesting was my first trip there. I'm thinking it was probably in 2013 or probably 2014 when David Seamus and I had created Atlas Merchant Capital, which is a boutique private equity investment, bringing really high quality opportunities to invest in financial services in the U.S., U.K., and Europe. And getting around the country was a challenge, particularly to find non-institutional investors, so some of the large, more successful family offices. We felt like we were traveling the whole time, all around. It was difficult to get from place to place. The quality of the hotels that we're staying at weren't the same as they were, for example, in Dubai and in other areas of the United Arab Emirates. It's changed dramatically. And I think also the willingness to engage with investment opportunities outside of the domestic market has changed dramatically.
Okay, you just mentioned your company there, Atlas Merchant Capital. For people who don't know it, just tell us a bit more about it and also what your ambitions are for the company in Saudi Arabia.
Well, it's fairly straightforward, and it's really, there's two angles to it. The most important angle right now is we're providing an opportunity for family offices and other investors within Saudi Arabia to invest alongside Atlas Merchant Capital and other institutional investors. And our largest investors tend to be in the Gulf area and in Asia. And they're looking for seriously good opportunities to invest in the U.S. financial services industry. Tom, today we have a very, very interesting situation, which is that the regional and community banks in the United States, there are 4,500 of them, are going through a period of consolidation. And it is very strategic. It is very much supported by both the regulators and the new administration to make the regional and community banks even stronger competitors. And it's not recognized to a lot of people, but 50% of the lending to small and medium-sized businesses in the U.S. come from these regional and community banks, not from the big J.P. Morgan, Citibank, B of A, and Wells Fargo. So there's an opportunity here for significant returns in a relatively short period of time, 2 to 3 years, that this consolidation will take place. And so much of the returns here are coming from the cost synergies that are quite straightforward to identify. I can't tell you how exciting it was for so many of the family offices and investors in Riyadh to recognize that there was an opportunity like this available to them. I think in prior years, maybe 5 years ago and 10 years ago, an opportunity like this would be available only to the largest investment platforms.
Okay, and does Saudi Arabia have many of these banks and systems already in place?
So these are regional community banks in the U.S. that are consolidating. And our visit, particularly through the good graces of Saeed and his team, was very much focused on family offices and giving them the opportunity to invest in opportunities that are really generated through this consolidation of regional and community banks in the U.S.
From everything you've said about Saudi Arabia, I mean, you've made it sound like it is a very attractive place to do business. Tell us a bit more.
Yeah, I think the attitude toward business, the attitude toward international opportunities, all of this has been a sea change over the last 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 years. Not to say it was, yeah.
Okay, Bob, let's talk about Vision 2030. Huge ambitions for Saudi Arabia. And at the moment, there's quite a bit of turmoil in the world economy. Do you see the vision and its ambitions being affected by that turmoil?
Listen, I think the turmoil has its biggest impact on the large public markets. So public equities and dollar versus euro, for example, has been having dramatic change over the last couple of weeks. And, I'm very, very confident that we will see through this short period. When you're investing something like an Atlas Merchant Capital Fund, which is investing in U.S. regional and community banks, it's a private investment. It's away from the volatility of the big public market. So to be perfectly frank, the valuations are even more attractive to invest. The management of those investments by Atlas Merchant Capital have the track record. Quite frankly, I think this is an even better opportunity for the family offices throughout the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, throughout the Gulf states, to have access to professional managers in the private markets like Atlas Merchant Capital that have consistently produced the kind of alpha and the kind of return that large institutions have had access to. I think in terms of Vision 2030, I was there when the vision for Vision 2030 was announced at the FII conference. Was that 7 or 8 or 9 years ago? From the beginning of that, I think it's helped accelerate a profound change in people's ambitions for the economy within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the lifestyle available to people within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And quite frankly, as you stand here today and see the progress, it just makes anyone, even more excited to be working with the family offices in the kingdom.
Okay, and just lastly, what would be your advice to international companies that want to break into the Saudi market and who want to set up shop there? And just tell us what you think some of the biggest misconceptions are.
I think it's two sides of the same coin. As I said, the quality of life available to the people that will be working there is dramatically different than it was 5 or 10 years ago. It's the quality of transportation, the highways, the quality of restaurants and hotels, the quality of office buildings, the financial center that's been built just a couple of miles away from the conference center next to the Riz Carlton is probably as nice a financial center as you'll see anywhere in the Middle East, anywhere in the Gulf. And there's been some significant construction in some of the countries in the UAE and in Doha as well. So I think for anyone thinking about the opportunity here as a opportunity for their firm to get some of their team to go there for a week or two, travel around, get a sense of what it's like on the ground, and I think they'll come away with a very, very different impression than they go, and it'd be very positive.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for your time. A great pleasure talking to you. Bob Diamond, CEO of Atlas Merchant Capital. Thank you so much. Okay, that was Bob Diamond, who we just spoke to there. He was one of the many well-known figures who took part at an event in Riyadh, hosted by Saeed Al-Sadi, who we're going to speak to now. Saeed, thank you very much indeed for joining us. You're the president and the CEO of the Access Group. Just tell us a bit more about what the Access Group, the Access Circle, is all about.
Hi, Tom. Thank you very much for having me here today. It's a pleasure always to be with you and chat to you on different topics. And congratulations on your show. It has been, although it's recent, but it has been doing a lot of echo, and we look forward to seeing more and more of your great work. In short, the Access Circle is an exclusive and forward-looking economic forum that brings together the brightest minds, boldest investors, and most influential change makers from across the kingdom, the region, and the world. Our aim was to design a unique space to foster deep, meaningful dialogues and spark strategic collaborations that complements and aligned with the Saudi Vision 2030.
Okay, Saeed, so we know that Bob Diamond was there because we just spoke to him. Tell us who else was there and what was accomplished at the summit.
Now, we host a big number of royals, family offices, chairmen, CEOs, and leaders of the most high-profile public and private entities in the kingdom and abroad. In a way, it's a catalyst for that change, development, and showcasing who's who in Saudi Arabia as a crossing point with the world. A lot has been accomplished in engaging different sectors. We're sector agnostic, but in a way, we focus on showcasing the best of the best in sports, media, politics, government, private sector, and public sector. And through that, we have seen a lot of partnerships, collaborations, and new developments growing as we grow this platform.
Saeed, you mentioned family offices there, and that's something we heard Bob talking about just before we spoke to you as well. Just tell us briefly, what is the importance of a family office?
The region is built on family offices. The region culturally and economically is very interlinked within families. One of the big names we had is Mr. Khalid Zayyani, OBE, awarded by Queen of England for his service. He's one of the oldest and most respected business people in the GCC in Bahrain, where he mentioned that within their large group, and one of their group companies is Investcorp, for example. In their large group, one thing we remember from his very lovely speech that he gave was, you never have a CEO from the family, for example. You can fire a CEO, but you cannot fire family. And this is, in a way, how families here run businesses. And if you look at the economic ecosystem and mapping of the region, you will find that a lot of those large businesses are run by families. So it's important to keep those families collaborating, integrated, and succeeding generation to generation.
Okay, Saeed, let's go back to your event in Riyadh, because it's the kind of platform that plays a really important role. I mean, this kind of meetup is really important in Saudi Arabia, isn't it?
Definitely. Definitely. It's a testament on Saudi Arabia's growing soft power interest, and the whole world is lined up to watch Saudi Arabia or access Saudi Arabia, and hence we are called Access Circle, as we provide the right meaningful access and try to make the journey of the investors and international innovators, companies, and startups as seamless as possible, with the right high-level engagements that empowers Vision 2030 and their contribution to the country.
Okay, Saeed, tell us, for people who want to enter the Saudi market, have you got any tips on how they can do that, especially when it comes to the business of successful networking?
Certainly. Something we just discussed is family. Our region is very intimate in their approach. We are more relation-focused. A lot of people come into, or investors come into, a more transactional way, which is not the right way. Here, you need to invest time. You need to stay. Saudi is for Saudi, by Saudi, and you need to understand Saudi. Hence, we have the RHQ programs and all the other initiatives to encourage the global investors to stay in Saudi and build the relations, build the partnerships, have the deep understanding of the culture, the economy, and the developments through the way. So if you want to access Saudi Arabia, you need to understand the culture here, you need to respect it, and invest heavily in building your networks, partnerships that will lead to your success.
Okay, valuable words of advice. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed, Saeed Al-Saadi. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Tom.
Let's get a brief check of some other stories we're following for you now. In aviation news, Airbus says it plans to source some of the metal it uses, mostly titanium, to manufacture its aircraft from Saudi Arabia. Well, this announcement was part and parcel with a deal with the national carrier Saudia, which will buy up to 20 long-haul aircraft from Airbus. The Saudi budget carrier Flyadeal has confirmed a deal to order 10 Airbus A330neo wide-body passenger jets. This as the airline expands. Well, the sister airline of the state-owned national carrier Saudia says it has also acquired the purchase rights for a further 10 of those planes, which are also known as A330-900s. And Saudi Arabia's new airline, Riyadh Air, which is scheduled to take to the skies towards the end of this year, has unveiled its new cabin interiors. Combining luxury, comfort and technology, the seats on decor draw on Saudi heritage colours and materials. Well, Riyadh Air, which will operate with the IATA two-letter code RX, is described as the largest airline industry startup in a generation. Okay, so as the aviation industry in Saudi Arabia lifts off, we're going to take a look now at tourism and what that can bring to the kingdom. Well, tourism, of course, is one of the key pillars and is it very much at the heart of Vision 2030. Well, Saudi Arabia has emerged as a global tourism hotspot. The sector is seeing record-breaking growth, representing more than 10% of the entire economy and employing more than 400,000 people across the kingdom. Well, the goal is to attract 100 million, possibly 150 million tourists even by 2030. Well, let's find out more now. We're joined by Muzammil Hussain, who is the CEO of Al Musafa, one of Saudi Arabia's leading travel companies. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. We have just read one of your reports about travel in Saudi Arabia. Just looking through the numbers, I mean, just tell us what stands out for you. Any surprising findings?
Look, I think what's really positive about the report in general is that given all of the uncertainty in the world, the Saudi traveler remains strong, continuing to explore locally, domestically at home. The region, MENA region, is growing as well, and internationally. So the Saudi traveler has loved to travel and continues to travel. Growth across all key segments, especially in the family segment as well.
Okay, and for people coming to visit Saudi Arabia, what sort of trends are you seeing there in terms of the profile of the visitor?
Yeah, I think for people visiting Saudi Arabia, there's kind of a couple of different segments. There's, of course, the growth and the continued presence of the religious travel segment, the ease of visa allowing Muslim travelers from around the world to visit the holy cities of Mecca and Medina and perform Umrah, continues to grow. Umrah grew to almost 18 million visitors last year. That will target to hit 30 million by 2030. Continued expansion of the holy sites. At the same time, the rise of events in Saudi Arabia, whether that's sporting events. I was just at F1 in Jeddah, saw a great amount of tourists visiting there, and business events. There's FII conferences, a number of events happening around the business and economy in Saudi Arabia, bringing business travelers who are taking the time also to explore Saudi while they're visiting Saudi, many of who have came to Saudi for the first time from all over the world. And lastly, domestic travel. Saudis are continuing to travel. And when visitors come, they also take a chance to see the rest of the smaller cities, not only the main holy cities or just Riyadh, but also the new sites like Red Sea, the new project Red Sea or Al Ula, really taking a chance to immerse themselves in the culture and the experiences.
Okay, so the sector's really evolving. Just talk us through the actual value of travel and tourism to the Saudi economy. What sort of growth, what sort of trends are we seeing in this regard?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's almost close to 10% of GDP now, as you mentioned earlier, with over 400,000 jobs, and that's only growing. The travel sector is not just the people working in the airline or the airport, but it's all of the hotels, all of the agencies, all of the experience and event providers. There's a huge travel and tourism related economy that the country is investing in, building talent, building capabilities to grow. We've even at Al Musafa, we have our own in-house academy tailored to bringing out services and improving the services of our staff to the customers. But also, the Ministry of Tourism has sent a number of Saudis, young Saudi talent, to some of the best hospitality and tourism schools around the world to bring that experience into the kingdom as they open up for tourism.
Just going back to the report we were talking about a minute ago, the one that you've just published, it seems like the number of visitors arriving on low-cost flights, according to that report, is actually decreasing. And I'm just wondering if that's a steady trend. Does that tell us something? Does that suggest there's a shift in the profile of the average visitor to Saudi Arabia?
This report focuses on the Saudis traveling, and the low-cost carrier market in Saudi Arabia last year grew significantly. In 2024 and 2023, the last few years, as the launch of Fly a Deal and increasing routes. Now, what's happening is the domestic flight, is being balanced now. It's a more balanced market between full-service carrier, the Saudi airline, the national carrier, and Flynas and Fly a Deal, the other low-cost carriers. At the same time, the opening of Saudi Arabia for international markets is creating a lot more low-cost travel into Saudi Arabia. So it's easier access. You've got Wizz Air, You have a few other airlines that are coming into Saudi Arabia with low-cost carriers, increasing the ability for people to visit Saudi at a low-cost level, and Saudis to travel out. So both ways are really strong. So it's not about the profile. I think it's about the access and the accessibility. And low-cost carriers come from not necessarily always all the major hubs. They come from other smaller cities, other cities that drive additional traffic and at a much better price point. Because what we're seeing in general, globally, is people are necessarily saving on the flight, but they're spending more in destination. They'd rather spend on the hotel for 3 or 4 nights at a nicer hotel than necessarily spend on the flight itself, because the flight is just a point-to-point trip.
So where would you say the majority of foreign visitors to Saudi Arabia are actually coming from?
If I separate the religious segment and the leisure segment, from the religious segment, of course, it's the large countries with large Muslim populations, such as Pakistan, Indonesia, Egypt, Malaysia, Nigeria, Turkey, kind of those markets. But from the leisure segment, I think we're seeing great demand from early demand from China, from Europeans as well, specifically Italy and the UK. But China is a really, really strong growing segment, and it's one of the focus segments for the Saudi tourism ministry and the Saudi Tourism Authority to bring 5 million Chinese travelers to the kingdom by 2030.
And just looking at, when you compare Saudi Arabia to, say, a more mature market like France or Spain, what more can Saudi Arabia be doing to attract people to make their stay easier in terms of infrastructure that's provided?
Yeah, I think if we take Saudi Arabia on its journey, as you said, compared to more mature markets, they're still in its early days. There's a lot of work happening now to increase the developed infrastructure. You have new airlines coming, you have new cruise lines, Riyadh Air starting this year, the re-transformation of Saudi Airlines. So that's the core, like the fundamental. They're building out the connectivity and the fundamentals. There's been a significant improvement in accessibility to the country, the easing of visa restrictions. I remember, 10, 15 years ago, you need to spend a week, 2 weeks, sometimes 3 weeks to get a visa, get a stamp at the embassy. All that's been digitized for over 50 countries, and that's really, really increasing accessibility. So the first part is the infrastructure and connectivity. What's happening now is there's been a lot of announcements for these amazing projects like the Red Sea or Qiddiya or Neom or Diriyah. They're finally starting to open. So now it's about the opening of these projects. So once the infrastructure is built, we'll open the projects. And those projects are now going to create destinations of themselves, not just Saudi Arabia. And then lastly on that is the investment in human capital. So building out the actual experiences, hospitality on the ground. I think now you're going to really start seeing a shift from coming to Saudi for an event to actually coming to Saudi as a tourism destination, which has already started and it will continue to grow.
What would you say is the sort of person, the profile of person that Saudi Arabia wants to attract? Are they aiming for mass tourism, or would you say they want to make the destination a bit more niche?
So I think it's a bit of both. Right now, the products and the mixes available are towards the luxury or higher end segment, especially like the Red Sea or Diriyah, Al-Ula. These are definitely for the luxury traveler, the luxury leisure traveler. At the same time, a lot of the products that are coming forward will drive a lot more for the mass tourism segment. But it's going to start with the luxury and it's going to continue to expand.
Okay, what's the appeal? What's unique about Saudi Arabia, and why would you suggest someone want to come?
I think what's really, there's so many different parts of Saudi Arabia. There's different cultures, there's different geographies, different weather, climates. In the summer, it would be hard to imagine, but there's parts of Saudi Arabia that are cooler than London in the summer. So it's something that people don't necessarily get a chance to see, but that hospitality is really, really unique, and the people are extremely welcoming. And that's something that when you find visitors coming for the first time, they really, really, that's one of the highest kind of talking points is like the people, the hospitality that they received.
Okay, just lastly, for someone thinking of visiting Saudi Arabia, what would be your message to them?
I think, as we were just talking about, it's safe, it's secure. You'll get a real immersion of the culture, and you'll have a chance to have a great time with your friends and family.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Okay, so we've just been hearing there about the importance of tourism and how the tourism sector is shaping up in Saudi Arabia. I mean, Ali, it really is a huge focus, isn't it? And a key pillar, as we've been saying, of Vision 2030.
Absolutely, absolutely. Tourism is game-changing for any developing nation. But if we break this down into some specific numbers for a second, right? The target within Vision 2030 was to drive 100 million tourists through Saudi Arabia by 2030. This target was achieved last year and then raised to 150 million. It's expected that Saudi Arabia may see up to 50 million international visitors by the year 2030. Now, what does that actually mean? 50 million international visitors could generate anywhere from 70 to 100 billion in direct revenue. The total economic impact, some studies say, could be up to $150 billion. It would, at that point, fulfill 10% of the GDP. And it could employ, again, on estimates, anywhere upwards of 1.5 to 2 million Saudis directly. So the economic impact is just enormous of such an industry if you get it right. But in addition to that, I mean, these are some of the direct consequences. Tourism brings vibrance, it brings culture, it brings life. And if the nation is working tirelessly to build such an incredible platform in society, what better way to introduce it to people than to give them a reason to come and enjoy it, which of course, it then starts to cycle through the economy and through industries in countless ways. So absolutely, tourism, is an enormous focus of Vision 2030, and we can see this reflected in the large range of giga projects that are taking place and all of the events that are coming up, from Riyadh Expo 2030 to the FIFA World Cup in 2034, Asia Football Cup next year, the sustainable developments within NEOM, Red Sea. I mean, the list goes on, right? So it's absolutely one of the biggest focuses.
Yeah, and it's interesting just listening there to what Muzammil Hussain, the CEO of Al Musafa, was saying to us just a minute ago about how, you've got the events, but you've also got this incredible infrastructure, which is in many places completed. And that's making the whole sort of experience of leisure travelers in particular all the more agreeable.
Yeah, of course. I mean, some of these events are a little bit further down the line, but we're already starting to see the likes of Red Sea come together. There's a number of global hotel groups that have built just incredible facilities and destinations. NEOM is just starting to work on a number of its specialized destinations. What we're seeing right now is just the beginning, and it's already so very compelling and exciting. I can only imagine what we'll get to experience in the coming years.
Okay, thanks for that, Ali. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
Pleasure.
Let's get a brief check of some other stories we're following for you now. And the Saudi National Bank posted a sharp increase in earnings and record quarterly profit. SNB recorded net income of 6 billion riyals and surpassed analyst expectations on a range of metrics. Well, that represents a 20% increase in net profits versus the same period last year. The Saudi oil giant Aramco and China's electric car maker BYD have agreed to explore closer collaboration. In particular, the two companies will be working on what they call new energy vehicle technologies, the goal being to boost vehicle efficiency and environmental performance. Well, the kingdom has set an ambitious target to increase electric vehicle adoption from 1% to 30% within 5 years. And what's expected to be a further boost to the appeal of Saudi Arabia for tourists. Foreign visitors are now able to reclaim VAT on goods purchased in the kingdom. Well, refunds will be processed on departure. While the refund of 15% VAT will be applicable for items that are for personal use, which are not consumed within the country. And finally, they call it the City of Roses. I'm talking about Taif, which lies about 200 kilometers to the east of Jeddah. Well, the hills of Taif are dotted with around 800 flower farms, which produce around 300 million pink roses every year. Well, many of these flowers are then transformed into rose water or rose oil, which is then added to other cosmetics. Well, Saudi Arabia exports more than $140 million worth of perfume products, including rose water, every single year. Okay, Ali, it's not often that we talk about flowers and perfumes, but actually, I mean, it is, isn't it, a really important industry and some pretty big numbers.
Yes, of course. I mean, the TAFE region is famous for the festival that's taking place currently, and we might sometimes across the world think about Saudi Arabia as a desert with mostly barren land, but TAFE is actually one of the few regions in this region where you see snowfall. There are hundreds of millions of roses that are produced for the purposes of perfumery in the region, a lot of which is actually also used to wash the Kaaba at the holy site of Mecca. So it's a very important industry. We certainly don't get much time to speak about flowers, and certainly from Saudi Arabia, but it's a very unique and interesting industry to take a look at over here.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, isn't it? Because this is a high-yield crop, if you like, a bit like sort of avocados in some countries. And increasingly, do you think it's fair to say that Saudi Arabia's agricultural sector is focusing more on these high-yield crops and perhaps a bit less on the lower-yield ones?
I think that, look, there's a diversified strategy. Yes, there's certainly there's an interest towards maximizing the effort or return from some of these high-yield spaces, but the likes of SALIC, for example, the Saudi Arabian, the agriculture body, they have a list of products which include the likes of wheat, barley, rice, and such, that they have a focus on investing in developing technologies for maximizing availability on. So whilst, yes, I would agree that there is an interest towards making use of the high yield or specialist products like dates, like roses, like the camel products. PIF created an entity called Milaf Cola, so the first date-based cola, and another entity for developing camel-based products. So whilst there's an interest towards these high-yield specialist products, there's also an interest towards maximizing food security and availability, and this is reflected in the work of entities like SALIC.
Okay, well, I haven't yet to try that drink you just mentioned, but I will certainly be looking out for it. Thank you very much indeed. It's been a real pleasure having you with us once again on The Real Deal. Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of the Saudi Arabia Holding Company, thank you for your time. Well, that is all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Hope you will join us again for another edition of The Real Deal next week.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.